1 minute, 1 minute.
Well, good morning and welcome to the August 24th, 2021 regular school board meeting, which I now call to order. The invocation this morning will be given by Pastor Bob Martin from the St. Paul United Methodist Church in Largo. He will be joining us via Zoom. Following the invocation, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Vice Chairman Mrs. Long, and the national anthem will be performed by the St. Petersburg High School Pitchforks under the direction of the choral director, David Lawhead. So is Pastor Martin on Zoom? He's there? Okay. Please stand. Thank you for joining us.
Glad to be with you. Let us come together in prayer. Loving God, even though we yearn to live without fear, we confess there are times it just overwhelms us. When troubles come, we can become divisive and doubtful, and too often those feelings can contribute to our not working together, but being apart. COVID-19 and its variants are on our mind, and we confess that we have differing opinions on what steps to take. Let not the politics of the day be what leads our decisions, but let your command for us to love our neighbor be what determines our destiny. We pray for the overwhelming number of students and staff who have been infected by this horrible virus, and ask your safekeeping over them so that their recovery would be quick and complete. Let the hopeful work begin today with our school board and the parents in our community. Empower our board to lead courageously and without fear as they place the safety and well-being of our children and staff first. May we continue to be a people of hope as your promise to fear not remains on our mind and on our lips. Lord, in your mercy we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets
Well, this is our first meeting since the school year began, and I know staff, students, and families were very excited and anxious to get the year underway. So let's enjoy some of the sights and sounds of the first day of school for the 21-22 school year.
Who's your teacher, sir?
Come with me, big guy.
All right, we'll move on. All right, we will have the introductions of professional and community organization representatives with Ms. Isabel Mascarenas, our Public Information Officer. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Grego, and staff. It is my pleasure to introduce the following representatives of community and professional organizations. From the Pinellas Classroom Teachers Association, we have Nancy Velarde, President. From the Pinellas Arts for a Complete Education Coalition, we have Terry Marks joining us virtually. Members of the media in attendance are 10 Tampa Bay, Bay News 9, ABC Action News, Fox 13, Creative Loafing, and WMNF. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Dr. Grego, are there any changes or amendments to the agenda?
There are two amendments to the agenda, Madam Chair. One is I'm pulling the item of 7.13, the renewal agreement with Community Tampa Bay. I've asked Ms. Matway to just review the contract with them. Not an issue, a problem. You'll be seeing that in a future board meeting. And the second is 7.19. That's a purchasing agenda summary, and I'm adding there a purchase item with a partnership that I'll explain later on, Bay Care Wellness Services. And this Bay Care will be partnering with us to provide COVID rapid testing for our employees. I'll explain that later. Those are the two amendments to the agenda.
Good, thank you very much. And I find good cause to add the item to 7.19, the item with Bay Care Wellness. Board members, are there any items that need to be pulled? Mrs. Edmond?
I would like to pull agenda item 7.2 and 7.14.
7.2 and 7.14. All right. Anything else? All right, then do we have a motion to adopt the amended agenda?
I motion to adopt.
All right, Mrs. Long made a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Ms. Hines has the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. And it passes unanimously. All right, we will now move to public comments on agenda items. Before we do that, members of the public will have 3 opportunities to address the board when we gather for our meeting. The first opportunity is to speak during public comment on the agenda items. The next opportunity is if we have a public hearing, most of which are policies. Lastly, after the meeting is adjourned, we will remain for public participation when speakers may address items pertaining to the business of the district. At each of these opportunities for the public, board members are here to listen to you. This is not a time for us to discuss or debate. We will not take any formal action or information brought forward unless it's pertaining to an agenda item. However, the board and the superintendent may clarify statements or refer speakers to the proper staff person to help work through their concern. The board is committed to a standard of civility and decorum in the conduct of our meetings. Whether you agree or disagree with the viewpoints expressed by a speaker, please refrain from showing audible support or disagreement. We also ask that you assist us in maintaining a civil and constructive environment while confining your comments to the business of the district and refrain from profanity and intemperate or rude remarks. Thank you. Mrs. Hauk, do we have any speakers for agenda items?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Board members and Dr. Grego, we have one speaker for the agenda items.
Okay, and it is?
Mark Clutho.
All right. All right. But that's our only speaker?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we'll wait for a minute. So he was in a room, he was in the overflow room and was not told that it was happening? Okay, then we will wait. Well, I think we'll do something different. Is another speaker and that would come first? Let's go ahead, and while Mr. Clutho is coming up, he'll have an opportunity. Who's the next speaker?
Our next speaker is Julie Vane.
Okay. Welcome.
Hi there. How are you?
She is speaking
this is-
to item 5.1, excuse me.
Thank you.
I'm speaking to procedural changes. I attended the workshop.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. I apologize, Ms. Is it Vane or Vaughn?
Vane.
Vane, I apologize. So on our agenda, we always have agenda item 5.1. That is the public comments on agenda items. It is not an item that is going to be passed by the board. This is a time for you to speak to items that are, the board is going to take action
July
on.
13th workshop minutes, sir. I'd
I'm
like
sorry?
to speak to the July 13th workshop minutes.
Okay, the July 13th workshop minutes.
It
that's
is an item
consent
on the-
Item 7.2.
Okay,
So we'll reflect that, and you can
Thank you.
continue speaking about 7.2.
thank you.
Thank you very much for
We'll
your
start
indulgence.
we'll start your 3 minutes over, obviously.
Thank you. Sorry, I just came up the stairs,
That's
so
okay.
didn't know I'd be speaking right away. I was pleased to be able to attend the July 13th workshop, and it was very informative, and I recommend all members of the community attend workshops, because you do learn a lot. The reason I wanted to speak to that consent agenda, item 7.1, on the July 13th workshop, was that there was a lot of discussion by the board about changing the speaking requirements. And you all did not come to a consensus, but I wanted to let you know that I really felt that it was important that the community be able to speak before the board and that they be able to be heard. And that any kind of limitation on the speaking before the school board, whether it's limiting the time prior to the meeting to speak, or whether it's limiting how many people speak to a particular item, or if there were a certain number of speakers you all talked about. If there were, more than 20 speakers, they'd only get a minute. If it was 30 speakers. The most concerning thing was you all pointed to Hillsborough County Schools as like a standard to look at. And I was very concerned with what's been happening in Hillsborough County Schools. I thought they're not somebody to look at. So I really would like you all to just continue the way we are. The community knows the way it is. And anything you do at this point to shut down speaking is just another kind of, just lays more grievances on the community for what we've gone through the last year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, is Mr. Clutho up here? Good morning.
Morning. Mark Lutho, Largo, 724. $3.5 million for Jacobson Tech High School. Now, here it is, another big mistake. And what's happening when you make these bad buildings? We have a headline that was just in the paper. Adults are failing us on climate. When you make the buildings the wrong way, as you're doing again here, This is a column by Thunberg and some other young people that are stating that you're not doing what you need to do for the future of the young people. High-performance, passive solar buildings. Over 2 decades, I've been bringing the science here. You don't come close. If it was a dark game, as I've said before, not only are you missing the bullseye, you're not even hitting the board. The headlines keep coming. Stark warnings for the warming planet. UN report spells out dire consequences of climate change. This column by these young people make note of this latest report. And in the New York Times report, they state that there'll be 2 coming next year, and they're going to explore more fully strategies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and halt global warming. Well, a great starting point would be high-performance passive solar school buildings, which is where you should have been many years ago when I first told you about this. When will you listen?
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Yes, okay.
Yes, ma'am, we have Anne Marie Weather speaking to agenda item 7.13.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning. I didn't realize we could speak on meeting minutes.
7.13 was pulled? No, oh, yes. 7.13 was pulled from the agenda. It will not be something on which we're voting today.
The meeting minutes from the workshop?
7.13?
The meeting minutes, whatever 7.12.
Okay, that would be 7.2.
7.2.
7.3.
7.2.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay, so I just, since there is this opportunity, one of the things I had a question on was Sarah O'Toole showed all the slides, the recommendation of the FLDOH, recommendations on quarantine times, and it was my understanding from those slides that that was maybe what we were going to do, which was students, for any exposure reason, 4 days, take a test, pop negative, come back. Or 7 days, don't test, come back. However, word on the street is that's definitely not what we're doing. So my question is, why did she present that if that's not what we're doing? What are the actual protocols? That's really all I have. Do you respond to public comment or on agenda items?
Generally, we don't. Dr.
Okay.
Grego, is there some clarification that, is Sarah O'Toole here?
I'm sorry, Ms. O'Toole gave the decision tree. We're working with the Department of Health. There's no doubt every school district across the state of Florida has been pretty swamped with that. We're catching up with those things. But the rules that and the protocols that she expressed are the rules from the Department of Health.
Okay, and that's what we've adopted. And you don't have to answer me because kids are being told 10 days, 20 days. No parent that I've talked to that has kids in quarantine right now have heard the 4 or 7 day at all. I send it to them from here, and they're like, well, that's not what we were told at all. So just, that's all. Just
So you're
bringing
asking me to get
awareness.
some clarification and make sure people are
Thank you.
aware of what it is. All right, thank you. And just for clarification's sake, that was the August 9th. Just for the record, it was the August 9th workshop, not the July 13th. Is what I was just told. So, okay, any other speakers?
No, ma'am.
All right. So we will now move to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to accept? All right, Mr. Dudley made a motion to approve with Mrs. Long seconding. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. And it passes unanimously. Thank you. We will now move to item 7.2 with Ms. Edmond. You pulled it?
A point of clarification.
Just a second. Do we have a motion? No, for this, we're 7.2. Do we have a motion to accept item 7.2?
Motion.
Okay. Dr. Carr, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Ms. Hine. All right, Ms. Edmond.
Point of clarification, the speaker that just came up, she was speaking to the August 9th special called workshop. So that wasn't specifically to the agenda item that was mentioned. So I want to make sure that's reflected in the record. Thank you. And then for this item, one speaker referenced it earlier, but at that workshop, there was a discussion regarding annual review of policies and procedures for the school board office. I would like the record to reflect, however, the board decided no actions would occur and further discussion would take place during another workshop. I believe that stakeholders should be aware of the discussions that are occurring in our workshops and be able to provide feedback. So I am encouraging people who would like to provide feedback on the way of work of this board to submit their responses via email. Things that were included were not streaming comments after meeting has been adjourned, length of time for speakers to speak, a deadline to sign up for each speaker to speak per category, no advertising, and limiting the number of people to speak after adjourning the meeting, among other things. So again, if you have an opinion, I suggest that you submit that to this board. That was my comment.
Okay. And if they do have an opinion, they will have an opportunity to speak to it 2 times because it would be a policy change. And so it would be part of the agendas for this meeting. The conversation that happens at the workshop would just be, what do we bring forward? And it can be amended in between during that month. So there will be 2 readings for that. So they'll have an opportunity 2 times to speak to that at a board meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. I think it's very important that we are clear and transparent to the community.
Absolutely. All right, any other comments on 7.2? All right, we have a motion by Dr. Carr and a second by Ms. Hine. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. And it passes unanimously. We'll now move to 7.14. Do we have a motion to approve? And 7.14, let me read it to you, is a request approval of the renewal agreement with the Juvenile Welfare Board of Pinellas County for data deliverables. Do we have a motion? Mr. Dudley?
7.14 is that interagency agreement?
7.14 is the renewal agreement with the Juvenile Welfare Board.
7.14 is approve the renewal of the interagency agreement for student data sharing with the Office of the State Attorney, 6th Circuit Court, and the Juvenile Welfare
okay.
Board of Pinellas.
All right. I have a non-updated, so that was my 1.3. All right, so 1.4, do we have a motion on that? Okay, Mr. Dudley, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, Ms. Hine. All right, Ms. Edmond?
Thank you. Can someone share or provide some of the history regarding this policy or this interagency agreement? I know that a statute is referenced that without consent of the student or the student's parents, release personally identifiable records or reports of a student to parties of an interagency agreement among the Department of Juvenile Justice, school and law enforcement authorities, and other signatory agencies for the purposes set forth in this rationale below. I think that it would be great for the public to hear of the work that has occurred with the JWB, as well as the role that the court plays in this interagency agreement. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Grego, who would you like to have it, okay? Mr. Kapersky, would you address this, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mrs. Edmond, these two agreements that are now 713 and 714 after the one was pulled, they are related, and so I'll speak to them in tandem. These relate to the sharing of student information between the district and different agencies in order to prosecute the truancy court program. As you know, Florida law provides for a court proceeding when students reach a certain level of egregious absences or tardies. They end up going through a truancy court at the 49th Street Courthouse in the juvenile justice system. And I used to go there myself. And so the state attorney, which could theoretically charge a parent with educational neglect, which is a crime, needs to have information about the students in the program. As well, the Juvenile Welfare Board and all of its funded agencies need information on students who are in that system in order to provide the social services and assistance that the family needs or that the court directs that they must take advantage of. And so these documents, these agreements, have been with the district, and they are with every other district for decades at this point, and Florida law does allow for the sharing of this information, and it is with the intent to assist the student in the juvenile justice system, whether truancy or otherwise, to provide the necessary services and supports to help that student and their family.
Okay. All right, Dr. Carr?
And in the past, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, did we not also have an internal evaluator who also facilitated data sharing with JWB in order to develop program evaluation but that data was not student identifiable data, is that correct?
That's my understanding. We might need somebody else to speak more to that from our Research and Accountability Department, but I do know that's my understanding. We would share disaggregated data so that they can evaluate some of their programs, but we would not give them the student identifiable information. We do have a way, as you know, Dr. Carr, to align student data to a particular student, but in an anonymous fashion, and then track that so that an outside agency or a researcher could see the efficacy of various programs. That researcher would never know the identity of the student, but they might have a masked anonymous ID where they could track that student over time and then compare the students in the program and the students outside the program and do with that whatever they do.
Thank you, but that's separate from this item. So this is a different piece from that, because I know there was some question about, isn't that what we've already done with, but this is actually student identifiable data, and it's different from evaluation of a program or a research request.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Obviously in the context of the juvenile justice system and providing services to students and their families, identity is necessary.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Dr. Grego?
Yeah, I know we were talking about the juvenile justice system, but just because the Juvenile Welfare Board was brought up, they're tremendous partners. A lot of their strategies are the same as ours. We're into early literacy, reading programs, how to continue to have students on grade level by certain grades. And so that information, as Mr. Kapersky very well articulated, is so important to be shared back and forth in terms of how effective are some of those programs, after-school programs, summer programs, community-based programs, and so forth. So that's it. And I know these two got switched back and forth, but that's a separate item with the Juvenile Welfare Board. I also want to thank them for the great work that they're doing with us in partnership.
Okay. Okay, Mrs. Edmond?
Thank you, Mr. Kapersky, for providing additional information. And to what Dr. Grego just mentioned, the Juvenile Welfare Board has been a great partner with this district. In light of various concerns that occur as it relates to information sharing, I thought it was important to raise this question. Do you know if providing this information leads to students being targeted for certain offenses? Or is it just what you said, the court is involved in case they're needed to intervene with the parent?
That is certainly not the intent of these agreements. The intent of these agreements is to provide support to the students who have, poor attendance and other issues and need support through the juvenile justice system. Because they are minors, the school system is intricately involved because they are also in our system for the most part. That's as much as I can speak to.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kapersky.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? All right, so we have a motion that was made by Mr. Dudley and a second by Ms. Hines to approve the renewal of the interagency agreement for student data sharing with the Office of the State Attorney, 6th Circuit Court and Juvenile Welfare Board, Pinellas County. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no, and it passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, we will now move to our non-consent. We'll start with item 8.1, request approval of the agreement with the Arts Conservatory for Teens for August 25th, 2021 through June 1st, 2022. We have a motion.
Motion.
Okay, Mrs. Kane, and a second?
Second.
Mrs. Edmond? All right, Dr. Grego.
Yes, Madam Chair and school board members, it gives me great pleasure to renew this agreement with the Arts Conservatory for Teens. I know Alex Harris is here with us today, but let me turn it over to Lori Matway, our Associate Superintendent for Student Services and Community Support Services.
And thank you, Dr. Grego.
Good morning.
Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Grego and staff, it really truly is my honor to be here again to talk about the Arts Conservatory for Teens. It's hard to believe that this started in 2009. I don't think Alex and I could possibly be that old, but we have been partnered for quite a long time and working to ensure that the program was successful. Dr. Alex Harris and Herbert Murphy started this program, as I said, in 2009. Alex is an award-winning recording artist and producer. His passion is to provide opportunities for marginalized and disenfranchised youth to grow and develop through a variety of creative mediums, such as dance, acting, chorus, visual arts, and video production. Dr. Harris's doctorate research was a qualitative study that investigates the impact of interdisciplinary comprehensive arts programs on the self-efficacy of underserved teens in urban communities. And congratulations, Dr. Harris. Their mission, educate, empower, and enrich the lives of youth and teen in our communities by fostering creativity through arts education, professional theatrical productions, career guidance, healthy living, and leadership development. Their learning goals are to provide professional training in the arts with a focus on building character through problem solving and emotional intelligence, leverage resources that contribute to improving the behavior and self-esteem of youth, improve overall academic success, and enhance arts culture for students. In April of 2021, Dr. Bruce Jones, professor and vice president for research at Howard University, conducted an external summative assessment of the ACT program. In his report, Dr. Jones wrote, based on student respondent results, there is no doubt that ACT plays a vital role in their outlook on life, learning, and interest in education. The impact, thousands of teens have been served since 2009. Improved attendance and behavior and academic performance. Logistics. Following this board's approval, the program will begin again this year at Johns Hopkins, Largo, Oak Grove, and Tyrone Middle Schools. We hope to begin on September 6th, following your approval. They will serve over 100 students per school, and the principals are excited to welcome this program back face-to-face at their schools for this coming school year. And at this time, I'll turn it over to the board for questions for myself or Dr. Harris.
Okay, board members, are there any questions or comments? Mrs. Edmond?
I was just about to say I don't have a question, or I have a comment, and I just want to say that I'm thankful for this partnership and for the work of Dr. Harris and ACT. Seeing this work on full display in the community, I think this is again another great partnership, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the outcomes are of this meeting.
Thank you. Right, anyone else? Ms. Hine?
I would just like to echo that. Hi, Dr. Harris. Hi, Alex. It's very nice to see you. I'm very grateful for the work that you do throughout our entire community. I, too, have been able to witness it a good bit, and I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
And I think both of them have spoken on behalf of the entire board. We're very, very grateful for this partnership and what you do, so thank you.
Thanks, Alex.
If there are no other questions, I mean, we can make comments. Each one of us could say how much we appreciate it and how much we've enjoyed it. But if there are any other questions, okay, I see no other questions. So we have motion by Mrs. Kane and a second by, I think it's Ms. Edmond. Okay, can't even read my own writing. To approve the agreement with the Arts Conservatory for Teens for August 25th, 2021 through June 1st, 2022. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. And it passes unanimously as well. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move to item 8.2, request approval to waive the attendance portion within policy 5420.03. Reporting student progress and class ranking in high school for the first semester of 2021-22. Do we have a motion to accept?
I motion.
Okay, Mrs. Long, second? Okay, Mrs. Kane. Dr. Grego?
Yeah, Madam Chair and school board members, I'm very grateful that this board serves with a level of compassion with students, especially given its conditions. And Mr. Hendrick is bringing forward something that this board waived the last 2 semesters last year. So we're asking for it another time of this first semester, and we'll see how those conditions are after this. So, Mr. Hendrick?
Thank you, Dr. Grego. Good morning, Mrs.
Welcome.
Cook, board members. I'm Kevin Hendrick, Associate Superintendent for Teaching and Learning, and it's my pleasure to bring to you this item on the non-consent agenda. As you know, we have final exams in our high schools for all courses. It's part of student grades. It's in policy 5420.03. Part of that policy outlines the exemption policy that allows students to exempt exams under certain circumstances. One of those circumstances is attendance, and students who have 4 absences or fewer are eligible to exempt exams if they meet the other categories, which also include an A or a B in the course. There are other exceptions. There are sometimes you have to take it first semester but not second and things like that. But last year in first semester and in second semester, we asked you to waive the attendance requirement and allow students, if they meet the other requirements of the exam exemption policy, to exempt those exams. We did that in accordance with our district protocols, encouraging folks who are not feeling well or have any kind of symptoms to stay home and come to school only when they're well. So once again this year, we're asking you to waive the attendance portion only, keep all the other components, and this request is for first semester.
Thank you. Board members? Any comments or questions? We did do it last year, and I think it's imperative that we do it again so that we don't have people coming to school sick, and they know that they can stay home, because I know getting out of an exam is very important to a high schooler, and
Yes.
so they will do almost anything to get there. So waiving that will be very, very helpful so that we won't be having students come sick. So if there are no other comments, we have a motion and a second to approve to waive attendance portion of policy 5420.03, reporting student progress and class ranking for high school for the first semester of 2021-22. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. And it too passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, a request adoption of the proposed Pinellas County School Board's 2022 legislative platform. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
Okay, Mrs. Long and Ms. Edmond, a second?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Dr. Grego, we're going to send this straight to our chairman of our legislative committee, Mrs. Kane, if you will present this for us.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. It's with great pleasure I bring forth this discussion of our legislative platform for 2021. Thank you to all of the members of the Legislative Committee. Thank you to Ms. Edmond and Ms. Carr, as well as Ms. Dull, who has helped us put together this platform. I've had the pleasure of being on this Legislative Committee for 3 years now, and this year to sit as chair. We're very excited about some of the initiatives we're able to include. We met 3 different times in order to discuss this, trying to align our platform with our strategic directions that we created in our district strategic plan. So when you look at the plan, we have 6 areas that we have put on here that align with different areas of our strategic directions, starting with high quality teachers and innovative programming. Some of this remained the same from previous years, as some items we're continuing to put forth in our legislative platform for Pinellas County, and some of them are very specific to Pinellas County, where we have high quality teachers and innovative learning. We have multiple items there that you can see. We have early learning and voluntary pre-kindergarten, so the expansion of our VPK program. We are asking to expand to full day programs for students throughout the county. And we are very excited to bring forth student internships and apprenticeships and additional workforce development. These 2 items are very specific to Pinellas County programs, and we're excited to bring them forth as they'll expand upon the internships, apprenticeships, industry certifications, and district pipelines for entry-level certified employment. Not only in early education, we have a new program for early learning in the classrooms combined with student internships, as well as workforce development, as we continue to add more certifications for our adult learners as well as our high school students. We also have some items under student safety and school buildings. Is there anything else you wanted to add, Ms. Stoll? No, we covered it. Okay, fabulous. Is there any questions on how we came to these, or any that you wanted to add as a board?
Okay. Dr. Carr?
I just want to say thank you to you, Mrs. Kane, for your leadership and facilitation of the meeting in order for us to develop this, and Mrs. Dull and her team for working with us to develop this. It was an opportunity for us to identify concerns or barriers or opportunities within our strategic plan and work collaboratively with our legislators, and I look forward to our upcoming meeting with them. So thank you for your leadership.
Okay. Ms. Edmond?
Dr. Carr just took the words out of my mouth. Thank you, Mrs. Kane. Thank you, staff. I'm also looking forward to our delegation meeting. I think it's important that our platforms are aligned with our strategic plan and that we are engaging our stakeholders or our legislators. So again, thank you.
Okay, good. Anyone else? All right, so we do have a motion with Ms. Long and a second with Ms. Edmond to adopt the proposed Pinellas County School Board's legislative platform for 2022. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. And it passes unanimously. And thank you all for your hard work on that. Okay, items introduced by the superintendent.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the school board and to the public. I want to thank everybody for a smooth opening. It was calm, it was smooth. We didn't know what to expect, but I could tell you that our staff, my staff, visited and touched every single school that first day, went into each and every school, and we continue to work with our leaders. I also want to thank our principals and assistant principals. Coming back off of last year was a difficult challenge, but I could tell you they rose to that occasion. You saw in that video, I always start my school year at transportation, and I want to thank our bus drivers. I get out there at 4:30 or so in the morning one morning, but they're out there every single morning. And people don't realize the work they do and the hours of which they do that and the smiles that they provide our students. It's no secret that transportation and bus driving and across the state and nation, you hear national stories of that. I want to recognize T. Mark and Mr. Herbick because they've been recruiting bus drivers, and even last week we're still working very diligently to try to close a gap of about 30 drivers, I'm going to be honest. And so we are right now looking at a contract that we've already implemented with ALC schools to take a look at handling about 10 or 11 routes that we have, very specialized routes with our ESE transition programs that they specialize in, which will free up about 10 drivers. We have another recruitment class that'll be graduating in a couple of weeks of another 11 graduates that they will be taking to the road, supervised initially at first. And then we're looking at another 10 or 11 in ALC to take a look at some of our EAS programs or some of our longer runs that take a lot of time. We feel like within the next few weeks, we're going to close that gap. But that's with a lot of recruitment in this current employment condition in the community and even throughout the state. And so really, when you look at a lot of districts and the shortage that they have, our 30 is, I feel very good that it's going to be eliminated. But what it's doing is it's causing double runs in buses. It's causing late buses, but students are getting there. But we see an end in sight with that. So I just want to say that I'm going to report back on September 14th of the progress that were made, perhaps with that contract, not perhaps with ALC, so that we can expand our partnership with them and eliminate any gap of driver needs that we have. As you know, there's been a lot of talk over the last few weeks in terms of, it was mentioned earlier about school districts and the Department of Health being able to keep up with the line tracing and quarantining. And there again, another system strained. And so we did meet with the Department of Health. We met for an extended period of time because it became clear that as we opened up last year versus opening up this year, is that they were not able to really have the capacity to confirm the cases, do the contact tracing, verify vaccinations and staff. So we huddled late evenings, weekends, and created a system that we have a COVID person at each and every school. We've trained those individuals last Friday and also again on Monday for those who couldn't make one or the other. And we're going to look and examine this over the next 30 days. I've been in contact with the Department of Health. It's not a desire to take this over, but it's a desire to really ensure the health and safety of our teachers, our faculties, support staff, and our students and families. So you could see, and many of you saw that there's a new dashboard that has been put live this morning, actually. It's pcsb.org/COVID-19 cases. It's a very powerful one. It's a very, we worked on it completely. I want to thank staff for working 7 days a week to move this issue because normally it wasn't our district that was controlling all of these things, but now we have taken on a lot of responsibility. And that took us to not wait, but rather to work when we had to work. So you'll see that new dashboard. We're going to grow with it. It's not perfect, but it is a whole lot more robust than ever before. And you're going to see some of the real dynamic aspects of it, and so that parents and faculties and others could see where we're at. We've held, as I mentioned, 2 training sessions. TIS has worked to update the internal reporting dashboard. We've modernized it. We've updated to make it very smooth for teachers and for assistant principals or that COVID point person at the school site. We believe that this year will be actually smoother than working with seating charts. That seating charts that today are accurate, perhaps tomorrow's not, and the back and forth movement of just having someone go into that classroom and assess the situation. Key to all of this, though, is the importance of providing our employees, bus drivers, food lunchroom workers, teachers, principals, support staff, everyone, all of our employees an access to rapid testing. And so we can confirm a negative or we can confirm a positive. And I want to thank Dr. Threadgill again and Dr. Cho, but we are opening up actually 2 sites with Baycare that I mentioned earlier in the amendment to the agenda. We've been on the phone with them as late as yesterday, finalizing those plans. I believe they're going to open up tomorrow. And they will be specially serving all of our employees. The Baycare will be at the old Curtis Fundamental, and this will, board members, this will go out on an email push to all employees later today, if it hasn't already. But the old Curtis Fundamental behind Clearwater Intermediate in the Media Center, we're setting up a rapid testing site. We're also going to be setting up another one with Baycare at Walter Pinell Service Center. And we're going to determine the hours. We're going to certainly make sure those hours are long enough so that our employees can get there outside of their work hours. In addition to that, community health centers for Pinellas, this is not only our employees, but our employees are going to be welcomed there. It will be at High Point, and that's on 14100 58th Street, very close to the Juvenile Welfare Board, in fact, and also the second site that they're opening, or is open now, is the Center for Health Equity, and that's in St. Petersburg at 2333 34th Street. That site's open 7 days a week from 9 to 5. So we have 4 sites, and Dr. Cho is planning on contracting another site, a 5th site. Well, it'd be his 3rd site with our 2 sites with Baycare in the Clearwater area. It's kind of mid-county, a little bit north county, because he's got one in the south and one around the Pinellas Park area. So our employees be able to go and get a rapid test in 15 minutes and determine where they're at. And the whole goal here is to keep people, not only keep them employed, but also, and keep them not employed, but keep them at work, but also let them have a peace of mind if they so choose to have a test. Our efforts in terms of, even in our school sites, I'm very pleased, but our efforts in terms of masking continues to highly recommend the use of masks. We've had posters, morning announcements, a reminder of students for the current conditions we choose, and we're working very diligently to educate our young people and educate our teachers about the pluses and minuses, but really pluses of becoming masks, especially during this time period. Weekly principal home calls that principals are doing, newsletters, social media, and so forth. I want to thank Beth Herendine and her entire communications department for really pushing this message out. Also, the area superintendents and chief transformation officer have been very busy working with principals as we do. We're continually assessing each and every activity. As you know, I announced last week that our back-to-school nights that we held as we orientating parents to come into our schools have been requested to go virtual. The uneasiness of putting 3 times the number of people into a classroom, there's better ways of doing things. And so our mantra is let's use common sense, let's be intelligent about this, and let's see where we can leverage and still have the same type of meetings with parents and others. And if a parent wants to meet with teachers and others, we're still doing that. We're still doing all of these things. But that particular event we're doing. And I also want to remind the board and to the public that Mr. Herbig has done a fabulous job of air filtration systems over the summertime and in opening the school. We're also completely cleaning our schools each and every evening, deep cleaning, disinfecting, not only the school classrooms, but also the buses. We are still, and people ask me the questions, did you still remove the essential furniture? Yes is the answer. We haven't pushed it back so that we can have the greatest distancing that we can have. Hand washing, towels, all of those things are still a top priority. We have them well stocked in our warehouse, and the plant operators are well informed in terms of how to get more so that we have each and every one of those supplies in each of the classrooms. We are encouraging outdoor spaces. If you go into any of our schools, you'll see more picnic tables with umbrellas than ever before because people are using those outdoor spaces. I think Ms. Hine, you mentioned that during our workshop. And we are still maintaining, even with a shortage of nurses, we've been very successful to have a nurse in every single school. We have, based on, I think it was Ms. Long's suggestion, we've launched this clinic card social media campaign to ensure that your clinic card is up to date. Simple thing, but I can tell you, now that I described what we were doing at the school site, that is really critical and very important that we do that. So we have this campaign going on about the clinic card, and it's working. It's working. Some other news unrelated to COVID is that we had a very successful superintendent's roundtable with the Pinellas Educational Foundation last week. We had 60-plus business partners. I want to thank Dr. Beyer for still moving forward with those roundtables. We highlighted in our district our FSA testing results, the Pinellas Early Literacy Initiative, the pre-AP programs at our middle school, Navion's best standards that are rolling out, Mr. Hendrick is doing in K through 2 and ELA for this year, and then the rest of the grades in math and ELA next year. And we also talked about our ESSER fundings, and to top it off, Sarah Painter, the Florida Teacher of the Year, addressed that group too. In addition to that, we had our first meeting, the inaugural meeting with the staff of the National Post-Secondary Strategy Institute National Network. This was the institute that I mentioned to the board that we in Pinellas County were invited to join, a very prestigious institute. We were invited on June 14th as one of the more innovative school districts when it comes to working with students, high school, middle school students, to prepare them to go to college or careers after graduation. And we're paired with some other school districts such as Baltimore City Public Schools, Denver Public City Schools, and about 4 or 5 others throughout the United States that we're truly learning from. And to end off, you know, the college and career, and everyone has to at least have that opportunity, and that's 100% student success. I want the board, as you walk in and out of this building, to know that our communications department updated those banners that we put up a few years ago with new students, new classes, new schools, representing the schools throughout the state of Florida and outside. And I'm really proud of those students. And they're proud to see themselves up there, and we keep rotating those students. So please take a look at those banners as you enter or exit our school building. That concludes my comments, Madam Chair.
All righty, fine, thanks. Just a minute. Ms. Kane, is this for your report or a question? Okay, all righty. Ms. Long?
Dr. Grego, may I ask a question?
Yeah.
The computers, have they been passed out to the students yet?
Yes.
Do you know?
Yes. We're in the process of it. Many of the schools, I'll get a report to this board, but we did review that last Monday. The majority of the schools is completely out. Some were waiting as we were looking at the back to school with parents this week.
That's why I was asking.
Some of them were waiting. So I can really affirm that within the next 2 weeks, the entire district will be taken care of.
So if
But
parents don't have technology, they can use their child's technology to meet with the back-to-school nights?
Absolutely, yes,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
But we're developing different ways. If a school is going to wait for those, and
Okay.
now we're doing it virtually, we'll just develop a different pickup, drop-off type of way with it. We're not going to let that go, so, yeah, thanks for the question.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you. All right, items introduced by the attorney.
I have no items today. Thank you, ma'am.
Good, all righty. And board members, we'll start if you have a report. Mrs. Edmond?
I am not gonna, well, I have a report. However, I would like to just thank my colleagues for participating in the workshop and the discussion we had before school. Although some of the outcomes weren't what was preferred, we are here today. And at the board workshop, I asked the board to challenge the Department of Health rule and implement a mandate. I provided information about hospitals being strained and the need for us as a board to help. Everyone should be aware by now the CDC and the AAP are recommending universal masking, as well as many of the parents, teachers, and medical professionals right here in our community that have reached out. We have received emails from doctors, nurses, teachers, lawyers, and parents advocating for us to protect the children in them. We have heard from a member of our district COVID team at our workshop where she stated facts. The Delta variant is more contagious than the variant of COVID-19 that was present last year. It's as contagious as chickenpox, according to Dr. Dumas, a pediatric infectious disease specialist at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. There are nursing shortages, low hospital beds, and long COVID, which is a term used by medical professionals to describe a group of symptoms that linger on for months after the person has tested positive, and includes respiratory issues, immune system, neurological challenges. It's considered a life-altering disease under Section 504. We don't know the long-term impacts of COVID. The more we allow the disease to spread, the more variants that are going to occur. Dr. Grego just mentioned several steps that we are taking to help mitigate and help support our schools and teachers. However, I believe that we have to do more. Vaccinated people can still catch COVID-19, which is why there are recommendations for medical professionals for all people to wear masks. Pinellas County has a positivity rate of 20.6%. Children account for 1 in 4 new cases in Florida. Hospitals are still strained. People are getting extremely sick, and some are dying. Educators and support professionals are being quarantined, and there are not enough substitutes. Based on our dashboard that's live today, thank you again, staff and Dr. Grego, for all the work that you did to put that together. There are almost 3,000 people in quarantine. I am asking the board to take a vote today to hold a special meeting by Friday, August 27th, to implement a 90-day emergency mask policy, reviewing it every 30 days, similar to the emergency policy implemented last year, and challenging the rule of the Department of Health. There is too much at stake to sit idly by and let this virus burn through. This is a public health issue. We need to do something. People are really counting on us. We don't have to wait on Pinellas County government to implement a state of emergency. We have the ability to implement our own emergency, and Mr. Kapersky can speak to all of that when I finish. Also, at the workshop, Mr. Kapersky advised that the district would not be held liable if someone caught COVID, got sick, or even worse, died. Again, we have a duty to provide a safe learning environment for all students. We have to keep our staff safe. And again, if the community cases are high and that's impacting our classrooms, we have to do everything that we possibly can to ensure that people are safe. And if that's implementing a mask mandate, I think that's the right choice. So that is my ask of the board. Mr. Kapersky, do you mind advising on what next steps?
Before we go there, you have a motion that you were going to make. You wanted us to vote on having a specially called meeting to have a mask mandate for 90 days. Would you state it?
Yes.
So that we can get it in
I would
the
like to
record?
make a motion that we hold a special called meeting to implement a mask mandate for 90 days, reassessing every 30 days, challenging the Department of Health's rule. The only opt-out would be a medical opt-out, and if students have IEPs, 504s, they could be exempted as well. The policy that I'm asking for is similar to what you all had last year. I was in the classroom as a teacher, mask on. My children, everybody's children who attended Pinellas County schools had the mask on. This board, again,
Okay.
sorry, let me
Well,
say it.
yeah, what we're trying to do is get the motion.
So the motion is to
Okay,
have
to
a
have a-
special meeting
Okay.
to require a mask mandate for 90 days, reassessing every 30 days, and challenging the Department of Health's ruling.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to have a specially called meeting to implement a mask mandate for 90 days, reassessing every 30 days to challenge the Department of Health. And you first time said with an opt-out for IEPs and 504s?
A medical opt-out.
Medical opt-out. All right. Now, Mr. Kapersky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with there being a motion on the table, the policy and the law regarding a special meeting states that a majority of the board must agree to have that meeting. I don't believe you needed to have a motion to do that, but there is a motion now on the table. You could just go through and determine whether a majority of the board wanted to have that special meeting. But now that there is a motion on the table with a second, the board cannot take any action until they hear from the public. So the law and our policy is that anytime the board passes or votes upon an agenda item, the public must be heard on that. And so just as if we heard from the public on agenda items at the beginning of this meeting, this is now essentially becoming a new action item that was not contemplated before the agenda and the meeting started today. So you can have your debate, but then before voting on the motion, you must hear from the public. So if I could speak a little bit more to the process then, but I just wanted to get that out there. So as I said, in order to have a special meeting, you would need to have a majority of the board agree to that. And then Dr. Grego would work. I know that has been stated, but an agenda would need to be prepared. The notice would need to be given. A special meeting requires 48 hours notice. We would give that as quickly as we could. And I'm sure that it is not going to be a secret if that motion passes, that we would be having a meeting. And so the word would be out, and then that would occur if the majority of the board wants it to happen. A couple of things since I have the floor that I just want to say. First of all, Mrs. Edmond, I appreciate, I think, I try not to speak in absolutes. So if I said that we would never be held liable if somebody had COVID, then I think I misspoke, but I don't believe I said that. But I said it would be very, very difficult for somebody to hold the school board liable for what they believed was damages that we caused. And that is in part, of course, because of the COVID immunity bill, but also with the difficulty in proving causation. In other words, where you caught COVID in the school versus another site. Just had to say that. And then secondly, the way you phrase the motion, I must advise the board, that is my opinion that goes against Florida law as it stands right now with the medical opt-out. And so that is being challenged right now in court. As we sit here today, there is a hearing that is in the second day in Tallahassee. And so that is expected to wrap up tomorrow. I expect that whoever loses that preliminary injunction hearing will appeal immediately to the First District Court of Appeals. Broward County Schools is also going to be filing a rule challenge against the Department of Health rule. As my understanding, it would be sometime before the end of this week. There are at least 2 other lawsuits of which I'm aware that relate to this issue, and we are watching those very closely. So with that, Madam Chair, unless there are any more specific questions, that's what I have to provide at this point.
Okay, I do have a specific question in regards to this. What we are voting on is whether or not the board holds a special meeting, not the mask mandate, but to accomplish that. Since that just applies to the board as to whether or not we hold the meeting, just as we did with legislative platforms and things like that in the past, or our representatives, do we have to have input on this particular agenda item? Also, having said that, knowing that when we have that meeting, then we definitely have public input.
Yes, it's my opinion that we do need to have public input because this is a board action under 286.0114. And to use an analogy, when you vote at your organizational meeting in November to adopt a schedule of meetings for the next 12 months, we take public input on that, and I see this as no different than that.
Right, okay. And the other question that I have procedurally is, once members of the audience have spoken on this, do they also have the opportunity to speak during public input or public comment?
That's a very good question, because the way our policies are written, and let me back up a little bit and explain. So by law, the public has a right to speak on items that the board is going to be voting upon. By law, the public does not have a right to speak in general public comment on non-agenda items. The board has adopted a policy that allows that. And so you do have more leeway on how you frame the discussions of after the meeting on non-agenda items. And the way that the board has adopted that policy is that time is reserved to discuss general items of the business that were not addressed during the meeting. And so I would say that to the extent that people want to speak about whether or not the board should hold a special meeting, that they cannot speak after the board meeting. However, I'm not foreclosing the idea that somebody might speak generally about mask and mitigation measures, and that does not relate to whether you should have a special meeting, because that is the proposition on the floor right now.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Heim?
I think I have a question, a clarification at this point. So what is the appropriate order? So now that there's a motion and a second, do we share comment first? Does the public share comment first?
Generally, what you've done in the past is you hear from the public, and then you have your debate, and then your vote. And again, to use an analogy, you hear from the public on agenda items at the very beginning of the meeting before you even discuss any of those agenda items. And so
I think I had pushed it to give my general report, but things have changed since I pushed the button. So I'm happy to let this process continue to unfold as appropriate.
All right. So then, with a motion and a second, we will hear if anyone from the audience would like to speak or would like to sign up to speak. Do we need to take a break for the sign up to speak?
Yeah, I would suggest the board take a short recess
Let's
if
take a recess for
necessary,
5 minutes
and then
as
give people
everybody
the
runs
opportunity.
out of the
But
room.
Madam Chair, before you recess and before people leave the room,
wait.
I would caution the public that what you are allowed to speak on at this point is not masks generally, but whether or not the board should have a special meeting before the end of the week as proposed by
Period.
Mrs. Edmond. Thank
Not
you.
necessarily before the end of the week, a specially called meeting.
I'm sorry, I thought her motion said by Friday.
By Friday? Well, okay. I'm out of town, so you'll have to, okay, that's fine. Okay, so we'll recess for 5 minutes. Meeting to order once again. If y'all would please take your seats. I'm going to read one more piece, actually from our policy on public participation, just so that we're all on the same page right now. Board members are limited to an open forum of the First Amendment purposes, and your exercise of your First Amendment rights of freedom of speech in the context will be recognized and protected and subject to reasonable restrictions as to time, place, manner. Applause are permitted when we have special recognitions, but not during this portion of the meeting. And again, I'm going to quote, or I'm going to say that we welcome public input, and each one of us listens as people come. But again, I'm going to quote the policy. To ensure the expeditious and orderly process of the board meetings, the chairman may interrupt or terminate a speaker when his or her statements are not relevant, exceeds an amount of time, is abusive, threatening, defamatory, obscene, profane, loud, interruptive, or otherwise in a disruptive or disorderly manner. The chairman may order the removal of a person interfering with the expeditious or orderly process of the meeting, provided the chairperson first issues a warning that continues reference with the orderly process of the meeting, and it will result in removal. Nothing here is intended to limit anything that anybody says. We are just asking that you respect each other, as well as the board meeting, as well as the board members. And we will be very happy to listen to all of your public input and comments. If you disagree with a speaker, please keep that to yourself. If you agree with what a speaker is saying, please keep that to yourself, unless you want to give a thumbs up or let them know that you agree. But we're not going to take any signs of disrespect or disagreement or anything like that. This is an opportunity for people to share their input, and we hope that you will do it in a respectful manner. Thank you. When we begin with our first, let's call speakers two at a time so that the second person can be prepared and ready to come up. And so that may help move things along a little more quickly. So who's our first speaker, and then who's on deck?
Board members and Dr. Grego, we have 29 speakers. Our first speaker is Sweet, and our second speaker is Yvette Gao.
Okay. So we'll hear from Sweet first, and then Yvette. Good morning.
Morning. I can move this, right?
Yes.
It said
But we
in
can
the
also hear
paperwork
you.
that I couldn't mess with the recording
Yeah,
materials.
we can still hear you with that.
All right. Just upon hearing that introduction of the wanting to call a special meeting, I do find it odd, if not just a little bit comical, that when you issued your mask mandates, we all came in here with our masks. Even though the county commissioner office allowed us to approach the bench without a mask, people were still removed. Even a veteran was removed for taking off her mask to try to just speak and then remove, So, when we followed the mandates that you put forward, because they're not laws, we did so respectfully. We came in even though parents were trespassed just trying to take it off before they left the room. So the fact that you're trying to call a meeting to break the law, that's what makes it a little bit funny, because we all respected your mandates. Again, so you're calling a meeting to break the law, not break a mandate. When we followed your mandates when we were here, everybody did. But what has happened is everything got changed because the numbers came out. That's what's coming out. You can cite case rates, but they're no longer citing death rates on the news anymore because those numbers don't scare people anymore, just the case rates. So what has happened is people who still want to protect their kids still have the right to put them and do what they think is going to do to protect their kids. But what is happening here is egregious. You don't like how the laws have changed and how the mandate's not there, so you're ready and willing to break that law. What happened to the parents here that broke that mandate? They're not even allowed to come in here and speak up for their kids anymore because they were trespassed. Trespassed from a public building that I'm told is private, which is another just mind-boggling thing. But again, you're trying to call a special meeting to break the law because you don't agree with it, where's our police force to pull you guys out? You pulled us out when we weren't following a mandate. But what do we have for you guys? You're going to think that it's okay because other schools are following in line, or because the governor's only going to take 1 month of your pay? And we all know, I mean, this should be a second job. It's a public servant thing, but probably most of you, this is your only job. But at $54,000 a year, who can't, you know, have their savings to be okay with that 1 month that they're going to remove? So I know that the governor's threats are empty on you. But what you're looking at is going against the law to force something on people that already made a choice for their own kids and their own family, when we couldn't even violate a mandate on our way walking out the door. So I don't know how you can sit there and feel vindicated, validated, that you're okay. You know, we can't talk about anything else, but you know, take care of your own house before you try to tell what other people should be doing in our houses, because we do know a little bit about what's going on in some houses.
Thank you. Thank you. Next. Good morning. Yes.
So I wanted to come here and say I absolutely disagree with you guys calling another meeting to enforce masking our children and preventing them from breathing oxygen. Y'all have to understand what the numbers are, and the numbers speak for themselves. Statistically, the children between ages of 0 and 17 have a 0% chance of dying from this. I have the numbers right here that was printed on 8/12 from the CDC, right here, okay? All sexes between the ages of 0 and 17, 354 deaths with COVID, okay? That's a statistical number of 0.00055,825%. Cases, we're in a case-demic right now. There were 4.2 million cases in the last 18 months. These PCR tests are going to expire because guess what? Right now they can't differentiate between the flu and the COVID. So what are we doing? And we're testing healthy people. These are facts. These are stats, and y'all can fact check me on this. But to prevent people from breathing oxygen, to call a special mandate to break a law, do you not think that Governor DeSantis cares about our children? We care about our children, but it's not your job to put coverings over our children's face, right? It is not y'all's duty to do that. So it's our duty as parents to what we put in our children and on our children, not you guys. You're not supposed to keep our kids safe. We do that. If you're going to start mandating the food that they put in their bodies, we have a childhood epidemic of obesity. We have a heart disease issue. That's what's going on in our country. We have a suicide epidemic. The girls between the ages of 12 and 17 have a 40% increase in suicide because they're alienated from their friends and family.
Okay, let's keep it to
this
the masks.
is our problem.
Not to the meeting, not the masks, the meeting.
So I discourage you guys talking, even getting together to adjourn for another meeting to decide whether or not we want to mask our children. That is my choice. To whether I put a mask on my child, it's not yours. So please stay with the law and what the governor proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. The next two.
Our next two speakers are Eric Weather and Anne Marie Weather.
Good morning.
Good morning. In regards to the motion on the table, I'd recommend, I'm speaking against that. I'd recommend tabling that until the next meeting when the findings from the ongoing legal issues are kind of more clear. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
So I am as well also offering my opinion that to call a special meeting, while that is not illegal, asking the board to vote on something that breaks the law is inciting the board members to break the law. And frankly, if it proceeds, I would offer the idea of a recall of certain board members that are promoting breaking a law. Okay? Let the lawsuits play out. Then maybe you won't be breaking a law. I will not argue against anything that is following the law. But when you are trying to break the law, it's gone too far. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next two speakers are Brad Rosenheim and Hajar Kadivar.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Brad Rosenheim, and I'd like to thank Caprice Edmond for the motion to have this special meeting, and for the second. As you get ready to discuss this and to vote on it, I want to make sure that you're all aware that approximately 2 weeks ago, I started a petition on change.org for this very reason, to have a special meeting to talk about what was happening with this pandemic as we approached a school year in which it seemed like the school board and the superintendent were completely unprepared as it developed quickly. To this date, we have over 3,000 signatures on this petition. There's another petition that specifically asks for mask mandates, which has over 2,000 signatures. I think it's important for you all to know this, because you've been hearing the voices of people that are frankly coming in with a lot of misinformation. They want the same thing that we want. They want the safety of their children. And I applaud them for their vocal nature. I myself have not wanted to come to one of these meetings, especially as the numbers went up, for fear of being in a room with people that were not masked as we let things down. Now, Dr. Grego, you mentioned during the workshop about your neighbor and how she thanked you for her choice. I want to just compare the numbers that we're seeing in these petitions to that of your neighbor. I'm glad that you speak to your neighbors, but I think it's important to open your eyes to what the community wants. We're split right now, I agree. You all are in a position of power, and it's constitutional power. Right? Mr. Kapersky can give you legal advice on the executive order, which is being challenged. There are other counties that have been brave enough to have this very meeting before their school year started, and they have taken action. Okay? There are more kids in the hospital right now than there ever have been during this pandemic, and yet we're sending them off to school. Hopefully later you'll hear from my daughter. My daughter is here today, so is my son, because they've been to school for 3 days this year before they had a COVID encounter. So far they've tested negative. I'm not at work today because I have to stay home and take care of them. I've emailed you all this. I have not received many responses, and I don't know if you're paying attention, but there are thousands of people in this community who would like you to take action, and I applaud this motion for an extra meeting, an emergency meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my
Welcome.
name is Dr. Kadivar, and I'm a family physician, which means I've been trained to treat both pediatric patients and adults. I also have a master's in public health, and finally, I'm a mother of 2 children in Pinellas County schools. We are in a medical and public health crisis. Both adult and pediatric hospitals are overrun with COVID patients. My patients that need non-emergent yet life-prolonging and symptomatic control procedures are not able to get them done because of this. Last week, I admitted a patient to hospice because of this. We need the opportunity to discuss all the measures afforded to us to help limit the spread of COVID for the health of our entire community. I am speaking on behalf of myself and my physician pediatric hospitalist colleague who is at home taking care of her 2 children. She is not here to share her story of how, despite working all year in a hospital along with her husband and sending their children to school all last year, none of them got COVID. After 1 week of being back in school without a mask mandate, both of her children have COVID. She is not able to be here to share her story, but more importantly, she is not able to be at the hospital to take care of the people within this community that are sick. So I ask you to please have this meeting so you can discuss all the measures that we can take into effect to help protect our children and our entire community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next 2 speakers are Stephen Johnson and Tammy Kaplan.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having us here and letting us speak. I'm really thankful
this year that my two daughters got the opportunity to go to school, and we had the choice. And I know that there's a lot of data out there, and everybody argues good and bad data, and so I only go by what I see and what I know, and because there's so many stories out there, and what I know is that the smile on a child's face is one of the greatest healing elements in the world, and I think that you're all up there because you believe that as well. And to keep our children from seeing these smiles, and to keep our children from communicating through smiles and frowns and disappointment and all these other emotions that you're probably viewing on my face that you would not view had I had a mask on. I believe that this meeting should happen. I do not believe that masks should be mandated in any way, and I believe it should be our choice. I appreciate the opportunity to be heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hello. Can you guys, okay. First of all, thank you, Caprice. I do appreciate you bringing this up. And one of the things that I wanted to say was going back to some comments that Dr. Grego had, in which he talked about what we need to do this year is work with common sense. And I also feel that we need to be making our decisions based on information and not fear. And outside, before the meeting started, it was a crazy...
Can you speak a little louder? They've turned the mic up, but we're still
Sorry.
almost hearing.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, before the meeting outside, just
As
getting
you were
in
coming
here,
in,
it was very crazy. A lot of people yelling and screaming, all kinds of things that I think what we need to do, I think we need to have the meeting because all voices need to be heard, and we need to be able to sit down and talk about this. I am of the personal opinion that it's not actually a law because I personally feel, based upon my knowledge and understanding, that the executive order that was made was not constitutional. That's my opinion, whatever. But in lieu of that, I do feel that having this meeting is something that's extremely important because we're not just talking about whether or not kids are dying. We're talking about kids being sick. We're talking about kids missing school. We're talking about community members. We're talking about people who have autoimmune disorders, like myself. We're talking about people who have cancer. We've already lost a teacher this year. We lost teachers last year. An 8-year-old in Tallahassee just died recently. It doesn't have to be this way. We know that with masking, while it would be wonderful if me wearing my mask protected me 100%. That would be great, but that is not what the data suggests. That's not what the CDC says. That's not what the AAP says. Masks protect an infected person from infecting other people. I would love to feel that the mask on my face right now is going to prevent me from getting sick, because I have 6 autoimmune disorders, but it's not. And I feel therefore the most important thing that we can do, not permanently, because nobody wants to wear the masks. Nobody wants to wear them permanently. That's not the point. The point is, how do we keep our children safe? How do we keep our communities safe? So I do feel strongly that you need to have this meeting. You need to talk to doctors, experts, epidemiologists, infectious disease specialists, and see what they're saying. I don't believe that the CDC and the AAP would have changed their guidance as they did if it wasn't absolutely crucial. And also, like the other mom up here, my youngest was in school. I think she's missed 6 days of school so far because we got sick. I've got another daughter who's already missed 4 days, and another daughter that I don't even know. It's insane. And yes, my family has immune problems, so that is an issue. But at the same time, if everybody was wearing a mask.
Thank you.
Our next 2 speakers are Kristen Strecker and Denise Delbrun.
Hello.
Good morning.
Apparently, if we're on one side of things, we can say how we feel up here, but if we're on the other side, we're only supposed to stick to about the meeting, right? Because
No.
I watched a lab coat doctor tell her whole speech. She read her speech that was prepared for later, and then the lady that just went read her speech that was prepared for later. So there's a little bit of bias going on. So I'm going to stick to what we're actually talking about right now, about the meeting.
Thank you.
And we knew this was coming. That's why everyone is here. We knew you guys were going to try to pull some stuff. We were prepared for it. We knew you guys think you're above the law. We already seen that. So we're ready. We already know it's coming. I don't think you should do it. I think we should wait and see what unfolds with the lawsuits. You know, let the dust settle. We are doing better than other counties. I know Hillsborough is doing much, much worse than we are. So maybe theirs made more sense. But right now, the data suggests that it doesn't make sense here. So I am against the meeting, but I understand we already knew it was coming. Let's wait for the lawsuits and see what happens.
Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you for allowing us to speak. My name is Denise Delbrun. I am a mother of 2 Pinellas County schools students. They're 10 years old and unable to get vaccinated. I am also a registered nurse and the wife of a physician. Member Cook, I was not here present vocal enough for you because I was at home taking care of my children while my husband worked 16-hour days in a hospital. I would also like to share with you the social worker at our school. She gave me permission. She says,
This is about the mask meeting.
I'm asking that you have a meeting
Thank you.
and discuss masks. At our school, our social worker. If you are speaking, you have permission to share my story. I tested positive 10 days after starting work at an elementary school. I am fully vaccinated and I have COVID and have had COVID in the past. I wear my mask everywhere and go
stop a
almost
minute, please.
anywhere.
Stop the clock. I am doing the best I can when somebody says this is about the meeting. I am trying to give everyone the same amount of leeway, and yet, excuse me. I am trying to give everyone the same amount of leeway as well as keep them within the parameters. So if you all would please cooperate with stating why you believe we should or should not have the meeting,
Right.
then we're good. I am not trying to be biased one way or the other. I am going to do the best I can. And at the same time, I'm human, and at the same time, I am trying to listen to what the people are saying. So please, please, try and cooperate.
Madam Chair, if you don't mind my adding to that.
Yes.
It is very difficult to distinguish between the need to advocate for a special meeting or advocate against having a special meeting without giving the rationale.
Exactly.
And so I understand that people may be speaking to notes that they already had. If that's the case, then we do not expect to see them after the meeting. But for them to explain why they oppose or advocate for a special meeting, I believe that does include some of the rationale that they have.
Okay. And I will ask for your help as well. Thank you. All right, you have 2 minutes and 4 seconds.
Yes. So our
and we'll
social
give-
worker, I tested 10 days after starting work at an elementary school. I am fully vaccinated and have had COVID in the past. I wear my mask everywhere and go almost nowhere that has a significant number of people except to work. I was in numerous staff meetings and district-wide trainings this previous week where people were not wearing masks. I was working at school the day I tested positive, but I had no symptoms. Thankfully, I was wearing my mask the entire time, so I didn't expose any students. But we are a tragedy waiting to happen. Again, this is not pseudoscience. These are children, they are minors, and they don't have an option. I have the option, you all have an option, they don't. It is your job as elected board members to take their safety as the #1 reason why we should or should not have a mask mandate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next 2 speakers are Mark Clutho and Nancy Velarde.
Yeah, we could do that.
Mark Clutho.
Welcome.
Well, I believe you definitely should have a meeting to determine whether or not, and I think you should decide on mask. Good decision on your part. They do work, and there shouldn't be any hesitation whatsoever. You heard the doctor speak. There needs to be weight put behind that.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hello. I see no harm with having a meeting to have a discussion. It is your constitutional responsibility to do so, which is the highest law in the land, the Florida Constitution. Puts the responsibility for the safety of your employees and the children that they teach squarely in your hands. So obviously, calling a meeting to have this discussion again as things have worsened makes perfect logical sense. Any death is too many. We've already lost one employee. I attended his funeral. I do not want to attend any more this year, and certainly not those of children. Please at least have the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next two speakers are Sybil Phalo and Annette Wiley.
Mhm. And after the first person speaks, if you'll call the next one, I think we can move it along. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for. I'm double masked because I have a vulnerable member in my family. Forgive me if my voice shakes. I have 3 children in the wonderful public magnet schools. I also work in healthcare. But I'm here to talk about the real reason why I'm so passionate about holding a special meeting to consider the mask mandate. My child, Anna. She was my second born, and she died on a ventilator while my husband and I watched helpless. As a parent who has lost a child to respiratory illness and one that works with vulnerable children, I implore you to follow the scientific community. Every child's life matters. So when someone tells you the survival rate for COVID in children, please think of my daughter, Anna, who would be among the most vulnerable. Think of the children who have long-term health impacts and those who have died of COVID, a preventable disease. My family does not have the option to homeschool or virtual school, and we trust that their amazing public school will do the best that they can to protect them. They can't do this without your support. Masks work, and they literally save lives. So please, hold your special meeting immediately to mandate masks in schools and protect our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Or just one more after this, and we'll just keep rolling them one at a time. Okay. And welcome to you. Good morning.
Hi, I apologize. I left my regular glasses in the car. I came with a speech, and I am
the meeting.
so grateful for Caprice Edmond and those of you that support this mask hearing, because I come today to speak to you on behalf of children. I am a 35-year veteran of Pinellas County Schools. I never thought I would be in a movie called The Hunger Games, of where may the odds forever be in your favor. To those of you shaking your heads in the audience, I've buried family. I've buried a coworker last year. I have coworkers right now who are fighting COVID. I have children, students that are fighting COVID. And quite frankly, the statistics about child death is incorrect, because in the 500 days when DeSantis—
You're addressing the board, not the audience, please.
Closed the schools, there were 500 days until July 21st of this year. 7 kids died. In 22 days since he unconstitutionally bullied us into no mask mandates, 4 kids have died. One was a 3rd-grade child in Leon County, and that teacher is devastated. I came here to resign today because I will not participate in the endangerment of children. And quite frankly, reading the comments to the press from some board members is quite infuriating, because there are children dying. There are people dying. And the TVs are full of people that didn't vaccinate or believe in this, and they wish they had. And Superintendent, I look at you with all respect, and
So
I
the
say I
meeting-
have no confidence when you go on press conferences with Ron DeSantis. So I pray that you allow me to continue teaching because I'm a darn good teacher. My parents
Address
burning
the
my
meeting,
phone
please.
up. Vote to have the meeting.
Thank
Our
you.
students, you might not see if they're not handicapped that they have an underlying condition, but they do. And I won't participate in this insanity. When did we not decide to take care of children? To our politician.
Thank you. I understand.
The next speaker will be Siobhan Gorham.
Thank you. No, after you.
After you.
Yep, you're next. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay. I don't know how to.
Yeah, they'll turn it up a little bit when you start to speak.
Okay. My name is Michelle Nadeau. I'm here as a parent of 2 elementary school students, as a business owner and employment lawyer in Clearwater, who wants businesses to stay open and employees, many of whom are parents, to keep working, and as the wife of a teacher who worked in this district for 14 years until leaving the classroom this year. I am here to ask you to please vote in favor of having this meeting to discuss whether or not you will reinstate a temporary mask mandate to protect our children, to protect your employees, and to protect our community. Cases are several times higher than they were at the start of the school year last year when you wisely implemented a mask mandate. All we're asking is that you do the same thing this year. Not forever, but as a temporary measure while the cases are surging again. I am getting daily messages from friends about kids testing positive, about kids being quarantined. These constant, I mean, you've heard it from these other people, these constant absences from school are far more disruptive than masks could ever be. This room has more social distancing than my kids' 1st and 4th grade classrooms do. And with the delay in reporting the confirmed cases that we're all aware of, masks provide a vital layer of protection for us all. Universal masking works. We're not new at this anymore. We're 18 months in. Nearly all of you are in masks. We know that they work, but they work when everyone wears them. Please listen to the experts, listen to the American Academy of Pediatrics, the experts in children's health, listen to the public health experts. Bring in, at this meeting, bring in local experts who can tell you what the hospital situation is like, what the public health situation is like, and listen to them.
For the meeting. Yes,
at the meeting. I'm a lawyer. You don't need to act because you're afraid of litigation. Litigation isn't scary. It's fine. We do it. You have a constitutional right to govern schools in this county. I have a different legal opinion than your lawyer, and that's fine. We can let it play out in the courts. This issue is not decided. We have several counties who have chosen to implement mask mandates, even in the face of the executive order. We ask that you consider doing the same. We can get through this surge if we do it together. We can get these young kids to the vaccine. My kids can't get vaccinated yet. And I'm just hoping they can get there without catching COVID first. Please vote in favor of a special meeting. I support Ms. Edmond in her motion. And please consider implementing the mask mandate to protect students, teachers, and staff. Thanks.
Thank you.
The next speaker to follow would be Blythe Davenport.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Ms. Edmond, for making this motion. I respectfully request that you vote in favor of a special meeting to discuss requiring masks in school. This is an important issue, a community issue, that deserves the careful consideration of the school board. Unplanned quarantines will be measurably more disruptive to the learning environment than wearing masks. We are asking for the opportunity, for the choice, to send our students and our children into a safe learning environment. I noticed that a number of you are wearing masks. Today, I would ask you to consider the reasons why and apply them to our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Carla Rudolph.
Good morning.
Good morning. First of all, I want to say thank you. I don't envy you. I definitely respect you for volunteering to lead, especially during a difficult time, and that includes making difficult decisions. I wholeheartedly ask you to hold a special meeting to discuss the mask mandate as laid out by Mrs. Edmonds, and I'd ask you all to vote in favor of that mandate. I've been hearing other people mention how an executive order is not the same as a statute passed by the legislative branch. And finally, to anyone citing statistical cases, I would invite you to go to those 354 parents who lost a child and tell them that their kid doesn't deserve better. They can't see their kids smile anymore. And that, to me, is a nightmare. So thank you again, and I just implore you to do what is right.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Bruce Poppy.
Good morning.
Good morning. I don't want us to look and seem like we're enemies here. I think we all want what's best for the kids. But there's a lot of stuff that's hard to decipher what's true and what's a lie. I'm not so sure having a second meeting is going to do any good for you guys or for any of us, because people are blinded to the truth. And I loved it. Sweet, thank you for saying what you did. It doesn't seem to make sense to have a meeting to decide if you're going to break the law. There are cases. Why not just wait? You know, patience is a virtue. I don't think we need to jump into things. The last speaker talked about 350-some kids who died. That's in all the United States for a year. And I feel bad for that, but 8,000 some people die in the United States every day. There are a lot of other things going on besides the COVID. And if we want to come up here and speak about emotions, and I hear a lot of emotions, there's a lot of fear. Those emotions shouldn't guide your life. You should use your noggin, your conscious mind, not your subconscious mind, and explain things with your conscious mind and facts. If you can't do that, I think that's a clue that you're living by your emotions and you're not being rational. So if any of you, Caprice, if you take all that stuff that you said, it sounds like there's a lot of fear, and I think there's a lot of fear in a lot of people. And I'm guilty of all of this. We all are. None of us is perfect. I get that. But if you lead your life by your emotions, if you can't take what somebody says and say, okay, explain that to me with facts and proof and list it out and make it into a logical statement, then you're going by your emotions, and I think you need to question what you're doing. God doesn't want us to live like that. He wants us to reason. And I have a feeling that through all of this, there's a lot of lies being thrown around, especially on the TV. You have to really discern, and if you can't discern, if it's true, say yes. If it's a lie, say no. If you can't discern, ask the one. He knows what's going on. It's really hard to get the truth from a lot of people. And there are doctors who are saying on one side, they're saying, oh, no, that's okay, just do everything. They're just following the mandates, following everything. And then there's doctors who they know the truth of what's going on, and they're afraid because people are being censored and there's lies, and they're afraid to speak out. And then there's the doctors who have everything to lose. Those are the ones who are speaking out, and they're losing it. They're losing their license because their truth is being censored. And those are the people I want you to listen to because they have everything on the line. Those are the people who are speaking the truth. Why else would they? I don't have kids in Pinellas County School System.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next speaker to follow would be Nikki Gell.
Good morning.
Good morning, Bruce
We'll call
Poppy
it
from
morning.
Dunedin. I am vehemently opposed to the, just so I understand, the motion is that you want to have a meeting to talk about breaking the law. We've talked about that. Even Mr. Kapersky said it's unlawful. This has been a seemingly ongoing problem with the school board going back to last year when one of the executive orders came out and they decided that this did not apply to the Pinellas County School Board, so they kept the kids in the mask for another 2 months, and then conveniently the mask mandate expired on the last day of school. So I'm vehemently opposed to this board taking criminal unlawful action. It's been done all over the state, 3 or 4 other counties doing the same thing, and they're just thumbing your nose at the, hierarchy of authority that you're stepping on stuff that you don't know. Yeah, there's a lot of fear. Even the gentleman who did the invocation, when we started, he mentioned fear from the very beginning, but he forgot to mention that God didn't give us a spirit of fear, but a power, love, and a sound mind. So, I mean, it boggles my mind that you guys want to continue to go down this criminal road, but I do understand for a certain reason. We spoke earlier, somebody mentioned earlier, one of the board members, that, it's important for openness and transparency, for the public. Well, if we're going to be open and transparent, the criminality that are in some of your families is what needs to be exposed.
We're not, no, we're talking about the
I'm talking
meeting.
about the meeting. I'm talking about you guys wanting to have a meeting that is criminal and unlawful in nature, and I understand where that's coming from, because there are, people
Please
need
be
to
careful.
understand what's going on in some of the households on this board. There's a criminal nature. Criminal nature.
I understand.
I mean, I don't want to have
Mr. Poppy,
somebody
Mr.
making
Poppy,
decisions for my
can you
children.
stop this? Mr. Poppy, can you please stop speaking for a moment? You need to speak to whether or not the board is going to have another meeting.
I am speaking to the word. Whether,
Yeah, I know it, but you
I
continue
do
to
not
refer
want you
to
to
another
have the
member's
meeting.
family, and that has nothing to do with
I
whether or
didn't
not the
call
board
it
should have
anybody.
another meeting.
I'm just saying. Yeah, it has everything to do with, because the person making the decision or making the motion is a criminal and unlawful motion. That's what they're wanting you to do, is participate in criminality and unlawfulness. If I don't want to get into the I have a whole other speech that I could do on the mask thing. But no, it's the unlawful and criminal nature of the school board that is driving us crazy. And there's so much divergent science that nobody can agree. There's fear on this, there's, this and that. This whole situation is meant to divide us, and I'm not going to participate anymore. I don't have kids in the school, but yeah, so long as you guys are confiscating close to 40% of my property taxes to fund your criminal enterprise, I have a voice in what should be done. So I'm not, happy, and I am vehemently opposed to any meeting to engage in criminal activity or the furtherance of criminal activity on the board.
Right. Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Tiana Craw.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Hello, can you hear me? My name is Nikki Gell. I am from St. Petersburg, and I have a kindergartner in a magnet program in St. Pete. Thank you so much, Ms. Edmond. I'm sorry for my voice quivering, but thank you so much for putting that motion in, and Ms. Crane for your seconding of it. Or was it Ms. Hine? I'm sorry. But anyway, I just wanted to say thank you for that, and please have this meeting. And the reason why I want you to have this meeting is that I have a 2-year-old and a 5-year-old, and my children are not eligible to receive a COVID vaccine. They probably won't be able to until January at the earliest. So my daughter's only means of protection right now is wearing a mask in school. Per the Florida Department of Health's most recent weekly report, the COVID positivity rate in our community is over 20%. And at the end of the school year last year, it was a lot lower. It was under 10%, and that's when our kids were wearing masks. And it wasn't as transmissible. COVID wasn't at the time. So, since March 2020, our students have sacrificed so much to mitigate the spread of COVID. Older students ended their high school careers in virtual schooling. Endless opportunities to connect with teachers and friends in person were lost. A lot of students fell behind. Parents had to miss work. And many had to drop out of the workforce to homeschool their children or virtual school their children. But, last year, thanks to the mask wearing and the mitigation strategies, our students and teachers were able to safely return to the classroom. These children sacrificed for our community. Now is their hour of need. Despite all the scientific authority and evidence pointing to the need for mask wearing, we're collectively shrugging our shoulders. I do urge you to have this meeting. My 5-year-old shares a table with 3 other children. She wears a mask daily, but the child who directly faces her, who is much closer than 6 feet away, more like 2.5 feet away, face to face with her, does not. There's no plexiglass barrier between the children. The only thing potentially protecting my child from COVID is her mask, but we know that is insufficient. Her fellow students must also wear masks. The teachers and other staff members must wear masks. Children, teachers, staff, and bus drivers are falling ill. People who are opposed to masking children often mention the relatively low mortality rate, but what we should be talking about with children is morbidity, their long-term effects. We all know about long COVID. Children get long COVID too. They get hospitalized with COVID, they get tracheostomies, they get myocarditis, they can have a whole host of serious health consequences, some of them long-term, and yes, some of them do die. So please call this emergency meeting. This is not about political ideology. This is about public health. My child is only 5 years old. The current policy of the school board forces her to be responsible for her own safety and health in an unsafe environment. You can act now to change that because you have been empowered by the citizens of this county to take this into your own hands. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Crystal Calderoni.
Welcome.
Hello. Let me just start off by saying, last I checked, my children are mine and not yours. Oops. You do not get to make any decision to force muzzle my children or any other medical decisions for that matter. That is my decision. I do not co-parent with any of you or any other part of the government. Whatever happened to my body, my choice, or does that only apply to abortions? If you decide to defy governor's orders or laws, then it's only fair that we as parents defy your mandates. See how that works? Fair game, right? You are teaching our children that laws and orders don't matter. What you and every other school district is doing in Florida is doing is illegal. You need to stop using our children as political pawns. Stop with the political bullcrap. Last year, there was no difference between masked and unmasked kids. You know, more kids die from the flu every year, so why didn't you or any other district mandate them for that? Why? Because it's all a political ploy. This isn't about our child's safety. You know it, I know it, and everyone knows it. Stop trying to push your leftist bullcrap propaganda.
And are you in favor or against the meeting being held?
I mean, obviously, you know I'm against them, so.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Jamie Jodoin.
Welcome.
Hello. I'll just keep it short to say that I am in favor of a meeting to discuss reinstating the mask mandate. The pandemic is worse now than it was last year, and the school board does need to meet to discuss the best way to keep our students safe.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Deborah Lewis.
Hi, thank you for having us here and to allow us to speak. Perhaps I don't really understand how this all works, but we're having a meeting to discuss whether we're going to have another meeting to discuss masks. It just seems to me everyone's here. I'm not at work because I want to be here to talk about why I don't think that you should be forcing my kid to wear a mask in school. I've taken the day off work. I'm sure other people here have taken the day off work. I mean, why can't we talk about this right now? Why do we have to have a special meeting to talk about this? Not only are we talking about breaking the law, but if we're going to schedule a time to break the law, why don't we just break it now? I'm not in favor of this breaking the law at all or having a special meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Pam McAloon.
Good afternoon.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I respectfully come before you, and I've got a teacher who is my daughter and a granddaughter in your school district. So it's very important. My mother died, and we believe it was because of COVID, but we cannot prove it because of the lack of care and cremation. So I come before you, and I resent the fact that I respect you all, but I resent the fact that we're calling a meeting to break the law. You guys are in charge of our children, and we all teach our children to stand with the law. Don't break it. You know, the most important thing is we've got the CDC this last week filling out an article about how they feel that the masks don't help the children. So read that article and help with the science and help us understand a lot of this and get rid of the politics. The politics are, this is against the law. Mask mandates are against the law in the state of Florida. We stand by the law. Our children are being trained by us as parents and grandparents. Follow the law. Don't break it. I respect you all to make a wonderful decision. I thank you, and I appreciate you hearing. I don't want this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Patty Sidote.
Good afternoon.
Good morning, everybody, and I appreciate you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I appreciate you giving us all the opportunity to speak to this issue. It's a very important one. I'm Pam McAloon. I am the parent of 3 children and grandmother of 8. So I'm a pretty busy lady. Even though my actual children are now no longer in the public school system, I still felt it was a duty to come here and speak to the issue of this potential mask mandate that you want to entertain doing, and I am against the law. I mean, I'm against the meeting. I don't think it's necessary. I think it wastes taxpayer dollars when you could be deciding something else. The way I view we do not have a mask mandate law. Everyone talks about don't break the law. There's another bill that was signed into law in Tallahassee recently, and that's the Parental Bill of Rights. And what does that do? That puts the parent, it clears up the fact, or this noise about parents' responsibilities. They have the responsibility to be the final arbiter for their children. And I think most of you would agree. And I like the fact that I see some of you wearing masks and some of you not wearing masks. I've done research too on, being a retired registered nurse and having participated in clinical trials within the field of oncology. I'm very much a data cruncher. And still, the #1 cause of deaths in children are accidents. It's not COVID. This variant, yes, it appears to be more highly transmissible, but the mortality rate in children without comorbidities is not as high. Cases, we hear about cases, and that is what is freaking people out. And I can understand that. The thing about the other issue with the mask, and I know I'm not supposed to be speaking to the mask specifically, but the Journal of the American Medical Association just recently published an article about how children should be unmasked, given the fact that there are higher concentrations of carbon dioxide that they found was at least 5 times higher after a child wore a mask for only 3 minutes. With a mask mandate, we're looking at, 5 days? 5 hours per day. Now, I'm going to get off of the mask. I know that's going to be for another time, but I see no reason why parents do not have the right to choose for their own children whether or not they should, wear a mask. They certainly choose what they serve them at dinner time, breakfast, lunch, and that's fine too. That's a parental responsibility. I would like to, in closing, add that those who would trade, or this is actually a quote from Thomas Jefferson, those who would trade liberty for security.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Amy Morrow.
Okay. And good afternoon.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right, thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. I'm here to enforce my rights. And in Florida, this is our right to choose for our children. I just want to say that I am not in favor of any additional meetings on mask mandates. I just want to say that I have an immune system situation going on because all last year I went through chemo and radiation, and I'm a survivor. So the bottom line is it's my responsibility to protect my body, and I do so by staying healthy, eating properly, and doing what's right so that I can stay healthy with a healthy gut and immune system. My doctors say be careful. I wear the mask where I feel I need to wear the mask, and I take the responsibility, period. If people around me want to wear a mask, more power to them. But I think it's every individual's right, and we all must be healthy and stay healthy. And it's our right, it's our responsibility to do that. And it shouldn't be on anyone else, enforcing that to us. So I thank you, and I don't believe in another meeting.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Julie Vane.
Good afternoon.
Good morning. I'll save my lengthier comments for later, but thank you, Ms. Edmond, for your motion. I support the special meeting to decide on a mandate mask in school.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Karen Perez.
Hello, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me? Sorry. Thank you again for time to address the board. I am opposed to the special meeting for the mask mandate request motion that was approved. The Parents' Bill of Rights, HB 241, was signed into legislation with the 2021 legislative session and went through all the procedures appropriately. And then on top of that, the governor signed Executive Order 21-175 on July 30th. I'm going to read a portion of that executive order so you understand what the governor's standpoint is and where you all are directly opposing the governor, the state legislature, and the parents of this community by bringing up this issue again, by voting on having a meeting to break the law. Whereas on, this is just a portion of the executive order, whereas on June 29, 2021, I signed into law HB 241, the Parent Bill of Rights, which prevents the state, its subdivision, or any governmental institution from infringing on the fundamental rights of a parent to direct the upbringing, education, health care, or mental health of a minor child without demonstrating that such action is reasonable and necessary to achieve compelling state interest, and that such action is narrowly tailored and is not otherwise served by less restrictive means. Whereas pursuant to federal law, Florida law, all parents have the right to make health care decisions for their minor children. Whereas many school districts are scheduled to begin the classes on August 10th, which is less than 2 weeks away, and within 4 weeks, virtually all public schools across Florida will be underway. Therefore, immediate action is needed to protect the fundamental rights of parents to make health and educational decisions for their children. Whereas Florida statutes mandate Florida Department of Health to adopt rules, consultations with the Department of Education, governing and controlling the preventable communicable diseases, including procedures for exempting children from immunization requirements. And the State Board of Education did, as you all know, speak to that on the 18th, I believe it was. Whereas pursuant to Section 1008-32 Florida statutes state if the State Board of Education determines that a district school board is unwilling or unable to comply with the law, the State Board shall have the authority to, among other things, withhold transfer of state funds, discretionary grant funds, discretionary lottery funds, or any other funds specified as eligible for this purpose by the legislature until the school district complies. And I want to stop at that point just so I can have the comments that if you have people saying just take the litigation, you all are endangering our financial well-being here in this school board and in the county. And it is your fiduciary responsibility to not take an action that you know will bring litigation. And I am very much opposed to this action. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Ryan Lessie.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Corinne Perez, and I'm against this meeting. I think it's not only unlawful, I think it's also flouts the face of natural law, which is that parental choice is a thing. It's a natural law. You have a child for 9 months, you give birth to it, the government doesn't then tell you, I could tell you what to do with your child. It doesn't make any sense. Another thing is I would like to ask if you do have this meeting that there be different sides proposed from medical experts, because I just went through this like deja vu last week at another emergency meeting, And it was very one-sided, the medical advice. Never once did I hear a peep about the psychological repercussions of putting children in masks for up to 9 hours a day, about the physical repercussions, other sicknesses, because people have examined those masks after 8 hours, and the bacteria and filth that resides in them that children constantly breathe in are an issue. The lack of oxygen and the hindrance of learning and attention span, the social repercussions of trying to social distance children that don't really understand those concepts and really shouldn't be subjected to them when there's such little risk statistically. I would like to see those kinds of things acknowledged or even discussed, whatever the outcome may be. I feel like this is always a very one-sided issue. Like I said, I painstakingly sat through an emergency meeting last week that only presented one side of the story, which was very disappointing because at the heart of all of this, it's a piece of cloth or it's a medical device, but even on the box, I would also love a medical expert to address that. It says it does not protect from COVID-19. If you were to vape and exhale, you would see all the smoke come out of the mask. Those are microparticles. So we need to address pragmatically what this is all about. If it really does work, if this is really political, or if this is really a preventative measure, because our children's lives are on the line. You and I did not have to endure this kind of political climate when we were in school. We got to see our children, other children laugh, play, we got to touch, taste, we got to do all that kind of great stuff that seems so simple then, it's so complex now. And kids who don't have that, who grow up with that, without that, just think about what that's gonna do to them. You know, we can't fathom it probably because we didn't have to contend with any of those things when we were children. We got to be free. So please, you know, I beg you that even if you do have the meeting, to take these things into consideration. It is not that cut and dry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lessie is not in.
Who is the next person?
It was Ryan Lessie. He's not present.
Maybe.
Let's see.
Can you give us her name?
Okay, we'll pass today, thank you.
Oh,
That was
okay.
for Ryan, he'll pass today.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And after Ryan?
Melise Rosenheim, followed by Shalia Siraj.
Good afternoon.
Hello. So just to be clear and on the record, it would be great to have this meeting to discuss the mask mandate. I would strongly encourage you in the meantime to talk to doctors, to visit hospitals, to see what a child sick with COVID looks like, so that you have a good mental picture of what it is that you will be discussing and voting on. We all agree that the numbers are way worse than last year. So I don't understand why we're doing way less than last year. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a
The
moment.
speaker to follow would be Madeline Meyer.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Dear members of the board, my name is Dr. Shayla Siraj, and I'm a pediatrician in Pinellas County. I've been practicing for 8 years, and I'm here today to show my support for the meeting that was brought up earlier. I am not here to debate opinions. I would like to share what we're seeing in the hospital as just a background and rationale for why it's important to call experts in a meeting and to discuss what's happening with our children with COVID-19. So last year when the pandemic began, I will admit I was a little bit taken aback and possibly relieved that it was not affecting our children in the same way as it was in our adult counterparts. But as we fast forward 1.5 years later, and the Delta variant of this virus is truly wreaking havoc in the current environment that I work in, we've now had to place special COVID units with children that are sick. Yes, we call them cases, but I would not recommend that anybody would actually want their child to be a case that I have personally seen and taken care of. Many of these cases can be like the adult counterparts with respiratory illnesses. Many of them are actually new cases with neurologic complications we don't know what to do with, to be quite frank. And we went from basically thinking that we dodged a bullet to now having these entire COVID units for kids. I don't know what else to really say except that I really need people to come to the hospitals and see what we're seeing. And all the while, my healthcare workforce is the first time in 8 years I've had to turn children away from our hospital. And I will tell you that is heartbreaking, and it's because of staff. It's not just beds and all of the medical equipment that people talk about. Our staff is so tired, and I really, really need to advocate for them as well. As someone had mentioned, the case positivity rate for children in Pinellas County is above 20%. I feel like this is unacceptable, and having a meeting where we can actually discuss with experts there and discuss the science, all sorts of information that's out there. We live in a world of information overload, and I totally understand that, but we can have a rational conversation about at least temporarily doing something that, like masking, that we know works for our children. We did it last year. I don't know why it's a big deal to be able to discuss doing it again in a time where we're surging. And I really implore you to think about who you'll invite and being able to agree, like a broad perspective, but discussing just the facts and discussing what we're experiencing in a local setting with physicians present. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Dr. Akshata Hopkins.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Madeline Meir. I am a board-certified pediatrician and a pediatric hospital medicine doctor in St. Petersburg. And I'd like to advocate for the meeting that was proposed by Ms. Edmonds in the strongest of terms. For the last 18 months, I've been caring for infants and children infected with COVID-19. And over the last 2 months, in our community, we have seen an exponential increase in the number of COVID-positive children, as well as an extraordinary increase in the number of those who have become sick enough to require hospitalization. I have personally taken care of babies as young as 3 weeks old who have been infected with COVID. These children have come to us dehydrated and requiring oxygen. They have had inflammation of their hearts and their blood vessels and significant injury to their lungs. Some have died. And even at one of the largest children's hospitals in Florida, we don't have enough staffed beds for the number of sick children that we're seeing. The Delta variant of COVID-19 has impacted children in a way that just wasn't seen with the Alpha variant earlier in the pandemic. The R0, or the measure of how contagious a virus is 3 to 4 times higher for the Delta variant than it was for the Alpha strain. This means that many more children are being infected, and those children are becoming much sicker than we ever saw before. As we await FDA approval of the COVID vaccine for children under 12 years old, the single best line of defense to keep children safe is universal masking in schools. As a pediatrician, I believe it is imperative to their education, their development, and their mental health that children remain in school. But the only way to do that safely is for teachers and children to wear masks as a means of containing their respiratory droplets and avoiding infecting one another. Let me be clear. Masking is safe and effective. There is no credible scientific evidence to support claims that it affects kids' breathing, that it increases carbon dioxide levels, or that it impacts language development negatively. Scientific data does, however, support the fact that masks decrease the transmission of the COVID-19 virus. So I urge the school board to have this special meeting to discuss what can be done to keep our children safe. Every child I care for in the hospital is someone's daughter, someone's little brother, someone's best friend. These children are depending on us, the adults who care for them, to do the right thing and to keep them safe. Please join me in doing exactly that. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Sawyer Rosenheim.
Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. We are all here today for one reason, to ensure the health and safety of all of our children. My name is Dr. Akshata Hopkins, and I am here today as a mom to a kindergartner and a third grader in the Pinellas County school system, as well as a local pediatrician. Thank you for the motion for a special meeting. I'm in complete support, and here's why. We are a diverse group, all of us here, and we must coexist, like the paintings say outside of this boardroom. Coexist, work together, seek to understand and weigh the risks and the benefits. So here are some reasons. As a parent who had both kids in virtual school last year, my kids, all of us know the benefit and the need for in-person schooling. With the rising numbers, delayed quarantines, education is being disrupted, and we need to talk about it. I anticipate our schools will utilize more resources by means of contact tracing, pivoting instructions, and staff getting sick, and our resources, systems, and people are overwhelmed and exhausted. Thank you, Dr. Greco, and for the teams for diligent efforts in working with the health department. But there's more work to be done. It's not clear when the lawsuit will be settled, and the problem is we don't have the time or the resources on our side to gamble with our kids' mental and medical stability. The pediatric community has seen this variant impact more kids and in a more severe way, with a potential for longer side effects, specifically neurologically and developmentally. And this meeting can provide a venue to hear from key stakeholders about this. Thank you, and I hope you choose to role model how to navigate this unprecedented situation with bravery and humility. Our medical community and our children need the time that the masking may provide to be able to care for your loved ones. Even though masks may feel like a persistent reminder of the pandemic, wearing them is an important way to control the spread, preserve our resources, and keep our kids in the classrooms. So let's put it all on the table, and we need to work together and coexist with this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. I
The
think you're
speaker
going to
to-
get some help with the microphone. Hold on just a second.
And the speaker to follow will be Jay Ritchie.
Hello,
Hello.
my name is Sawyer Rosenheim, and I am in favor of the meeting. I can't be safe when I'm the only one wearing a mask. That's like me, a 10-year-old, driving on the freeway. That's dangerous, like a room packed with people with no mask. Those are both dangerous. A mask mandate would reduce the spread, and you could still smile with a mask, like I am right now. You can protect us. That is your goal. Without a mandate, you will not be helping us. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's our next speaker?
The next speaker is Christina Ashmore,
Followed by?
followed by Stacy Davenport.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for taking public comment today regarding holding a special meeting with respect to mandating masks in our school system. I am a Pinellas County resident with 2 children in elementary school. One is 7 and the other is 10. My youngest has a history of asthma issues, and I'm not only concerned for him and my daughter, who have not been given the opportunity to be vaccinated, but also for their friends and our community. While I realize the death rate is low, the thought that a simple mitigation method that were to protect our most precious gifts is not being used frustrates me. My kids understand that they are wearing a mask to protect their friends. What my kids are having an issue understanding is why aren't my teachers and my friends trying to protect me and also wearing a mask? Prior to the school year, I asked my kid's pediatrician her thoughts on masks in schools. Her response was simple: my kids will be wearing a mask. I spoke with several parents at our school whose kids have tested positive with at-home test and rapid test. When they called to tell the school, they were told these tests don't count and they will only do quarantining after the Department of Health confirms a positive PCR test. This is ridiculous. And on top of this, the Department of Health is seriously backlogged. So by the time the Department of Health calls the school to confirm the positive case, the child that is currently quarantining will likely already be back in the classroom, and other children will be sick, and hopefully none dead. I don't want this on my shoulder, and you shouldn't either. Masks in schools worked last year. There were no quarantine or isolations at my children's schools. These unplanned leave of absences are a disruption to the classroom. Don't be afraid of the threats from our governor. Your job is to not only educate our children, but to keep them safe. I support you, and our community supports you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Cynthia Smith.
Okay, and let's call one more, because apparently.
And then Stacy Davenport.
Good, thank you.
Hi.
Welcome.
Eileen Long, Miss Cook, Miss Kane, we had an emotional year last year with my daughter Alicia. I am not for having another meeting for the mask. You guys know Alicia's story and what she went through last year. I think having these masks, and Alicia was not the only one, also hides the identity of the attackers. Don't forget, she got death threats. She got physically assaulted 6 times. It was such a roller coaster for all of us last year. I pray that you guys make the right decision, that not only that, it's our rights as parents to make these medical decisions. If you allow the mask mandate, you're taking that away. What are you going to try to take away from us next? What is the government going to try to take away from us next? It's our right. I chose to get my kids vaccinated. I could choose to use my religion preference not to get them, but I choose to get my kids vaccinated with the chickenpox one. I do not choose the COVID vaccine. I do not choose to mask my children. My daughter, by the way, Alicia, she was 2.5 weeks old. I know what it's like to have a child with breathing problems. She contracted RSV. She was in the hospital for 21 days. Both her lungs collapsed. And the doctors told me to call the chaplain because she wasn't going to make it. So you want to talk about respiratory problems? Sit there for 21 days with RSV. COVID is not RSV. They are 2 different viruses. I still, even though my daughter has problems, believe that she has the choice whether or not she wants to wear a mask or not. I believe it's my choice as her parent because I made her medical decisions. I made the medical decision for the doctors to keep fighting for her, to give her oxygen. I didn't make the choice to say, okay, let's just call the chaplain and give up. I made that choice. None of you did. The government did not make that choice. You do not have the right to take my choice away from my child to wear a mask.
Thank you. And as you see, we had a board member that left and went to the back. There are speakers in the back, so should a board member need to leave, they can still hear the comments. Okay, who else do we have?
The next 2 speakers will be Demetrius Makris and Amber Alachi.
You have the hardest job of all of us, reading the names. You're doing a good job.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Hi. First of all, we don't need to have mask mandates. Masks don't work, whatever the scientists over here to say. My son, all year last year, was coming back home with rash all over his face, and I don't understand. From one side, where the parents will say, give us the choice to choose for our kid. And from the other side, we have the other parents, no, mandate everything. Why? We just need choice. You want to put 2 masks on your kids? You can put 3 masks on your kids. You can do whatever you want. We just need the choice. Thank you very much.
Okay, so you're opposed to us having the meeting also?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Jacqueline Lopez.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. I would like to say no to your special meeting.
for masks, we should respect and obey the laws as they stand, those being the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Florida, which clearly outlines and protects our rights to bodily autonomy, the executive order by our Governor DeSantis, and the parental rights law, which protects parental rights to make all medical decisions for our children. You should also respect your Florida Department of Education. Even Dr. Fauci proved in his research prior to 2020 and stated at the beginning of this pandemic that masks do not prevent viral transmission. We recently discovered that the CDC buried a study that proved there was no difference in transmission between masked and unmasked schools. There should be no meeting for you all to discuss how to break the laws as they stand and how to dishonor parental rights. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next two speakers, or the speaker to follow, will be Richard Carroll.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having this agenda item. I'm up here. My name is Jacqueline Lopez. I'm the mother of 2 Pinellas County school children. Hey, Winter, we're speaking now. You can say hello. Hello. And anyway, I'm speaking in favor of convening a special meeting to hear this, the conversation about masks. And my reason is maybe a little bit different. And we heard some doctors earlier talking about the crush that our pediatric wards are feeling right now, both with COVID patients, but other patients as well that need life-saving measures. The compassionate thing for us to do is use all of the tools in our toolbox. We do know that masks work. There is, I'm not going to talk about the data. You can all figure that data out for yourself. It is publicly available. But masks are most effective when everyone who can wear one does wear one. It's because it keeps the germs from spreading, and it also prevents you from ingesting or otherwise inhaling the germs. So my request is that you do have a special meeting. It is predicted that this current Delta is going to peak in September. It's possible vaccines will be available after that for the younger children. What we can do now is buy our doctors and our most ill children a little bit of time by using all the tools in our toolbox. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Sharon Mitchum.
Good afternoon.
Hello, boys and girls. My name is Richard Carroll. My wife just texted me because she couldn't be here because she's been at the other meetings all last year when only about 3 of these people that are wearing masks were here talking to you, because none of them had any concern last year when we were trying to get the Parents' Bill of Rights just approved so we can be here to say, hey, it's our choice. It's our choice. We want it to be our choice. I don't care if any of these people wear masks. I don't care if their kids wear masks. I don't care if you wear masks. I don't care if anybody in this world says to get the vaccine. If it's not for us, it's not for us. It's not the masks, it's not for us. That's all we want is the option to say, hey, listen, it's not us. I pulled my kids out of a private school that decided 3 days before the school year started that they were going to put masks in place. Guess where they went? To another private school that's not. I'm not funding your guys' situation by choice. I fund it with my tax dollars to have you have this castle that you sit in right now. So please take that into to just any sort of thought when we're pulling our kids out. We don't want any of these decisions to be made for us. We're making the decisions for us. So the best thing I think you all could do in your interests to work whatever agenda you want to work is just go, we're not touching it with a 10-foot pole. We're going to let it pan out.
The meeting.
So I am saying that I am not in any way for you guys having a special meeting. I wasn't even coming here to talk. I was just going to stand outside and hold some signs up. Because seriously, I didn't think we were ever going to need to get to this point because we handled it last year when we said we didn't want to go ahead and do it for 30 days. We didn't want to do it for 60 days. We didn't want to have it go to spring break, then summer, then Christmas, Thanksgiving, all these lines you kept passing down to go again. This is supposed to be a 30-day looked at situation, a 90-day looked at situation. Are you already looking at Thanksgiving? Are you already looking at Christmas? Are you already looking at spring break next year, 4th of July? Just go ahead and just say you're going to do it all the time from now on. Because we'd rather just know straight up how you're going to kick the can to the next person before you go ahead and drag us through the dirt, having to come here and waste our time to talk to deaf ears. Please, stop. That's all you have to do is stop. We're not going to do anything. That's all you have to say. No special meeting. No special anything. Why do you have to have a special meeting on a Friday, 2 days from now? We know you're going to have it on a Friday. You're going to push it to 2 days, right? And then you're going to go ahead and put something in place right at the end of the day if you are going to do it. So then it just goes on to the next week like it didn't happen. We're not stupid. Please, please, just don't touch it. It's fine. Let people choose. People are fine choosing for themselves. The doctors can say what they want as well, because even with whatever in place, they're not going to go ahead and get us forced to take any sort of vaccine that we don't want to anyways, or wear the mask in our own personal time. So it's not going to make any difference, and I really was waiting until that last minute.
Thank you.
No.
Following will be Tammy Holland, you said?
Yes, the speaker to follow will be Tammy Holland.
Okay.
Up now is Sharon Mitchum.
Sharon Mitchum, followed by Tammy Holland. Sharon Mitchum, are you in the back, Sharon Mitchum? Yes, you're next. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm a grandmother of 3 children in the Pinellas County Schools, and I am appalled that we would have somebody sitting on your board that would advocate breaking the law. I am totally against your meeting. And since you let people talk on the variant, I would appreciate you letting me say a few words on it. Several weeks ago, I had the variant, my 2 grandsons had the variant, and my daughter in her 40s, which works for the school, Pinellas County Schools, had the variant. My grandson, 13-year-old grandson, had it first, and he has breathing issues, all kind of things. We called the pediatrician, and the pediatrician wanted a Zoom call and said if we have any, watch him, if there's any more issues, call us. That afternoon at 1 o'clock, we went to a doctor that treats COVID. By 5 o'clock that afternoon, we had the necessary medications to treat that child with his issues. If we had waited on let's watch and call us back if there are any more signs, then he probably would have been one of the children in the hospital. Okay, I'm 75 years old. I had the variant. I also went to the same doctor, got my medications, and in 3 days I was up, back, just like I am now. Early treatment, the right meds, will stop this variant. Somewhere along the line, we are not getting that out to the public. And I'm here to tell you, all 4 of us are great. My daughter's back substituting in the schools, and we're living our life. We're not masked. We don't need to be masked, and I am totally against your meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker was Tammy Holland.
And following Tammy will be?
And following Tammy will be Jennifer Sullivan.
Jennifer Sullivan. All right.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Where's Caprice Edmond?
There are speakers in the back that she'll be able to hear.
Okay. I just want you to know that I'm a mother of 4. I stand against this meeting. I promise to uphold the law, as each and every one of you did when you were sworn in. It is your duty to uphold the law. I'm very confused by the so-called logic. So if you're wearing your mask and you say it protects you, then why are you forcing me or my children to wear it? You have yours on, you should be safe, right? Please allow us as parents to make that choice. Did you guys have a nice summer? Did you enjoy your fresh air? Our kids attended summer camp, and not one mask, and not one case, and not one quarantine. The logic. I'm trying to understand. I was hoping Caprice and I could make eye contact because it's her decision, her choice to do this, and I don't agree. It's not right, it's not fair, and we should have a choice. I appreciate you listening to me.
Thank you. And,
The speaker to follow will be Jay Ritchie.
okay, welcome.
Hi, I am a mother of 3 school-aged children. I've been to one other meeting, and that was the end of last year because, like many of the people that are here, this is very inconvenient to spend my entire day. I have 2 children that I've pulled from Pinellas County Schools because of the mask mandate last year. I strongly oppose this special meeting. I have 1 child left in fundamental schools, and I gave up 2 seats last year. If it were completely up to me and I didn't have a husband who had a say in it, the 3rd would be gone. It is, you know, everyone, all of the parents in here want what is best for our children, and we do not agree on what is best. You are not going to be able to please all of us. I think the closest that you can get is where you have it right now, where it is an option for the parents. You are going to continue to lose people if you try to please everyone. As I stated, I have 3 kids. I can make a wonderful dinner, and 2 of them will tell me it is their favorite meal, and the other one doesn't want to touch it. And that is where we are in this room. The best thing you can do is give us an option. I would suggest one other thing would be not propaganda, but education about why we should wear masks. Maybe, you know, you can send out some information to the parents, not to the children. Every morning, my 5th grader at Pasadena Fundamental, and I know other schools are doing this as well because I've spoken to other parents, the principal gets on and says how it is a choice and that they strongly recommend you wear a mask and they have them available. It is not your duty to give a mask to my child when I have sent them without one, okay? Another thing that I want to touch on is that the school I put my kids in was mask optional, and about 10% of the students and teachers wore masks. We never had a problem. And my kindergartner, I have videos hugging, playing around, okay? I think if you were going to these masks, I mean, are you going to mandate fruits and vegetables for the children? Are you going to mandate exercise? I take care of myself. I take care of my children. You aren't going to please all of us. I want to be here to talk about other things that are happening in the schools, like the poor curriculum, crazy sex education, crazy pronouns, boys and girls kissing on the playground. Those are things, or boys and girls and girls, those are the things that we need to solve, not these masks. So lay it to bed. You're not going to please all of us. Keep it as it is where it's an option, and those that want masks can wear masks, and those that don't, their parents don't, they don't. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Adam Reister.
I am the
Welcome.
parent of a 1st grader in Pinellas County Schools, and I'm here in support of the emergency meeting about masking. I think, you know, later this week it's a little too late. As my mom would say, the horses are already out of the barn at this point. We know through our social media networks at our school alone, we have at least 10 times more cases than are being reported by the county right now. That takes the choice away from parents to make health decisions about our kids when we are not informed, when our kids have been exposed to the virus. We are tired. We have spent 18 months rearranging our lives to keep ourselves and our families safe. We have made immense sacrifices, and to throw it all out now is irresponsible. It's ridiculous. I'm the survivor of a massive brain hemorrhage that I was put in ICU for. If I hadn't been placed in the ICU within 1 hour of my brain hemorrhage, I would have died. Every doctor that treated me told me that. If we have a 1% of our children that are infected with COVID are being hospitalized for COVID, that's 1,000 students in Pinellas County Schools that are going to be hospitalized for this virus, not counting all of the other things that children might be hospitalized for right now.
As other speakers have mentioned, this is putting enormous strain on our healthcare system. It's affecting not only people with COVID, but it's affecting all sorts of other people who need immediate medical attention right now. That's all I have. I support this meeting and I support an immediate mask mandate.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Jennifer Griffith.
Welcome.
Hello. Thank you very much for your time. I was forced to come here 5 times last school semester, and here we are less than a month into the school year, and I'm forced to be here again. I do appreciate Patrice read that very well-crafted letter that was prepared for her, and you guys brought in your pony show. We appreciate that. It's sad that we have to be here again, and that you have to force me to use an umbrella when it rains to keep you dry. You can force the chin diaper on the poor kids, but let mine breathe. There is no significant data difference between force and free kids' risk increase. Kids get it and they get better. People get it and they get better. They aren't dying from this, they're dying from underlying and failure to be treated. I know lots of people in our social circle that have had it. The amount of medicine that is actually prescribed to them once they get it is alarming. They don't do anything. They tell them to sit at home. So there's this idea that you're going to force our children to wear masks in the summertime when they have the choice. If the mask protects you, and that's the reason why you want to force it on everyone, then the parents and the children that want to wear the mask will be safe, right? And then the rest of us, we've been called lunatics, conspiracy theories. I watched a mother outside try and force a mask on her 5-year-old child, and she had to walk away because the child's crying because it doesn't want to wear the mask. The 2 children that left here a second ago tried to take it off instantly when they left, and their mother wouldn't let them. That's her choice. That's great. I support that wholeheartedly. But to say that I have to do it to my child to make someone else's child safe, have you seen what these parents that are so worried about their health, have you seen what they send their children to school with to eat? Have you seen the amount of sugar that they put in their lunchbox and put a little note on it? They don't care about the well-being of their children. They don't. I care about them. I 100% oppose you guys breaking the law. You're going to use my property tax money that pays you all to sit here to fight to enforce, to go after a law. And then what about these other people on the board that don't want to break the law, that don't want to go against the law? They have to do that in order to sit on the board? Look at the people up here that aren't wearing a mask. There's some of us that are wearing 2 masks. Great, wear whatever you want. If you don't want to wear it, great. But to use our money to fight the law, to then represent us, is only going to make us vote you out. This is nothing today. These people that you paraded up here, you saw what it was like last year. You guys were here till like 9, 10 o'clock. We have thousands of people that are going to come. We're going to keep coming. Please give us the parental right to make the choice what's right for our family, and these people can do the right for themselves. Thank you very much for your time. Take care.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Amber Simmons.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank Member Edmond for moving this motion for the emergency meeting forward for Friday. My notes kind of got ripped. I was writing them as I was sitting here. But basically, I'm 100% in support of this. And everybody keeps talking about the yes mask, no mask. You hear from medical experts and people that are actually in the hospitals telling you what's going on. You're hearing about children. You're hearing about adults. Children bring this and take it home. Argue all you want over what this mask does or doesn't do, but do shoes protect your feet? Yes, they do. This isn't a matter of an opinion. We have a school policy of having to wear shoes, shirts that cover straps, all kinds of things. The mask protects us, each other, students, teachers. You have 117 schools right now that are affected by COVID in one way or another. The downstream effect of this isn't just one person or one family, and we all know that. It's broader. Orlando is having to divert oxygen from purifying their water because they need it in their hospitals. Downstream effects. I would like it if you all considered all of those. I am Jenny Whitstruck Griffith, and I've lived here all my life. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Nicole Deniston.
Good afternoon.
Hello. I am saying no to the emergency meeting. Follow the law. Do not break it. My kids are in school. They're maskless. They're happy and they're healthy. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's the speaker that should be up now?
Nicole Deniston.
Nicole Dennison? All right, we'll go to Shirley Metcalf. And who will follow Shirley?
Gloria Strasner.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's try some more. In case they're downstairs, they'll, if they're downstairs, we'll give them the opportunity when they come up, but let's go to the next speakers.
The next speaker is Angela Dobach, followed by Jamer Cassidy. James.
James
Excuse me.
Cassidy? Okay,
Sorry.
good, thank you. Welcome.
Real quick, I had a question for Dr. Kapersky, so can I come back when he's here?
Yes, we don't usually get into discussion back and forth.
I just had a quick question for him.
Okay, I'll ask him to come down and you can get the question.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Okay?
Do you want me to sit back down?
Yes. Okay. When he comes in. If you'll stand back there by the door, Mr. Kapersky, if you could go down, the woman here has a question for you.
That's okay.
And so, all right.
That's okay, I can just ask it.
You're fine, go ahead.
Ask it here, thank you. Okay, Mr. Kapersky, can you please explain to the board how qualified immunity would be impacted by them for intentionally breaking the law?
I'll advise my client on my own terms, but I appreciate you raising the issue.
Okay. I am 100% against the meeting.
Okay, good, thank you. Next, and following him will be,
Gloria Strasner.
okay, okay.
Hello, good afternoon now, right? First off, my name is James Cassidy, and I own multiple businesses right on 19 in Palm Harbor. One of them is a health and fitness business, and we've been open for 10 years. So, first I want to say that I am against the meeting, the special meeting, to vote if you should mandate masks for kids. I will say shame on Miss Edmond here for even introducing the thought. I thought we were in America. I thought this was Florida, one of the most freedom-loving states. And I don't think mandatory mask, especially a blanket mandatory mask mandate for children, is anywhere near the lines of freedom or free. I actually think it's quite the opposite, right? I believe one of our most basic functions in this world is to breathe, and is to breathe in oxygen. And we actually exhale carbon dioxide. So you get things like hyperapnea and things like that when you're, repeatedly breathing in carbon dioxide. And it's just waste. It's a waste byproduct. And the studies even show that there's dead space between everybody's mask. You feel it there in between your mouth and the mask. And in that dead space, that waste stores. There's tons of studies, and there's both sides of the aisle, right? And that's why I think freedom of choice is so important, right? I don't think we should make anyone do anything. I think as a parent-to-be, right, because I have a baby coming in 5 weeks, and I'm quite concerned where the world is coming. So I feel like I had to be here. I don't really want to be here. There's many other places I'd rather be. But I had to come up here and look you guys in the eye and just say that it's not right. It's not right that you would even be considering a blanket mandate for all kids. It's ridiculous. And kids need education. They need options. And give the parents the option to mask if they want to mask or don't mask if they want to mask, right? Everyone has their own beliefs, and I think that's one of the things that makes America great is allowing people to live their life the way they want, and again, freedom being one of the #1 things that they allow. all right? I have multiple teachers who come to my gym. I have multiple doctors who come to my gym, and I converse with them all. And there is both sides of the aisle, but I will tell you that this is causing a lot of psychological stress. And when anybody knows about stress, psychological stress can cause physical stress. So what we're doing is we're actually hindering our own immune system when we're stressing ourselves out, right? And putting these masks on kids, just like the other guy said, I mean, it's stressing them out. So please do not have the meeting and, err on the side of freedom, okay, and pro-choice. Because if we don't do that in America and we don't do that in Florida, where are we going to do it, right? I feel like it's stand up now or sit down forever, and that's why I'm here, okay? I don't want to have to come back, but guess what? I'll come back as many times as I need to.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker.
We had previously called Gloria Strassner and Shirley Metcalf.
Are either one of them here? All right, going once, going twice. All right, let's move on.
We have Joshua Dale and Isaiah.
Joshua Dale and Isaiah.
Sarah Johnson.
I think we have one.
Oh, nope.
Are you Joshua Dale?
Isaiah.
Isaiah, okay. And who will be following, just a moment, and who will be following Isaiah?
Sarah Johnson.
Sarah Johnson. Are you Sarah Johnson? Okay, perfect, let's go.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I'm against the meeting. An emergency, what defines the word emergency? That's very subjective. The CDC said the PCR test cannot differentiate between COVID or influenza. So yet any sniffle sick, cough sick, or seasonal flu sick is labeled as COVID sick and shared on the news as this horrible pandemic. Where was the concern over kids getting sick for the last 200 years? People don't get sick anymore. Sorry to point out the elephant in the room, but kids are going to be sick, and they're even going to be in the hospital. It happens every year. If there is a special meeting called to break the law, then you better allow consultation from all medical professionals from all perspectives, not just your your cherry-picked science. There are plenty of local health practitioners who will gladly come in and present alternative evidence. Also, it's interesting to take a look at different European countries and what the ECDC says. Many countries, including Iceland, Denmark, England, Switzerland, Ireland, Norway, Sweden, Finland, they've all removed different aspects of their mandates in the schools, and maybe they're onto something. But regardless of anyone's fears or opinions, at the end of the day, there's an executive order and a parental bill of rights law on the books. So I'm not sure why we're wasting time considering a meeting that would vote on whether to break the law. Whether it's temporary for 30 days, 90 days, with an opt-out, with an opt-in, it's still breaking the law. This coming from a board that expects their students to follow a signed code of conduct. Sounds hypocritical, and it sets a poor example. Solution is to keep the policy as it is now. Let people opt in with the mask if they want to, but I don't think we need to be sneaky and try to pull a mandate with an opt-out. If it sounds, smells, looks like, or contains a mandate, it is a mandate, and it's against the law. So vote no against the meeting, or be prepared to be here for hours whenever your meeting is called with public comment standing against you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Alicia Smith.
Okay, welcome.
Hi, my name is Sarah, and I'm a mother of 2 children in Pinellas schools, and I'm against this special meeting. I mean, it's pretty black and white. You're either going to follow the law or you're not going to follow the law. And you guys are all sitting in a position of power up here, and I encourage you and I challenge you to uphold the Constitution, uphold the laws, be the example. It's not always easy to be the example and do the right thing, but I'm asking as a parent that you do that. You know, there's a lot of talk on whether masks work or don't work, and I can only speak to what I see as a parent. And what I see as a parent is our kids playing on the playground. They're touching the same equipment. They're hugging, they're laughing, they're playing Miss Mary Mac. I don't believe a mask is going to change the way our children interact. And I challenge you too. You guys made this decision, you voted on it, and I'd like you to give it an opportunity to work. It's only been school for a week and a half. There hasn't been any time to see results. So I'm against the special meeting. Thanks.
Thank you.
Alicia Smith?
And just a moment, and following Alicia Smith will be
Gina Casa?
Gina Casa. Okay, good afternoon.
I would say thank you for letting me speak, but it's our right to be here and it's our right to choose if we should wear a mask, not yours. I do not think that you are teaching us and being great role models by teaching us to break laws set forth by our governor by enforcing a mask mandate. For 1 year of a for one school year of a child's life, they would have to suffer 1,300 hours of wearing a mask. And if you make your child wear a mask from kindergarten to 12th grade, they would have to suffer for 16,900 hours of wearing a mask. I do not think we should have a meeting for wearing masks.
Good, thank you. And our next speaker to follow is, just a moment, please. Who?
The next speaker to follow would be Elizabeth Fox.
Elizabeth Fox, all right. Welcome.
Hi. I'm against the added meeting, going against the Department of Health, Department of Education, and Governor DeSantis is breaking the law. If you break the law, we will instruct our kids to break your law and carry the executive order and the Parents' Bill of Rights with them at all times. I will teach my children to defend their rights. Every child's life matters. Think of those students who now have depression, those that have committed suicide, and I personally know quite a few teen girls in Pinellas County schools who last year had severe eating disorders. Their teenage hormones are raging like normal, but yet they're masked up to their eyeballs, can't make facial expressions to the boy or the girl that they like, can't socially interact. So some of these girls are taking drastic measures and starving themselves or excessively exercising. And my child is one of those children, just to get somebody to notice them, because all they have now is their bodies, they think. My child also missed 35 days of school last year due to anxiety and severe migraines with this heat. Her high school right now is having air conditioning problems, and I cannot even think about putting a mask on her in this heat. I just ask that you all please abide by the law, and that's really all I can say, or we're going to have to go to drastic measures. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Tara Holman.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You're hearing two sides of a debate today. On one side, the pro-mask side, you hear about a lot of fear and a lot of feelings. On the pro-choice side, you tend to hear more about studies on the ineffectiveness of masks, harms to children from masking and social distancing and other COVID measures. Don't let fear get in the way of the facts. Don't burden the children with other children's health. That is not their responsibility. And most importantly, House Bill 241 reinforces a parent's right to make medical decisions for their children. You're on the right track with the current policy of parental choice. Don't become lawbreakers. That's not a very good example for the students. And as you've heard, there are many parents who will instruct their students not to follow your mandates because you don't follow the law. Mrs. Long, board members, thanks for following the law so far, as you swore to do as a constitutional officer, even when you're being pressured to do otherwise. I am firmly against any special meeting, wasting any time, taxpayer money, my money, to even think about breaking the law. It's kind of silly.
Thank
you.
you.
The speaker to follow will be Cassandra Kovitz.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Tara Holman. I am a mother of 3. 2 of my children are in college. My youngest is in middle school. He is no longer in Pinellas County Schools as of last week. When I first heard that you guys were pushing the mask mandate, I made the very difficult decision to allow him to stay with his father in Pennsylvania because they are not forcing masks on their children in that school district. I am sure that many of you did not know this would be an issue when you ran for your seat. And now you guys are sitting here trying to make this decision against the parents who are opposed to it. And we're all here right now opposed to this decision. So why do we need another hearing? Why do we need to hear it when you're hearing our argument right now? Because you are up there representing us, the people that elected you into your seat. So that is why I am totally opposed to this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Douglas Fox.
Douglas Fox, okay, welcome.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for letting us speak. And again, I am very opposed to the special meeting, but I just want to pray that the Spirit of the Lord falls onto all of you. And may He sing to your heart, and may you know what the right thing to do. Again, follow the laws. It's okay. We have the choice. Let our children, if we want to put our mask on our children, then let us. If we don't, then don't. If you want to wear the mask, whatever. So anyway, but I thank you for all of you who are fighting for us up there. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Amy Pert.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. I see that by looking at you board members, you're enjoying the choice with the mask, as most kids are. It seems to me like this motion should have just stopped in its tracks. We shouldn't even be talking about it, but maybe I don't know everything about how things work. But so it seems to me that nobody has the right to mask a minor child except their parents. Nobody. It's just, I don't see how that's possible. But so I'm against your emergency meeting. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
The next speaker was Amy Pert, followed by Karen Berman.
Amy Pert. Is Amy Pert still here? Followed by
Karen Berman.
Karen Berman? Okay.
Good afternoon, Board. I'm Karen Berman, a parent of 2 very fabulous young people. Thank you, Caprice Edmond, for the motion for the special meeting. The majority of the public wants this. We know from several thousand people who have returned petitions and a community coalition of over 17,000 parents that we want this special meeting. You should be able to have an opportunity to hear from the medical community, as you did earlier, and not listen to opinion or hearsay or false information from others who don't have the scientific knowledge to interpret the data. The data has changed since school began. 800 children are infected now here in Pinellas, 2,500 in quarantine or isolation. Those numbers are staggering. Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital is seeing record numbers of COVID patients. This isn't normal. There aren't 2 sides of this, only the facts. We can't wait for the lawsuit to play out. Children and teachers will sadly die. Just like it's not up to parents not to use seatbelts or car seats for their children to keep them safe, masks shouldn't be an option. Be brave like the other districts are and say yes to this special meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next two speakers are Greg Davidson and Nicholas Carey.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Greg Davidson. I would like to have you hold this special meeting, even though I think it's inconvenient. I have friends who are doctors and nurses, and they're burnt out. And they're burnt out because the variant is growing. When I realized that places like the Cleveland Clinic, the Mayo Clinic, the Sloan Kettering in New York, Emory University, and even our Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital here all require that everybody wear a mask on their campuses. The variants are changing, and they're increasing because people are spreading various viruses because they are not wearing masks. Yes, it is inconvenient. It's more inconvenient to be suffering in an ICU unit, waiting in an intensive care unit, wondering whether or not you will get care. We are in a community. I strongly encourage you all to encourage people. We have to wear masks and listen to medical science, not parents' opinions that may be misinformed. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Susan Bucci.
Welcome.
Hey, my name is Nick Carey, and I live in St. Petersburg. And I am strongly in support of holding the meeting. I thank Caprice Edmond for bringing it up. As has been stated before, we put our children in car seats and in seat belts to keep them safe. All of us here are wearing clothes to, like we don't have full range of freedom. We teach our children what they can and can't say in certain situations. Our community, our society is based off trade-offs of personal liberty and social responsibility. Your freedom to swing your arms wildly ends at my nose, just as your freedom on whether or not to choose for your child to wear a mask ends when they could transmit a deadly virus to all of our children. The most important duty of the school board is to create a safe environment for our children to learn. Let's teach our children the importance of their civic duty to keep each other safe and have this meeting on this week. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Nancy Schuler.
Hello. Welcome.
I'm Susan Bucci. I have to tell you, I came here today to thank all of you because I was at the workshop on August 9th, and I was so impressed with the results of that meeting. And then I came here late today to find out about this special meeting, which I am definitely opposed to. So I am too upset. I didn't prepare anything except to thank you, and I'm too upset to just speak off the cuff. So I'm just going to read this Parent Bill of Rights, which is HB 241. It's not about DeSantis' order. It's the entire Congress voted on this. So, all parental rights are reserved to the parent of a minor child in this state without obstruction or interference from the state, any of its political subdivisions, any other governmental entity, or any other institution, including but not limited to all of the following rights of a parent of a minor child in this state. A, the right to direct education and care of his or her minor child. B, the right to direct the upbringing and the moral or religious training of his or her minor child. C, the right pursuant to S 1002.20, Section 2, B, and 6 to apply to enroll his or her minor child in a public school or, as an alternative to public education, a private school, including a religious school, a home education program, or other available options as authorized by law. D, the right pursuant to S 1002.20, Section 13, to access and review all school records relating to his or her minor child. E, the right to make health care decisions for his or her minor child unless otherwise prohibited by law. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And the speaker that was...
Nancy Schuler.
Ms. Schuler?
The next speaker is Johnny Wong.
Johnny Long? Wong or Long?
Wong.
And following him?
Followed by Jeremy Kench.
All right. Welcome.
Thank you. Afternoon, board members. I want to take a second to say kudos to you all for sitting still and being patient. Definitely appreciate those who are genuinely paying attention, and the rest of you for feigning interest. You're doing a good job. I've been here for like 45 minutes, but watching it on TV prior to that, the content of the comments that I've seen is pretty saturated, as in it's been a while since I've heard anyone say anything new or novel. So I'm going to try to enter a few comments that I don't think I've heard yet. I'll start with the caveat that of those who believe or recognize the dangers of COVID, I'm not sure if I speak for them, but I actually don't prefer that you have a special meeting. I definitely appreciate the motion taken by Ms. Edmonds, but I kind of view that as a delay or a defer tactic. I think for those who are aware of what's going on with COVID, we recognize that action should have been taken quite a while ago. And the second best thing to acting yesterday is acting today. A rapid response is really the only thing that's going to work to limit the spread of COVID and its variants. So rather than convening, rather than taking the time and requiring staff to coordinate to convene a special meeting or workshop or public hearing, and that's a ton of effort, I would suggest that the next public meeting, if it were to happen, would be hosted off-site, like as in an adult or a pediatric hospital, so that the folks who have not encountered the realities of COVID can actually see what's going on in the medical industry these days. If you look at the faces of the doctors when they come home and they're just beaten down and toiling over all the shit that they have to deal with, and then all for the simple fact of folks coming up here and saying, it's my right to not wear a mask because it's the most difficult thing for me to do. I think that if you weigh the costs and the benefits of an approach that requires kids to wear masks, which you can breathe oxygen through a mask, I think you'll see that it's not that big of a deal. It can be very effective, and it would overwhelmingly reduce the harms that are occurring in our healthcare facilities, right? You have kids who are getting hurt from regular things that break their arm, break their leg. They have regular medical conditions. They can't get beds because our pediatric hospitals are filled up with kids that have COVID because they cannot get the vaccination. Another thing that I noticed, I'm just gonna make my last point, I think it would be wise to host a complementary or supplementary public meeting on maybe funding continuing adult education. As I've been listening to some of the comments, I've been kind of surprised that folks who don't understand that consensus amongst the scientific community is good. Consensus proves that masks are working, vaccines are effective. Folks aren't aware that a dirty mask is a signal that it is working. So maybe those two things done together would have an impact.
The next speaker to follow Mr. Kench will be Melissa King.
Okay, Mr. Kench, and then Melissa Kane.
Jeremy Kench.
Yep.
Goodbye, ma'am.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, people. How you doing today? Been a long year. Haven't seen y'all in a while. It's nice seeing no petitions, no mask. It's the way it's supposed to be. It's our choice, our body. It's good movement, guys. We want to thank you for that. We aren't here. We have not been here for hatred. I mean, I've had a lot of anger. Still do, because we still don't have answers. My wife can't speak here yet. She still is court ordered for whatever fraudulent charge she got here last year because of these mask issues. None of us are for this. None of us want this. It has not fixed anything. Like everybody's been saying, there's plenty more for you guys to work on, to focus on. I mean, I don't even know what I'm supposed to actually talk about. I've heard several people continue to talk to you about their own things, and you didn't certain ones. I understand that and respect it, but I mean, just idiocracy. These people giving numbers and talking all this stuff, but they're not giving any cares. I mean, just losing everything I wanted to say. For all these speakers telling you about the law and after you and we haven't done our homework, really, that statement from someone promoting to break the law speaks volumes of stupidity. To say you want to sit here and violate the law when your husband's violated 79 felonies.
No, we're not doing this.
But seriously, man, no, we're not. But it's the point of, we're trying to do the right thing. We're trying to work with you. We hire you, we support you, we put you in your seats. And yet you sit here and attempted a few, maybe, it's so hard to really tell yet. Who's for what? Because I feel you're all just trying to save your seats. If that's a fact, though, you got to start watching. There's a lot of names and faces and people out there ready to take some seats and a lot of votes here. They're talking about their numbers and these petitions. We keep showing up in numbers. We don't do the petitions. We haven't tried to do a lawsuit. We're trying to be peaceful. I have a lawsuit possibly coming after you, the school board, Greg, the cops. I don't know which way it's about to go. You need to start fearing all of this stuff and worrying about the truth and the reality of things. Take care of our children, like we say, by giving us our choice. You're on the right move. I don't want to overdo my steps on this thing right now. Please keep doing what you're doing. This is wrong. You should not even be speaking and having another meeting on this after we talked about, we're good, guys. Summer's here. Let's squash this. Let's make this peaceful. Keep it peaceful. I'm trying to come in a different guy right now and come in, but I don't want to do the school year again, but I will, and I'll bring these numbers, and I'll start bringing up my kids being assaulted and attacked and all this stuff again. I mean, let's get back to real normal. Stop with this political bull crap. I mean, my kid's seeing a gay pride flag on her wall in school right now, with the American flag's rolled up. What's going on in these schools? You're taking God, you're taking Jesus, Christmas, Santa, everything out of our schools and out of our lives and replacing it with BLM and pride and all these other motions and political. That's not what school's for. You're not teaching my kid political things. You're teaching them A, B, C, numbers,
Let's get
math.
back to the meeting.
Help our kids, people. Do the right thing. Get rid of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Just so that some of the people that may not have been hearing before, what we're talking about right now is whether or not we're going to have an emergency meeting. Some people may not have heard that because they were outside and are coming in and hearing. So this is just a reminder for those that have not. Do we have, just a moment, do we have one more speaker or any more speakers after?
We do have more speakers.
Okay.
The next speaker that will follow will be Linda Skempris.
Okay. All righty, good. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for having us. I also am against having another meeting. I came today with something prepared that I still think is appropriate to share as a rationale, according to the way that your attorney has allowed us to speak today. On November 17, 2020, at 10 a.m., 4 members of this Board of Education were duly sworn in. 3 of them were holding a Bible. All of them stated at the end of their oath, "So help me God." In this oath, you all promise to support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States of America and the state of Florida. You stated that you will well and faithfully perform the duties of your office. Following this swearing in, Dr. Greco stated that he had no doubt that this group of people would work as a team. I appreciate that. I hope you will work as a team. I mostly hope that you will faithfully perform your duty to support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States and the state of Florida. Personally, as a voting citizen, I don't always agree with the governing authorities over me, but I will always follow the law. You have been placed in your positions by law-abiding citizens who are trusting you to teach their children to follow the law, and you want to sit here and make a motion to go against the law of this state. Parental rights is a law, and I had also brought forth the exact text that has not been read. So I'd like to further Susan Bucci's reading of the text. Section 3, Section 1014.02. The legislature finds that it is a fundamental right of parents to direct the upbringing, education, and care of their minor children. The legislature further finds that important information relating to a minor child should not be withheld, either inadvertently or purposefully, from his or her parent, including information relating to the minor child's health, well-being, and education, while the minor child is in the custody of the school district. The legislature further finds it is necessary to establish a consistent mechanism for parents to be notified of information relating to the health and well-being of their minor children. For purposes of this chapter, the term parent means a person who has legal custody of a minor child as a natural or adoptive parent or a legal guardian. Aside from that, you all have invited God to help you in this decision-making. I believe that the framers and the founders of the Constitution of the United States of America and the state of Florida also asked for God to implore them in the writing of the laws that we now abide by. I think they had unity. I pray that you all will have unity. You were elected by citizens. I don't.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Tom
Thank
Timmick.
you. And the speaker to follow will be
Tom Timmick.
Tom Timmick, all righty. Welcome.
Put this down a little. Hello. Oops. Okay. You are calling a meeting to break the law. Follow the law, no mandate. You were sworn to uphold the law when you were sworn in. Oath of office is support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States of America and the state of Florida. Stop living in fear and emotions. Faith over fear. Stop living in fear. 50 years ago, when my kids were little and they went to school, we never had to deal with this nonsense. I don't know what has happened to the education system today. It is so flawed that it has to be totally overhauled. That's all I have to say. Just vote right. Just follow the Constitution and don't break the law.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Nancy Davis.
Nancy Davis, okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm very concerned about this. I am so concerned that I took a day off from my job to come here to speak to you. I'm opposed to this meeting. You are advocating breaking the law. If I go out and break the law, if I lit up a cigarette in this room, I would be breaking the law, and I'd be getting carted right off to jail for it. I don't understand why what you guys are talking about is any different from me doing that. You follow the law. You obey the law. You were sworn to uphold the law. All of you are elected officials. You were sworn to uphold the law. Uphold the law. If this is being challenged in court, let it go through the court system, and let's find out what happens. But in the meantime, uphold the law. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, who is the next speaker?
Was Nancy Davis.
Nancy Davis. Is Nancy Davis here? All right, and following Nancy Davis will be
Kev Armsey.
Good afternoon.
Hello, I'm Nancy Davis. I'm from Seminole, Florida, and I'm a grandmother. I've had two daughters in the public school system. I want to say no to this mandate meeting. I'm against mask mandates. I support Governor DeSantis' decision, and I'm opposed to a meeting to even discuss mandates. I am for parental choice. I'm for freedom of choice. According to a study of 9,000 students in the New York Magazine, comparing mask and non-mask students showed no significant difference in the outcome. So I do not believe that masks are even necessary at all. So I am opposed to this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our next speaker would be, just a moment while she calls the next name.
Following will be William Nobles.
William Noble will be next. But right now, welcome.
Thank you. Oh, I'm definitely opposed to this meeting. Parents have the only right to make the decision of the child wearing a mask in school. And isn't it ironic, of all people, you, Caprice, advocating for breaking the law? I guess that's how you roll in your family. Your husband has had over 70
I can tell you one
charges.
thing.
Sir, I'm sorry, Mrs. Edmond, that has nothing to do with whether or not we are going to have a meeting.
I'm just trying to share the truth.
No, I understand, but your comments need to be relevant to the motion that's on the table. So,
okay.
Are you opposed to having a special meeting or in favor of it? And then your rationale for that. That has nothing to do with anybody's family up here.
You have no place to influence this board or at all alone encouraging the board to break the current law of Florida. You know, this is just not okay. You know, we've been around for years without masks. This was a conformity of 1942, 1930s, when the Nazis just continued to use this as control and fear. I'm opposed to it, no mask. Thank you.
Before you start, next speaker's name.
Next speaker is Renee Chelia.
Good afternoon, Board. My name's William Nobles. I'm a business owner here in Pinellas County. I have 2 children, one first grader in Cypress Woods Elementary and an 8th grader at Eastlake High School, or Eastlake Middle School Academy of Engineering. First of all, I greatly oppose this, and I'm appalled that it wasn't immediately struck down as a violation and an attempt as a coup to go against our governor's mandates. I was also a Pinellas County Sheriff's deputy for 10 years, and I was trained in the proper use of PPE, personal protection equipment. I know how to use it, and as I sit here, and every single person that's come up to this table wearing masks, not wearing masks, you've all contaminated each other. Everybody up here, with all due respect, you've all adjusted your masks and contaminated your masks. Those have to be destroyed or washed or whatever type material it is. On the masks, that these paper masks, you know, as a contractor, OSHA does not allow me to use these paper masks to protect against dust when my workers are on job sites. It doesn't protect against dust. It's not going to protect against a small microscopic virus, let alone a huge, small piece of dust. It's our choice as parents to be able to decide what is best for our children's health. Ironically, you know, I tried to pull up the suicidal death rate for children for 2020. Well, strangely enough, the CDC, it's August now of 21, and they still don't have those numbers posted on their website. It's a little scary. There's all kinds of reports. You know, it depends on what news cycle you watch, whether you have, you know, there's arguments for everything, whether it's against masks, for masks, whether it's, you know, this type tire in your car, whatever it is. The bottom line is that, you know, as a former sheriff's deputy, you guys are all, you know, sworn officers of the state here, and as a former sheriff's deputy, I was as well. And if I had tried to create a coup against my fellow deputies to go against the law, I would A, be fired, and B, most likely be criminally charged. And my recommendation is that you be criminally charged for attempting to create a coup amongst our, you've invited this circus. This circus is on you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Mark Hall.
Mark Hall, okay. Welcome.
Thank you. I am opposed. I was going to address the fact that this is Pinellas County, and therefore your consideration to move forward with this meeting or not should be based solely on Pinellas County data and impacts, not all the anecdotal things and national things and whatever that people are bringing up here today. Although there is increasing infection rate here, the fact for Pinellas County data that I looked up today is there have been 0 deaths from COVID since June 2nd. 0. 0. I strongly encourage you to not hold this meeting and not break the laws of Florida. This comes down to freedom versus control. America has always and will always stand for freedom. We are not communists. To those of you who want to control other people and control their freedom and personal liberty, I say this. You are fortunate to live in a free country. You are free to send your kids to school with a mask. You are free to keep your kids home and do online school. You are free to pull your kids out and homeschool. You are also free to pull up stakes and move to a state that has passed laws that are more in line with your values. I can recommend California for you. I moved here from California last year. My son has thrived here. I will fight for him here as I did there. I stood alone there
so you will probably love it. I don't stand alone here, and I love that. Freedom means risk. Freedom means each family and parent has the God-given right to do their own risk mitigation. You are not welcome to do that for me. Regardless of whether or not you break the law, my son will be going to school without a mask. If you choose to break the laws of the state of Florida, I vow to file suit against the board and fight this all the way to the wall. I will ask for remedy in the suit to be the removal of any of you who vote for this illegal action today. I will be taking notes as you vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another speaker?
The speaker to follow will be Maria Camarinos.
All righty, good, thank you. Welcome.
Welcome, good afternoon, board. I don't agree with having a special meeting. I'm not anti-mask, I'm pro-mask choice. And I know that the N95 mask gives protection if worn properly and is imperative in a sterile healthcare facility environment to protect healthcare workers when dealing with patients with an active infection. I'm not here to talk about the emotional aspect or fearmonger you. I'm here to talk about the science. COVID-19 is around 50 nanometers in particle size. A nanometer is equal to 1/1,000,000th of a meter. I'm in the medical field, and I own the most powerful microscope you can buy outside of an electron microscope. It goes to 40,000 magnification. I can put your saliva under a slide and magnify a bacteria the size of a silver dollar, yet I can't even see a virus under this microscope. It's no wonder that study after study comes to the same conclusion. Paper and cloth masks are only 10% effective at preventing the spread of COVID. A new study out of Canada that just came out this week came to the same conclusion. Use common sense. If you can easily breathe through a mask, do you think it's going to keep out a virus that is 50 nanometers in particle size? It's like putting up a chain link fence to keep out mosquitoes. Even on the surgical mask box, which is designed to keep out bacteria out of open wounds, it states, this product is not intended to stop or prevent the spread of COVID-19 or any other virus. COVID-19 is an RNA virus just like the influenza virus. It has already mutated several times and is not going anywhere. We will be dealing with this just like we've dealt with the flu year after year. If we go down this road, we will have our children masked forever, and it will destroy their educational and social development. Is something that is 10% or less effective worth the physiological and psychological damage? Please do your job as a constitutional officer and follow HB 241 and don't have a special meeting to break the law. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Scott Verona.
Welcome.
Hi. I am here to talk directly to Caprice. I do not advocate you advocating for people breaking the law here. I advocate for you to follow the law, specifically HB 241. It was voted on, it was passed, which gives the rights to the parents. All of these people that have come up here that are trying to take the rights away from the individual parents and trying to tell us what to do with our own kids is so mind-boggling. That you want to mask your own kid, great. Nobody here has ever told you what to do with your kid to not wear a mask. But those people want to come up and tell me I have to force a mask on my kid. The logic is just so flawed. So I do say that a mandate does not trump the law. And if you vote, we will not allow our children to go to school masked because the mandate does not supersede the law. End of story. I mean, it's that simple. We have a great governor who does the will of the people. Our will is to have personal freedoms. That's what you guys are elected to do, the will of us. We decide how we treat our children and what is best for our individual child. Not one size fits all. Nobody here has suggested if you want to send your kid to school with the mask, not to do it. It is just, it's unbelievable how one side is okay with letting you do what you want with your children and the other side is trying to take our personal rights away from what we want to do with our children. I ask Caprice that you knock it off. This is so ridiculous that you even bring this up today, and I suggest that the school board members follow the law, specifically HB 241, because you swore as a constitutional officer to do so. So I'm not only here on behalf of my children, my family, but for neighbors and friends that couldn't be here today because this is a work day and we are all on the same page. We want rights as parents. It is offensive that other people have gotten up here before and tried to infer on our rights. That is just so offensive. There a teacher that got up here that said she's resigning today. Good, resign, because she doesn't, my kids are not her kids. My kids are my kids. So you can get up all of these specialists and whatever. I know what's best for my children, okay? And I would like to state that, well, I already did. The mandates are not laws. We follow the laws, and that's it. I'm gonna just leave it at that.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Beth Ellis.
Welcome.
Hello. I want to thank you all for your time today. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm a parent of a Pinellas County School student, and I'm in favor of a special meeting. The American Academy of Pediatrics, along with the Center for Disease Control, have stated K-12 students wearing masks for in-person learning is necessary to reduce the transmission of COVID. Palm Beach County, Broward, Miami-Dade, and Hillsborough, among others, have already mandated wearing masks. My 5-year-old has no option for COVID vaccination. We've reached out to trials as far away as the Carolinas. No luck. We can't get her in. Her only protection against COVID infection is diligent mask wearing and hand sanitizing with general good practices. However, this has much less benefit for her if her classmates are not doing the same. It's very simple. Public mask wearing is most effective in the reduction of the spread of the virus when it's done with very high compliance. If we're not all doing it, it doesn't help that much. We have to do it together. We have to work together. My 5-year-old is very concerned with becoming infected with COVID and passing this along to an elderly grandparent. I urge all of you, follow the example of a 5-year-old and think of others before yourselves. Hold the special meeting. Please help her keep her loved ones, her classmates, staff, and the general public safe by mandating masks in schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Carrie Kent.
Welcome.
Hello. Oh, Lord. I'm tall. Thank you for having me. First, I'd like to say thank you to Mrs. Edmonds for even proposing this special meeting. I am 100% in favor of this. I am an emergency room physician in Pinellas County. I happen to also be the site medical director at my ER, which let me tell you is not a fun job to do during a global pandemic. I'm also a mom of 2 kids who are too young to be vaccinated, although you can bet I will as soon as it's approved. You know, this pandemic has been really hard for me, really hard for my coworkers. We're tired. The hospital system is overrun. Whatever statistic that was about people not dying is just not true. I coded 2 people myself on my last shift.
I'll handle it, thank you.
I mean, people are dying. I could talk to you endlessly about the COVID people that I have. The 39-year-old I intubated on my last shift as soon as he hit my doors. People are dying. But I think what we're forgetting when we're debating this is that it's not just COVID people who are having bad outcomes. That woman who said she had a brain bleed and needed to get to the ICU, quite frankly, that wouldn't happen right now. She would have died in my ER. I had a guy under 40 who came in with chest pain, and we correctly identified him right away, having a big, massive heart attack. He needs to get a life-saving heart cath, or else he would die. And there's no facility in Pinellas County that's open. And Sunstar is running 40-minute delays, and so he died. Out of COVID times, he would not have died. He would have been saved. This isn't just about people making a choice for their children. This is about being respectful for our entire community and the benefit for everyone. My people are tired. The hospital systems are overrun. COVID is booming. It's up 164% in my hospital system as compared to this time last year. I would implore you to do the right thing here. Have the meeting, impose wearing masks. Because when you need to come to a hospital and you are having a stroke or your loved one is having a heart attack, what kind of care do you want? Right now, we cannot provide that care. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Boris.
Welcome.
Javier. Thank you. I'd like to voice my support for holding a special meeting regarding masks as proposed by Board Member Edmond. The reasons I think having this meeting is so important is because I'm a mom of 3 sons in Pinellas County schools. 2 are vaccinated, 1 is not. I am counting the days, 54, until he turns 12, while also hoping the vaccine is approved for all school-age children soon. My sons wear masks indoors at school because they care about others and because they know that protecting their classmates and their teachers is just the right thing to do. Meanwhile, despite the district's policy to strongly encourage but not require mask wearing, they still have a few maskless teachers and many maskless classmates who choose to make going to school less safe for everyone. We need a mask mandate because the best science tells us masks are a vital part of getting this virus under control. Pinellas County families deserve a masking policy supported by the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics. Worried parents who are simply asking for a layer of protection between their sons and daughters and an unpredictable, potentially life-threatening virus are currently at the mercy of folks who confidently dismiss the doctors and scientists who keep telling us that masking is our best option in schools right now. I'm asking that you issue a mask mandate for our school buildings to keep our children safe. You have the science, you have the authority, and I am just hoping you muster the will. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Glenn Riesling.
Okay. Welcome. Yeah, there you
All
go.
right,
There you
before
go.
we begin, we're all in agreement. The members of this board have all executed their Florida Statute 876.05 oath of office, correct? And that you all know and are aware that Governor DeSantis and the legislature has already passed the Parents' Health Bill where they have the right to choose. Well, then it appears there's a mistake, and I'm here to address the issue of the emergency COVID measure this board is hereby pondering, including the wearing of mandatory masks such as these. When the box itself informs that misuse of these masks can cause injury and death, and the government and the legislature, the ones making the laws, have already determined what you all are about to do. Therefore, what evidence do you all have in support of, not just we follow CDC guidelines or whatever, what actual evidence? Where's the science? Where's the evidence? And if you can't produce the evidence, how is this not contemplating continuing child abuse?
We're
The
talking
maximum of
about-
law states that the
excuse me,
proof
sir.
relies on he who affirms.
Let me stop you, please.
Not on he who denies. Ma'am, I am speaking. You will be quiet while I speak.
No, I will not.
Right now, the science and the facts
I
and
am
the
going to warn you
need
one
to
time.
Stop.
You will stop talking now. You will stop talking now.
Madam Chair, Mr. Boris, no. We have, Mr. Boris, we have stopped the clock. You will, if you do not stop speaking, you will be removed.
Okay, you are
we
out
want to
now.
address-
You are out.
Okay.
Please remove him. All right, now, we're going to stop right now. I read what our procedures were, and frankly, I was going to thank you all for the decorum and for the way you were behaving and monitoring yourselves during this time. The reason why I was going to stop him is he was not speaking to the mask mandate, even broadly. He hadn't even mentioned it yet. We were well into it, and I was going to ask him to state his case and then allow him to go on. For those of you that have not been in the room the whole time, we are not talking about whether or not we're going to have a mask mandate. We are talking about whether or not a special meeting will be called to discuss it. So we have to at least address the fact that there is, the motion on the floor is to have this emergency meeting. I am trying to be fair with this, but it wasn't even coming up. So there was nothing being stated, and when I asked him to stop so that I could explain it, he did not stop. And then, well, we could have fixed that. We could fix that. And the next thing was, I specifically said there would be no profanity, at which point he... I know, and I called him on it, and I'm not going to get into any more discussion this way. I called him when he said it. I said, be careful, and he did not do it again.
Madam Chair,
Now,
if I could also clarify,
yes.
The issue with this gentleman was that he did not allow the chair. This is our meeting, and if the chair asks you to stop, we will stop the clock, save your time, and then there will be a conversation between the chair or me and the speaker. His offense was not stopping. We are here to run an efficient and orderly business meeting and to hear from the public. If somebody is not going to allow us to interrupt them, to redirect them according to our policy, then you will be removed.
And if the time had gone on, we can correct that once we get to it. So with that, let's all just take a deep breath. Welcome our next speaker, and who will be the one that will follow. Just a moment. Who will follow this speaker?
The next speaker will be Jennifer Schulman.
All righty. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Glenn Ryan. I'm a St. Petersburg resident. I'm 35 years a retired ER nurse, and I worked for 8 years over at All Children's Hospital as a charge nurse in their ER. And I want to say that I approve and support Caprice Edmonds' thing for the mask mandate meeting. And I urge you, because I've been listening to some of these people in the back, and I urge you to make it a science-based type of thing, meeting, because I think there's a lot of misinformation out there, and you don't have to cherry pick. There are people on the opposite side that are well documented and have well presented issues, but I personally support the mask mandate, and I think in the interest of public health, you guys have more of a globaler thing. People have come up here with individual episodes like, well, my kid's got COVID and he got better. But the thing is that when they're infectious, they have a 14-day window to infect other people. And those people that they infect may not be so lucky. They might wind up in ICU on an event. So I think right now, as a globaler issue, you ought to look at the science. You ought to have this emergency meeting. Cases are rising in Pinellas County. Hospitals are overwhelmed. And that's all I'll say about that.
Good, thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Dr. LaDonna Butler.
Welcome.
Hi there. My name is Jennifer Schulman, and I have a 5th grader at Pinellas County Schools. Chair Cook, Pinellas County School Board, and Superintendent Grego, thank you so much for your patience to listen to everyone in their comments. And I would like to say that I am in favor of having a special meeting. I don't want to stand here and spew facts and data about what the best safety protocol. You know the facts, you have the data. What I do want you to do is to implore you to honor the oath that you took to uphold the Florida Constitution. The Constitution says adequate provisions shall be made by law for a uniform, efficient, safe, secure, and high-quality system for free public schools. I want to draw your attention to one word in that governing document: safe. Above rules, above the Board of Education policy, above the legislature statutes, above the governor's executive orders, is the Florida Constitution. Your attorney has said that you cannot require masks in schools because the governor's executive order and subsequently the Board of Education and Department of Health directives say that you cannot. There is no need to abide by these because the Constitution is above all of them and it requires you to provide a safe environment. Last year, we asked our children and staff to wear masks, and they did. Our community came together to thwart a common, invisible, devastating enemy. What makes this year different? Has the disease been eradicated? Has the virus become less virulent? Have our hospitals been able to easily handle the influx of patients? Have the short and long-term effects diminished? The answer to these questions is an unequivocal no. Don't believe me, believe the doctors in our community, believe the reports on your own health department, believe the stories that you've all shared through social media and conversations with friends, families, and constituents. There are those that will claim that they have the right as parents under the Florida Parents' Bill of Rights to direct the upbringing and education and care of their minor children. And this is true, except for two assailable points. If the state or government entity can demonstrate that such action is reasonable and necessary to achieve a compelling state interest, and that such action is narrowly tailored and is not otherwise served by a less restrictive means, and the pesky state constitution, which supersedes laws passed by the legislature. I submit to you to have this special meeting on August 27th to take action to meet the state's interest.
Thank you. Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Esther Eugene.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Welcome.
I say thank you. I'm looking at all of your centered actions to make sure that our schools are safe, from ensuring that we're not cramming a whole bunch of kids in one classroom, making sure that we're having conversations, encouraging hand washing. I'm watching this board take reasonable actions to ensure the health and safety of our kids. I've even seen the actions that you've taken to make sure that we're learning about equity in our schools. I'm learning about the training that your teachers are going through, and I am excited about the work of the board. I am. Now, last year, this mask is a real inconvenience. It is not oppression. I know what oppression is, right? This is an inconvenience. However, last year, we understood the importance of masking. And we made sure that we had provisions. We even provided masks for staff and kids to be able to be safe. Nothing has really changed. In fact, we've actually gotten worse. And so I'm encouraging us to come back, have the meeting, discuss every single available option to keep our kids safe. Now, in my clinic, I saw an overwhelming we had elevated numbers of people who were coming in for things like depression, anxiety. There was increased substance use. Kids were thinking of taking their own lives because of the degrees of isolation that they were experiencing because of what we were doing in the beginning. That's just true. We all witnessed it. Even people who don't agree with masking talked about the impact of COVID and isolation. Well, if we don't take these actions, if we are not safe, we're headed back to a path where we are going to have to come back indoors. I do not want that to happen. I have a couple things I want to say real quick. I wrote them down. We know that most children are better served when they are able to be with their peers and with connection with caring adults. I'm a mother of 5, and 4 of them, well, now 3, I have 2 graduates of Pinellas County Schools. 3 of them are in Pinellas County Schools. I will also say to you, as much as we protected our children and we wore our masks, my husband and I are vaccinated, his work with children caused him to come home with COVID-19. That happened. And in our house, COVID ran through my entire home. He was We need to make the steps. We need to do everything possible to make sure that this virus does not continue to burn through our schools, burn through our communities, because we cannot take the risk associated with getting us sick. I am not talking about infringing on people's freedoms. We got bigger things to talk about when we're talking about freedom. We're talking about a public health crisis that is going to impact all of us. So we need to do the next right thing. Have the meeting, discuss every available option, hear each other, and then be bigger, stronger, wiser, and kind, and mask.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Raul Labam.
Welcome.
Well, I was here this morning, but good afternoon. I want to, Esther Eugene, I'm the current sitting president of the St. Petersburg branch NAACP. Dr. Greco, you said earlier, let's use common sense, and I respect that. But as we know, common sense is not so common when families feel that they are enacting their rights while mixed with emotions and the thought that their freedom is being violated. But I bring a different perspective. The local NAACP branch supports and stands in solidarity with this board on the motion for a special call meeting, if you so voted in. Board members, this is well within your purview and your authority. There is value in pressing pause on a decision to ensure that decisions are not knee-jerk approaches to appease issues that have emotional connections. There is value in ensuring that you review each aspect of this process. There's value in ensuring that there is a governing board, that as a governing board, you do your due diligence with facts and then relay those facts to us. The data speaks for itself. The variant is on the rise. Facts are facts. There's an increase in numbers since the school year began. Facts are facts. The decision is not about violating a family's right and their decisions. However, let's be clear. For the most part, our students and instructors spend more waking hours with each other than they do with their families in a 5-day period. The students and the instructors must feel safe, protected, and valued. We cannot comfortably depend on parents to report positive results. We just cannot. It's emotional. This is where your commitment to leadership and the mission of the school board takes precedence. You are charged to provide the best opportunities for all students to succeed by adopting policies that ensure continual improvement of highest student achievement, safe learning environment, and effective, efficient operations. Clear, concise, and that's it. A special meeting should be called, and the facts should be clearly defined to the best interest of the students and the instructors. I'm saying it this way because it's important, and the instructors. But please ensure that during that meeting, the data is reflective of our community and that it's clear.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ann Vaury, followed by Stephanie Lane.
Welcome.
Hello. So my name is Anne Vaury. I am the mom of 3 boys who are in 3rd and 5th grade in Pinellas County Public Schools. If I'm here today is to tell you that I support 100% the meeting to support mask mandate for our public schools. Today, yes, my kids are wearing masks at school, but we don't feel safe because we know the mask wearing is not 100% effective if not everybody is doing it. So me too, I like to see my kids smile and And I wish they would not have to wear this, but this is the reality of this pandemic. And I prefer to see my kids smile behind their mask with their eyes than to be like I was this summer at the hospital with them at the ICU, suffering and crying. I'm concerned that if one of my child break a arm like it happened last winter, he would not have the appropriate health care at the hospital, or whoever is falling sick in my family cannot get this care neither. This is not just about being sick of the COVID, this is about staying healthy in general. And it's about taking care of each other. My kids never complain about wearing their mask for 18 months. They totally understand why we are doing this, the importance to protect themselves and to protect the others. And if they can do this, I think we can think about that and do it too. Thank you.
And you're speaking in favor of the meeting? I thought so. You did say you were speaking in favor.
Sorry,
Okay.
I am fully in
Good.
favor.
Thank you. I thought you said it, but I wanted to make sure.
The
Okay.
speaker to follow will be Christopher Kay.
Good. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. As the parent of 2 Pinellas County School students, one of whom is too young to be vaccinated, I strongly urge the school board to hold an emergency meeting regarding requiring masks in schools. There's a staggering COVID emergency in our state, and Florida currently has one of the highest rates in the nation for pediatric hospitalizations due to the virus. In the wake of this public health emergency, the American Academy of Pediatrics and the CDC are both recommending students mask indoors to slow the spread of COVID. The Delta variant is far more contagious than previous COVID strains, yet safety protocols in our schools are far from what they were just a few months ago, and our district has not provided a virtual learning option this year. Our students deserve the right to a safe learning environment in person. Please do what's right and step up to protect our children, teachers, and staff by holding this meeting to require masks. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Keely Gleason, followed by Barbara McDorchin.
Welcome.
First of all, it's hard for me to believe that we're back here again debating on having a meeting on this same topic. We fought so hard last year for parental rights over medical decisions for our children in school, and the board finally came to a decision at the end of last school there would be no masks. You know, people have been saying, listen to the science, but the science that we've been given for the last year and a half have all been lies. We know masks don't work, we know Fauci was a fraud, and that masks do more harm than good. My daughters and I are immune compromised and have severe asthma. Last year, my daughter had more asthma attacks than ever before, on top of bacterial lung infections from masks. So how can we even be contemplating whether or not that there can be a universal medical decision when each child has a different medical history? So how do you know that a mask is safe for my kids or anybody else's? They say masks protect, yet there have been many studies, 3 specifically, sponsored by the NIH, that the virus is spread by aerosol particles which go right through masks. More people are vaccinated in comparison to last year, which has been directly correlated to more cases. Not masks. COVID is not anywhere near more cases, not masks. COVID is not going anywhere. A mask isn't going to save our child. All the different doctors that have been coming up here speaking about masks and COVID, people dying, but have any of them went against the narrative and actually treated patients with HCQ or ivermectin with have 100% success rates? Because that's what saves people, not masks. Governor DeSantis has signed an executive order for parental rights on this very subject, so why are we on earth having a discussion to vote against that? What parents don't want the right to have a choice in their child's medical decision? This subject shouldn't even be up for discussion to take away our rights to make those types of decisions for our kids, and we're literally having a meeting right now to decide whether or not to break the law and the order that was put in place for our parental rights. I'd rather have the Pinellas County Schools defunded than the thought of a discussion to go directly against the governor's EO, which I've already emailed Governor DeSantis just to at least put this on his radar, because I refuse I refuse to even entertain the thought that my kids would be subject to physical and psychological abuse again to have to wear a mask for 6 hours a day. We should always have a choice, period. There doesn't need to be a meeting to discuss that.
Thank you. And before you start, let's.
I'm Barbara Dumoshel. I just wanted to say that the gentleman that spoke about, you know, all the statistics.
Stop, please. Wait a moment. Who's our next speaker? And then reset the clock. Okay. Who's our next speaker?
Ma'am, you wrote on your speaker form that you want to speak about CRT and vaccines. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
well,
I don't know if I'll have time for both.
That will be at the end. Do you want to speak about whether or not the school board wants to hold a special meeting?
Yes, I don't agree with the meeting, and I'd just like to address the mask at this point.
Okay.
Thank
and then
you.
You can speak about the other issues after the meeting.
Okay.
But hold on.
Yeah, by the way, I'm so embarrassed for that gentleman that was taken out. It should have been explained to him. You just
stop a
don't
minute,
say
please.
stop.
Stop. Who's the next speaker?
After her.
Oh.
You stay where you are.
The next speaker is Katrina Cook, followed by Sarah Dara.
I thought you said Barbara Dumoshel.
Yes, you are, and then the person that follows
okay.
you is the one we're calling.
Thank you.
You now have 3 minutes, and welcome. We'd like to hear what you have to say.
Thank you. I'm just embarrassed for that gentleman that had to go through that humiliation without really having it explained to him. That's why I believe in school teaching relationship skills. Anyway, you might want to check the source of the science, who's funding it, okay? That's number one. And 100,000 people died of regular flu. That's number two. And number three is from the scientists, 99-point-something% of children are affected by COVID. There's 73 million children up to age 17 in our country. 99 point, I don't know, some really very small statistic. My heart breaks, as everyone's hearts break, for any kind of sickness, disease, and loss. But we have to be reasonable. Okay, my glasses.
And we're talking about whether or not we have the meeting.
Right.
Okay.
There is, you know, Dr. Fauci has gone back and forth. The two medical communities that were named about science, their funding is not good. The good funding comes from 2,000 plus scientists that I'm connected with. I'm just a little nervous because I'm just wondering if you're going to stop me. Can I just read this? If it's inappropriate, just say stop and I'll stop because I don't know. Okay, there is an insidious, treacherous, evil agenda. COVID-19 is a bioweapon from China, Fauci, Bill Gates against humanity. 12 holistic doctors have been murdered in Florida because they were, you know, seeking the truth on vaccines. Dr. Fauci is kicked out, banned from Africa and India for a vaccine created to cause HIV and sterility. The CDC, the WHO, the FDA, the pharmaceutical industry follow the money trail of corruption. The mainstream news media will be indicted for presenting to America false science, data, and numbers. I'm connected to the Scientific Advisory Board, over 2,000 scientists, the frontline doctors who have the proven science in the Journal of Virology, write this down, American Journal of Infection Control, Journal of American Medical Association, the healthyamerican.org, and by the way, one of my favorites is Dr. R. Buttar. He's a famous doctor, and I could name 2,000, but he's one of them. And this, to quote, a virus is a microorganism. That gentleman's information was correct. The argument is over. Matt?
Thank you. So are you in favor or against the meeting?
Totally against it.
Thank
I
you.
will fight it, like the other lady said, with the law.
Thank you. All right, who's our next speaker?
Katrina Cook, followed by Sarah Dara.
Followed by who?
Sarah Dara.
Sarah Dara. Okay. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. I do want to say thank you, Caprice, for bringing this up. This is definitely something that needs to be done. Unfortunately, we should have another meeting, for this meeting, but I do agree with the meetings. And I see today, like I've heard people who want to quote, biblical things. They think they're constitutional lawyers. They think they're scientists. We've heard from real doctors what's really going on, not some kind of conspiracy theory maybe that was on Fox News. Like, this is really going on. On the second, my kids started school last Wednesday. By Friday morning, they had to go home and quarantine for 10 days. Okay, and it was from children who had COVID that didn't wear masks to school. And I understand, we all have the right to whatever and laws and all that, but Jim Crow used to be the law. Slavery used to be the law. It doesn't mean it was right. You know what I mean? If something like that was reinstated, I don't think any of you board members would be down for that. You know what I mean? Your mission statement says that you're to provide the best opportunities for all students to succeed by adopting policies that ensure continual improvement of highest student achievement, safe learning environment, and effective, efficient operation. Not wearing masks is not safe. No one ever died from wearing a mask. People are dying from COVID. All those precautions you mentioned still cause the classrooms at my kids' school to be, shut down and quarantined and all the things. So you don't want to wear a mask. Sending students home for 10 days every once in a while is not effective or efficient. Special education students suffer the most scholastically, and that is a direct violation of Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 that protects rights not only of individuals with visible disabilities, but those that may not be apparent. For K through 12 students, literacy in Pinellas County is the biggest concern. They already call Florida schools a prison pipeline. Why would you exacerbate the problem? Wear a mask, it's common sense. And that's all I got to say. We should have the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Ms. Mountabane.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. So not only do I think that we should not be debating the need for a meeting, I don't think we should be debating a mask mandate. The HB 241 that everyone keeps bringing up clearly states that parents have the right to govern their children. It also states that these rights can't be infringed upon without demonstrating such action is reasonable and necessary. And I think that we've all determined that it is reasonable and necessary. The CDC has been very clear that masks work. The notion that laws supersede or nullify local ordinances or statutes is incorrect and fallible. Are we not required to provide vaccine records for our children at kindergarten and 7th grade? Is my child not required to adhere to a very strict dress code? Does she not have to wear closed-toed shoes to PE or be marked down? I was not given a choice when school uniforms were mandated at one of my children's schools. As a parent, I don't have the right to allow my child not to wear a seatbelt. As a free citizen, I don't have the right to drink alcohol and get behind the wheel of a car. Laws are made, amended, and retracted based on the needs and safety for all. Unvaccinated and unmasked adults are sending their unvaccinated and unmasked children to school while either knowingly or unknowingly contagious, subsequently killing other people out of sheer selfishness and or ignorance. They are not following the sick policy guidelines. They are openly scoffing at the mentions of people dying in this room today, scoffing openly at the notion that people are dying. They don't care about our children, so you have to. If a meeting is required to enact general safety in our schools, then I support it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Mary Zellers.
You're next, but after you, yeah. It's a little
Hello.
confusing, but we're trying to keep it moving. Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, of course, I urge you to have a special emergency meeting for the mask mandate, and I urge you to vote all in favor of it. I do believe it's within your power to create a policy for mandatory masks. I was wishing you will take this action today. But anyway, I support you, I trust you to ensure safe and healthy schools in our county, because encouraging masks is not enough. We need a mask mandate. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Cicely Rathmel.
Hi.
Welcome.
I'm Mary Zellers. I have 2 grandchildren in the Pinellas County system, and my daughter also teaches there. I just wanted to point out, along with others who have spoken, that we have laws that we have to obey, and if we don't like those laws, then we get to change them. We cannot just forget that we have them or override them because of whatever reason we think is important enough to do that. I would also, I'm deadly against the meeting. I don't want to have a meeting. I don't want to have any more mask mandate discussion. The decision was made, and I think we should stick with it. And if you don't like the law that the governor has passed, or you don't like something, then go about changing it. Don't just ignore it. I would also like to tell the board that if we go down this road, it's a slippery slope. So today we're here to discuss whether we can have a meeting on whether we can have a mask mandate that we've already decided we're not going to have. So let's say we get that. We get the mask mandate, and it's a very emotional issue for everyone, and everyone has picked their side, and they're not going to change. So let's say we get the mask mandate. Okay, and let's say it's for 30 days or 60 days or 90 days, and then we still have it, because we will. Everyone knows we will. Okay, so then what's the next thing? Then the vaccinations get approved. So then the school board of Pinellas County is going to decide whether students in Pinellas County are required to take a vaccine. The school board. I don't think the school board has that right. And so I think that you should not have the meeting, you should not have the mandate, you should leave it alone. It's all going to end up in the court anyway. Can we afford that? And just let it go and see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Clark Messalella.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. You haven't seen me before because I'm one of the parents who quietly chose from the options you made available to keep our kids safe last year, first virtual and then in person. Watching the June 9th board meeting made me realize how hard you each fought to provide those options, and for that I thank you. I'm here today because the options available this year cannot possibly keep our children safe and our schools open right now. I'm here to ask you to hold a special meeting to discuss a temporary mask mandate and reevaluate until our community positivity rate drops to below 8% and until students under age 12 have a chance to be vaccinated to prevent the worst possible outcomes. COVID-19 spread in schools was limited last year because mitigation measures like universal masking and remote learning were effective, and because the virus was half as infectious. But the virus has changed, and so must we. Someone with the Delta variant infects an average of 6 to 8 other people, often before symptoms appear, and almost always those who are in close proximity for extended periods. And that describes our schools exactly. That's why we're seeing COVID spread so quickly in districts that opened earlier, in our state and others, and now in our own. Masks are known to be an effective way to slow the spread of disease. That's why doctors and nurses wear them. They can help kids in school stay in school and out of quarantine too. I know that many in the past have cited the Brown University analysis by economist Emily Oster as proof that masks in Florida schools don't work. But what they may not realize is that this paper is a preprint and has not been peer-reviewed. This makes it equivalent to a drug that's been developed but not yet evaluated and approved by the FDA. In fact, the journal itself has a disclaimer that the paper should not be used to guide clinical practice and therefore public policy. In comparison, the vast majority of published papers and the medical experts who spoke here today recommend masking as an effective COVID mitigation strategy that is recommended when community infection rates are high. While I appreciate that parents want to make decisions for their children, as do I, this is about the health and education of all our children. Parents don't get to decide dress code, sick policies, or whether their child gets checked for lice at school, because those policies are about keeping kids learning effectively. And keeping kids and teachers in schools healthy is essential to this. Therefore, I ask you to call a special meeting to reevaluate a temporary mask mandate because it is an education and public health.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Sarah Messalella.
Welcome.
All right, good afternoon. Good morning, good afternoon, Ms. Long and board members. I definitely appreciate your time today. I also took time off today from my busy schedule. I have 2 full-time jobs. So I work for the Department of Defense, supporting our nation and our warfighters, and I'm a full-time battalion commander of 240 soldiers here in the state of Florida, ranging from the Jacksonville area all the way down to the southern cities of Miami and West Palm Beach and Fort Lauderdale. So bottom line is this, it's very clear, right? So I have to defend and support the Constitution, and so do you. And specifically here, HB 241 that was passed on July 1st of this year, okay, by our House state representatives and our Senate state representatives, right? So we're a representative form of government here in the state of Florida. This measure was heard. It was passed by representatives overwhelmingly by 70%. 70% of the population of Florida, okay, wanted a Parents' Bill of Rights. And that was passed, and the Parents' Bill of Rights is very clear. It's very clear in that the parents will make the medical decisions for their children, okay? Not the school board, okay? This is not a legislative body, okay? This body is, and by this body trying to usurp or go around, okay, a now public law here in the state of Florida, okay, that was passed by 70% of the voice of Florida, okay, is, to me, it's a dereliction of duty. I think that there's, I think we're missing it here. So bottom line also is masks are not effective in preventing COVID-19 infection. 3 days ago, there was a study by the University of Waterloo in the United Kingdom. I look at the global things, okay, of this pandemic, not just here in the U.S. A lot of things today are just simply being censored. The University of Waterloo researchers found, based on their studies, that blue surgical face masks are only 10% effective, and the KN95 in and of themselves are 50% effective, okay? There are no scientific standards for masks, and consequently, most masks do not cover the face properly to prevent COVID-19 infection. Come on, look at the kids wearing their masks. They're loose. There's air coming in. Their breath going out. What do they do when they think about this? When they go to lunch, okay, and the same thing with my soldiers. When they go back to the barracks and they eat chow, okay, what's going on? They're bringing down their masks and they're talking, to the other children, okay? Do you think that masks are going to help them there? No. What's happening, okay, is my son. I'll use my son as an example.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow.
Thank you. Thank you. You're finished. You are finished. Thank you. Time's up. Let's move on. Next speaker. Don't make me ask you to be removed. Thank you. Let me remind you, some of you did not hear prior to the meeting, but part of our board rules are that whether you agree or disagree, you do not show that audibly, and we just listen to the speakers, and so do the board members. So please maintain some decorum.
The speaker that will
Welcome.
follow is Leona Pfeiffer.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Sarah, and I have a son that's in 4th grade in the public school system here. And I opposed the mask mandate, and you guys having a meeting about that because my child suffered mentally from wearing a mask at school. We tried the first semesters of going to school with mask on, and he just dramatically suffered mentally from it, where he was actually even suicidal, didn't want to go to school, called it, like he said, my husband said it was prison for him, so we had to take him out of school for the last couple semesters. And he went from an A student to not doing as well because my husband and I have to work, and we can't homeschool him. And although this teachers did the best they could doing online schooling, they don't have the option this year. My child is going to suffer mentally if he's made to wear these masks again. And many children, not only my son, but many other children suffer through the same of wearing a mask. Now, like my husband said, masks are not effective. They don't work. They're only 10%. They mess with their mask. They touch it. Kids are just germs. And you know what? We have to get used to germs. I understand people are dying from this, and it's sad. But at the same time, suppressing our children's immune system is not going to help them either. And masking them is what suppresses their immune system. And we want to be able to all get herd immunity through either the vaccine or through just getting it and recovering. But it's just going to be part of life for a long time. And masking our children and lowering their immune system and blocking their fresh oxygen is not going to do it. It's going to harm them. And I beg of you, please do not do this. Not only is it against the law, breaking the law and breaking the will of the parents. Most of the kids that go to school now, they don't wear a mask. They don't wear a mask because their parents chose not to wear a mask. Those kids chose not to wear a mask. And if they choose to wear a mask, great, wear a mask, wear 2 masks, wear 3 masks. But don't make my child wear a mask. Thank you.
So are you in favor of or against the meeting?
I'm against the meeting. Thank you very much.
you.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you. So let's remember to keep our comments to whether or not you're in favor of the emergency meeting or the meeting that has been requested. Who's our next speaker? Just a moment.
The speaker to follow will be Kelly Johnson.
Okay. Welcome.
Hi, thanks for your time. I'm a grandmother with children in Pinellas schools, and I think that freedom is a moot point when we are dealing with a highly transmissible virus. And I implore you to follow the advice of the CDC over politicians. I support this board holding a meeting to discuss mask mandates. I think it is your responsibility to keep our most vulnerable children who are unable to be vaccinated safe from COVID. COVID is preventable for even unvaccinated individuals when protocols are followed. No child should be subjected to potentially dangerous situations when it can be prevented. We already know from last year that masking works. If a mandate is not adopted, we will continue to see growing cases because without it, very few are masking and positivity is rising. The current procedures we have in place are not preventing transmission because parents aren't following the protocols. We have already proven to ourselves that choice isn't working the way the mandate did last year. I encourage this board to hear from medical experts who are currently caring for your students in COVID units here in Pinellas County before making a decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Christopher Kay.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Johnson, and I live in Dunedin, Florida. And honestly, I understand everybody in this room. I'm a mother of 8 children, and when you have 8 children, there's a lot of different things that go on with those children. I'm a product of 2 retired Pinellas County public school teachers, and I'm very proud of that. They taught me a lot of things growing up, and one of the things they taught me is just how to be understanding of each other. So right now I'd like to say, for the record, that I am in support of the meeting. I do not know what you need to do at this meeting. I don't know if it needs to be about social distance. We need to have some kind of a meeting to discuss how we can slow down the spread of this virus. Right now, my children are recovering from COVID-19. I'm gonna take down my mask. I'm naturally immune. I had it as well. I had to pray a lot over my family. We got it from vaccinated family members. We were doing everything we could to stop it. I've had disease in my house many times, and I've been able to stop flu with 2 kids down. The rest, it's been amazing. I was not able to stop COVID in my house. It really threw me because I did not think it would be that bad. I was one of those people who said, I'm healthy. I ride 100 miles on my bike. I can handle it. It was really hard. And my 15-year-old son was the last one to get it. And he said this text to me, Mom, are you up? I'm scared. My body is shaking uncontrollably, and I feel like my heart is racing. This is my 15-year-old son. Mom, I don't know what to do. I can't calm down. Mom, I don't know what's going to happen, but I love you. I woke up the next day because I myself was suffering from COVID, and that was what was happening to him. 2 of my children had no symptoms. The only reason we knew we were COVID positive is because we knew that we were exposed and we were testing. The 2 that really didn't have symptoms are 9-year-old twins. I would have sent them to school the first day with COVID, and it incubated about 10 days in each one of us. That's the other thing when you compare it to flu, which, flu incubates 2-3 days, whatever. COVID, in the practical sense of what I witnessed, is it incubates quite some time. So we do need to take some kind of measures to help slow the spread at the schools. I don't know if it's going to be mask mandates and maybe taking mask breaks during the day. I mean, I do that at work. I go outside and I take my mask down, but I don't know what that's going to be. I don't know if it's going to be spacing the desks out. Right now, kids are all on top of each other. And as far as this protecting you from kids from transmitting it, do you guys not understand kids spit when they talk? They spit a lot, and this definitely traps spit. So that will definitely slow it down. And I don't want to get into that. I just want to ask you to please have the meeting and like other people have said, have all sides represented so we can make a really good decision so that people like my son, who's 15, they don't have to send mom a text in the middle of the night because they think that they're going to die. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Madam Chair, I have 3 speakers that were called earlier that
Okay.
did not respond. Can I read their names now?
Everyone is from upstairs, correct? No one is still down? Okay, then go ahead, because they may have been downstairs.
Nancy Schuler, Josh Dale, and Amy Pert.
Okay, well, that ends the comment on the motion that is now on the floor. Board members, we have had a lot of conversation, so ourselves over the past, 3 or 4 months. So I'm going to allow everybody to have an opportunity to speak, but if you can do it succinctly and do it in one shot, I would appreciate it. If we need to, if you need to share something else, I'm not going to stop you from it, but let's be as succinct and as thorough as we can be. If you have something that you want to say, please push your button to indicate it. And Mrs. Long, we'll start with you.
Thank you. I wrote a statement last night, but before I read it, I want you all to know I taught 35 years. I'm a mother of 2 children. My husband is a teacher. I took this seriously and I looked at all sides. But here's the bottom line. I took an oath to uphold the law. For instance, just as I would uphold and do all in my power to ensure protections for, say, ESC or LGBTQ plus students protected by the ADA and Title IX, I would uphold them. I must abstain from a decision that would set a potentially dangerous precedent. If boards will choose to violate one law, what is it to stop them from choosing to violate others? It creates loopholes and is not conducive to progress. I implore you, please, to continue with the mitigating measures. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Hine? There you go.
Thank you. I think there's a couple of important points here. I feel like through the discussion today, we've kind of gotten put into this all or nothing position, and we're not in an all or nothing position. Our current policy is that we strongly recommend masks for staff and students. And I know that Ms. Edmonds suggested having a special meeting to discuss the possibility of going against the Department of Health order, but that wasn't what we weren't talking about whether we would or would not do that. We were talking about what could we do. And as I listen to people, one of the things I realize is I don't think that that's the battle we're having right now. We can do more than we currently are. I want to say thank you, Dr. Grego. I think the way you had to, and Pinellas County Schools had to assume all the responsibility for contact tracing, quarantining, et cetera, the new dashboard, everything, thank you. And I know, and thank you for allowing me to talk with you and participate some in those operational pieces because they're so important. And really, they should not be the responsibility of Pinellas County Schools. Our responsibility is to educate, right? But we also have to provide a safe and effective learning environment. That is also our responsibility. So thank you on the operational side, on the case management side. I think there are some really important pieces there that I know we haven't gotten to today. I appreciate that we decentralized it. It's at the school level. It'll be faster. It has to be fast to be effective. Notification of close contacts, notification of a positive in an elementary classroom. I know we've talked about that, and I'd like to make sure that we follow through with that. Making sure we get testing site information out to families and staff. Thank you for working on opening new testing sites and being sure that they're open after hours. All of that is case management. So there's more we can do. We could right now, I don't know that if we could do it today because there's been this motion piece and all this discussion, so I don't know if it got lost in there, but we could right now require that teachers and staff wear masks. There's nothing in the Department of Health or the DOE or the governor's order that doesn't allow us to do that. Is that correct, Mr. Kaprisky?
Yeah, the Department of Health emergency rule and the executive order deal with students. We would have to contemplate collective bargaining and other issues if we were to do something with employees. So I'm not sure that you could do that right here from the dais.
Right. Okay. And then, but it's just what I'm saying is there's so much more we could do besides, up to the Department of Health order. And the Department of Health order is also clear that it requires parents to have an opt-out. And so we could require and allow an opt-out. All of that is legal. All of that is legal today. There is a court case right now that is ongoing. We know that the hearing is ongoing. We should have a decision within the next couple of days about whether the executive order and the Department of Health rule is legal. There's the piece that the Parents' Bill of Rights does have the piece about if the subdivisions or other government entities can demonstrate that the action is reasonable and necessary to achieve a compelling state interest and that it's narratively tailored. So the Parents' Bill of Rights does allow for local government to assess current conditions in that local government's area, talk to those local government, medical, health, fire, whoever the right people are. When we're in an emergency situation, there is the ability within the Parents' Bill of Rights for us to take actions that are narrowly tailored, not otherwise served by a less restrictive means. So there is stuff we can do. There is more we can do. We don't have to. We have had emails, phone calls. I mean, unreal, right? So we don't have to do nothing today or nothing this week. And I would say it would be a real shame if we did. We have options. We don't have to do nothing. We've heard from our medical community. We've heard from our families. We've heard from our schools. And I do have more that I would like to share. I do, because I think that we can do more. And I would like for us to do everything we can up to the law. And I am watching this hearing. I am watching it, and I think it's very important. And I guess here's the few things I would mention as far as our role of providing a safe and effective learning environment here at our schools. We envelop our students and teachers every day for a long period of time, and that is a great responsibility, and I know one that we all take seriously. And even more than we met at our workshop a couple of weeks ago, Pinellas County is even more in a significant health crisis due to this steep rise in COVID. And I know we're all tired. We are all tired. We all want COVID to go away. I think we really valued being able to vote on June 9th to rescind that mask order, right? Everyone wants that. And yet conditions change. And we've talked about when conditions change, we need to change, and we need to be able to be nimble. Every small business, every place needs to be able to be nimble and respond to conditions on the ground. So right now, and this is not Laura Hine talking. I am not a medical doctor or nurse, but I've spoken directly to more than 10 physicians. I have all of my notes here that I'm happy to share with everybody, including 3 members of our medical advisory team, 2 emergency room physicians at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, the lead of emergency medicine at Tampa General, leading internist with Baycare, pediatricians, infectious disease doctors, plus hundreds of physicians, nurses, and infectious disease doctors that we've heard from in our communications. And again, all here in our community, not national or international organizations, but people who live right here, who are dealing with this here. And the ones that I have spoken to, and as is seen in the reporting by the Florida Hospital Association, and then also you can go on to Sunstar EMS, and it makes very clear that our hospitals are full. Emergency services are regularly put on divert, and or EMS is having to hold for 30 minutes or an hour or more. You can look right now at the status. And, when I spoke with, surgeries are being canceled. And when I spoke with Dr. Kopek of Baycare, who's on our medical advisory team, you all probably remember him, he made very clear to me that when we say elective surgeries are canceled, we're not talking about a facelift. We're talking about cardiac bypass surgery. We're talking about cancer mass removal surgeries. I have a friend who's a dermatologist who called me last week devastated about a patient with melanoma who desperately needed a surgery that was scheduled, that was ready to go, and he needed this mass removed. It was canceled because of the influx and the fact that our hospitals and doctors are full and exhausted and they cannot do these elective surgeries. I'm sure many of us have had or have family members who have heart conditions, who have cancer, who need these kinds of services and care. I think you're probably aware that 911 has asked people, please don't call unless you are in an actual life-threatening situation. So it's very real, and yes, we have COVID fatigue, no doubt. Think of the fatigue of the people in our hospitals. We heard from some of them today. And we also know, everyone can pull up the county rates and see that over the months, they've gone up, or over the weeks, just recent weeks, and 20.6 positivity just last week. And our vaccination rate is barely moving, right? Over the weeks, 61, 62, 63%. I think that for all of us seeing the pediatric specific numbers that we get from the Department of Health and reading the line that says that the largest proportional increase in new cases was observed among the 0 to 4 age group, I'm quite sure that kind of stops everyone here in their tracks for a moment. And also that the vaccination rates of our 12 to 18-year-olds are still below 30%. Now, here's the interesting thing. All this stuff that I just talked about, hospitals, EMS, et cetera, this is county level information. This is county level responsibility. And one of the things I wonder is, gosh, I wish we were hearing from our Department of Health more. I wish our county commission was out advocating and doing more. If our county is in a public health crisis, those are the agencies that should be out there. We're a school system. We are responsible for education, and thank you to all of our principals and teachers who are out there doing it every day while we're spending the time in here, and I know that they're doing it well. So I believe that this is a county level, but we also know that there's things that have been done to make them feel like they can't do anything either. And so yes, perhaps this shouldn't be our responsibility. Perhaps it shouldn't be the responsibility of the school board to be looking at this kind of information and making policies, and it is. This is our ship. And everybody who works and learns and comes every day within Pinellas County Schools is our crew that we're responsible for. And so in the shipmate self piece, where you take care of the ship first, take care of your shipmate, and then you take care of yourself. So if we look at just Pinellas County Schools, just us. Last year, the entire first semester, almost 4 full months of school, we had 653 students positive for COVID. In the first 9 days of school this year, we've had 899. So in 4 months, we had 653. In 9 days, we've had 899. So 246 more, nearly a 40% increase. But again, look at that time span difference. Our teachers, we had 316 in a semester last year. And in 9 days, we've had 297. So not quite, but almost the same number in 9 days as in an entire semester. So what are the key differences? Well, one, there's far less space, right? Because we've had the MyPCS. We haven't been able to do that because we haven't had funding for that. So there's a lot more people in our classrooms. And then the other one, of course, is that we're not requiring masks for all staff and students. We can't change the number of students in our schools, but we can do more. We can do more with the mask piece. So I just think, back to the pediatric cases and PCS in our county schools, positive cases, I've heard people say, well, the kids don't really get sick. What's the big deal? We heard from physicians today, pediatricians today, and after my talking to many of them here in our region, not national, not international, right here, the doctors who keep us and our children healthy and safe. Yes, there are some hospitalized here in Pinellas. I learned from Dr. Dubois, an infectious disease at All Children's Hospital this morning, that there are 21 patients currently hospitalized for COVID. Now, that might not sound like a lot to you. Of course, if it's your child, you're going to think that that's pretty important and that maybe our community did not do enough. And if you don't think that the health of children is really a risk with COVID, I know we heard from Ms. O'Toole at the workshop about long COVID and the risk of long COVID. So that's, chronic fatigue, headaches, et cetera, affecting 10 to 15%. So if we have 899 positives now, 10% of that is 89 students currently in our schools from the first 9 days might have a reaction of long COVID, which has a compounding impact on their ability to learn. I really think one of the most important things I've learned, I was talking with Dr. Patrick Mulroney, who's a lead emergency room physician at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, and he couldn't stress enough about keeping kids in school, keeping kids in school. And, yes, we need to keep them there for learning, but so many other things. I didn't know this, but did you know that drownings of children doubled during the pandemic, during the shutdown phase of the pandemic? So it's great that our schools are open, and we need to keep them in schools. Also, nationally, emergency room visits for suspected suicide attempts by girls rose by 51%. Here in Bay Cares, 15 hospitals, pediatric, psychiatric, ER visits rose by 31%. We need each other. Kids need each other. They need their teachers. They need their coaches. They need their sports teams. They need far less time on social media. We need to keep kids in school. I'm super supportive of kids being in school and not have them and their teachers constantly quarantining, right? That instability is unhealthy for families. It's unhealthy for schools. It's unhealthy for business. It's unhealthy for our whole community. So that's physicians. I have visited, I'm sure you all have too, I've visited 7 different schools, 2 high schools, 2 middle schools, 3 elementary schools, walked around, thank you for that, visited classrooms, students and teachers. It is amazing to me that every single school I visited hoped for clarity, more clear requirements on masks. When you walk in those classrooms, and it's not just elementary school that sits in pods. I don't know if those of you with elementary school students realize this, but it's also middle school and high school. They sit together in groups, and as you walk in and you see that, it's clear that, some are, some aren't. And just asking for clarity, and you watch passing time, and we see the number of teachers. Right? What did I say now? We were almost 300 with teachers. That means subs, right? That means covering classes. So there's just a lot of instability. Anything we can do to have more stability. I think on the masks piece, we can see that just 9 days into school, we see the effects of masks in our own schools. So, if you want to look at other studies, I have them here. I have plenty of studies on the efficacy of masks that I brought, but I think we can look at our own school. We also, I talked to Dr. Kennedy as well, who's a member of our medical advisory team, who universally recommends masks, period. She said our hospitals are full, kids are 5 times getting it, machines are running short, staff is stressed, yes, masks. And she says the science is not that it will burn through and be done. That's not the science. It will continue to mutate if people don't vaccinate. And in the meantime, we have to use all of our layers in order to keep people healthy and really to reduce the strain on our current hospital system. I know we heard from the one doctor who shared about a medical doctor whose 2 children made it through the whole year. Last year, even with 2 medical doctor parents, and then they go to school for a week and they're positive with COVID, those kids and that doctor go to school with my children. So I am aware of that, and I appreciate her counsel during this as a pediatrician. So I think keeping kids in school, and then when conditions warrant it, we employ the strategies that we know work. So, I shared about the conditions in this county, and again, when conditions change, we can change the measures. So I understand that we can enact an emergency rule, that we can enact an emergency rule for up to 90 days. And then during those 90 days, we can rescind that measure within a single meeting. There's not a long period of time. It's not like we put it out and then it takes 4 to 6 weeks. That's not the case. And hopefully all of you all saw some of the legal clarifications that were emailed last week. I know it's tough when we get so many emails to necessarily see all of them. So we can enact an emergency measure, and we can rescind it. And it would just be, I feel like, in a private company, in a smaller private company, you would react to the condition. So we would talk about, is it 20 per 100,000 cases? Is it a % positivity? Is it letting vaccines be available for all of our students? Parents of children in elementary school and some in middle school have not had the choice to vaccinate their children yet. Can we do something that helps them, that helps provide a safe, more effective learning environment for their children to be able to get vaccinated? And we have to have common sense elements in the policy. Yes, if you're outside or working independently in an office, we've all learned how to live with these. So I feel like this is our ship of children, of families, and the conditions are clear to me that we do have an immediate danger of public health in our county and within our schools, if you look at our numbers here, and that we should take some action for additional masking requirements. We have options. We don't have to do nothing. We've heard from so many people that they would like more. Overwhelmingly more. We cannot not do nothing. So I guess I'm not sure what I'm proposing, Ms. Cook, and I know I've talked a long time. I don't know that it takes another meeting. I would like for us to enact as much as we can while we can. And then on Friday, if that's when we want to have a special meeting for, at that point, the results of this hearing will have been decided. So I don't know if we can talk today about requiring masks for staff, for vendors, et cetera, and requiring with an opt-out for students effective immediately. We can talk about whether that's K-12, whether it's K-8, somebody had mentioned before, just K-8. Doing as much as we can up to the rules and policies that have been set forth.
Okay. Right now, the motion that is on the floor that we will be voting on is whether or not we call a special meeting to implement a mask mandate for 90 days. Something reassuring, I think. Looking at it every 30 days and challenging the DOH. That's the motion that we're talking about right now, and that's what our comments are supposed to be for, and that's what our vote will be.
I'm for having the special meeting. I don't know that I'm for all of the other pieces of it.
Yeah, that's what the motion is.
Your motion to amend the meeting, correct? To amend the motion, Mr.
Yes.
Well, you're not yet.
Sorry.
Yes, a board member can always move to amend the main motion. There's already been a motion by Mrs. Edmond and a second by Ms. Hine. So if somebody wanted to propose an amendment, there would be a motion to amend. You debate, have a second, if there was one, debate that motion to amend, vote on that motion to amend, and if it fails or passes, then you go back to the main motion.
Do we have to have a motion to, this has all been policy and procedures so far. It was just, procedures written by staff for strongly recommended. Mm-hmm. Do we have to, in order to require for staff and vendors, and in order to require with an opt-out for students, do we have to have a motion and vote on that, or is that procedural? How does that?
I'll let you answer it again.
Yeah. You don't need to have a motion to determine whether there's a majority that wants to have a special meeting. A motion has been made. But yes, if you're going to implement a mask mandate, then the board would need to act. You have not, you have nothing in place right now, so you repealed your mask mandate effective as of the last day of school last year. So if you're going to re-implement something, that would need to be done by an emergency rule, most likely, and that's by board action.
So how do we do that?
Well, we would have to take care of this motion first. The motion on the floor is to have the special meeting to implement a mask mandate for 90 days, readdressing it or looking at it again every 30 days and challenging the DOH with a medical opt-out. So that's where we are right now. So we have other people that want to speak
Yeah,
to this
please.
motion, so we'll move there. Mr. Dudley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was all ready to go, but I got sidetracked here. Well, I think that a lot of good points people taken. We're in a situation where we have, and I'm just throwing a number out, well, a large number of people want masks, large people like the choice. So whatever side we go on, we're going to be anti the other side in their eyes. And to me, the best option, and I consider it the mandate. The mandate is choice. That's my feeling on it. And there's a lot of arguments on where do we go, who do we listen to. You know, everybody's telling us about, pay attention to the science. Well, as I pointed out the last meeting, and if you didn't hear it, I will repeat it again. It depends on what science guy you're listening to, okay? I have, she's not the only one that does research. I've got all kinds of stuff here that I've researched, and some of the, do you realize that since COVID has affected us in the last 18 months, there's only been one study in America, one study for wearing masks and not wearing masks, a scientific study. It's only been one. It's in the state of Georgia. 90,000, see, I did this, I looked it up. 90,000 elementary school students in Georgia. And half of them had masks, the others were without. And you know what the finding was? There's no difference. And the big difference is, in my eyes, is by wearing the mask, you've significantly made a step backwards, because especially with elementary school kids, we've all, I taught elementary school, it was short time, but kids love face-to-face, want to see the expressions. It's how they formulate words and letters.
Please
and
stop, or
they look.
Just a minute. I will not have any, okay, you understand? That's a warning. Okay, thank you, Bill.
Please just nod your head, it's okay, or this, that's all
Yeah.
right. Where was it? Oh, so it's very important. So if it doesn't make a difference, then why do it? And again, it is my colleague at the last session, and she did it, and it is very important. It was mentioned here today too, by the way, about the Constitution. And there was a reference, I believe you did it 3, it may have been 4 times, where you mentioned a section of the Constitution where it says promote the general welfare. Well, that is true, but that's a pretty catch-all phrase, and it covers a lot of things from building roads to whatever. The next phrase, however, is, to me, is the key. Secure the blessings of liberty. Securing the blessings of liberty. And that makes it very, very plain that our framers were concerned with freedom. And so I think that's something, when we quote the Constitution, it's 3 sentences long. That last one, to me, is very, very important. There are some epidemiologists from worldwide, and I mentioned them the last time I was here, and I have this document, the Great Barrington, and here's the list. Well, before I start, let me just say that since we're throwing numbers out, there are 43,660 medical practitioners and 15,000 medical health scientists who've endorsed this. And in this, they say that children, school-age children, 16 and under, don't need masks. Let them play, let them do all those things. They are the least vulnerable because of their God-given antibodies that are, okay? And so, again, what science are you listening to? The head of one of the leading surgeons and oncologists in Johns Hopkins, which is, we have the children's version here. He thinks it's way overrated. We don't need masks on children. And I know we quote the guy locally and keep it local. What's that expression? Keep it local, stupid. Well, we have, our hospitals are, it is true that they are filling up, but you also need to know that in normal circumstances, now I have 2 members of my family. One's a doctor and the other one is a PA, but and nurses on top of that. But a hospital will keep ICU about 90% capacity all the time. So if we're filling up however many beds that hospital have is a shorter version. Not diminishing it, please understand. I'm just trying to make sure that you understand statistics and the way we say them and how we present them certainly can be different. And Ms. Hine, I just caught it when you were saying it was about the increased number of COVID cases the first 9 days of school. Well, don't forget, the first 3 days we came back from school, which was probably the most, we just came back from vacation. People travel all around the country, camping, all that kind of stuff. A lot of that stuff was brought back. It was not, spread in the school necessarily. And I think that we need to use common sense is basically what it amounts to. And I think if you are one of those people who thinks that your child needs to wear a mask, put the mask on. And I would say, if you have any question at all, put the mask on. Go ahead and do it. But to require others to do it, it just rubs me the wrong way. And not to make light of it, but there's a lot of kids that have are claustrophobic. You stick a mask. Well, we've been through that whole gamut because we've been through this for 18 months. Somebody was up here earlier today saying, yeah, the first 9 months we caught, I'm not going to say that word, but we caught what
I'll have to ask
for making kids wear masks. That's all we caught. They wanted the freedom. So now we got the freedom, and the ball is rolled the other way now, and we're catching it the other way. So I would say that we have made a mandate, and that mandate is choice. And I think that people use a little common sense, and if you just do what you think is in the best interest of your child, then certainly do it. And I'll just leave it there. I'm not going to talk long. I had a lot more stuff, but in the essence of time.
Good, thank you. Dr. Carr?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dudley and Ms. Hine for sharing your thoughts on the matter, and Ms. Long for articulating your concerns of following the law. I agree with you, Mrs. Hine, that there is a greater responsibility. I agree with you. Can you hear me now, Mr. Dudley? Is that better? Okay, thank you. I agree with you that it is not just our responsibility, but the responsibility of all of us in this community to address the concerns and meet the needs to help decrease the numbers. And it is, however, we are responsible for governing this organization, this ship. And I've all along said conditions pending, right? Pending conditions, we would make decisions. I was thinking about this before our meeting, and I was also thinking about all the other things that we have to do, and our teachers receiving training in the Florida Best Standards. And I was thinking about the Florida standards for 6th grade math, where we apply real-world math to solve problems. And we solve real-world problems with simple percentages. And that came to my mind. And I know, Mr. Dudley, you talked about doing math or statistics. I'm not going to statistics. We're not doing high school generalizable or anything like that. But our English language arts best standard to cite evidence to explain or justify your reasoning. So I was thinking of those two best standards that we teach our kids. And I asked, what's our current enrollment for pre-K through 12? And our current enrollment for pre-K through 12 is 47,365 students. And that does not include our charter school students.
Those aren't our numbers.
47365. 40. Not K-12, sorry. In under the age of 12.
Okay, all right.
Sorry.
Those make sense.
Woo,
then. All
yeah,
right.
no, we're like at 90-something. But under the age of 12, not enrolled in virtual and not enrolled in charter, because we don't make the decisions on a masking or protocols for COVID at our charter schools and virtual. So for the sake of easy math, we do what we do in middle school, and we'll say rounding. So 50,000 children under the age of 12. Remembering under the age of 12, folks are not eligible for vaccine, nor are they eligible for the monoclonal antibodies at this time, which is under our emergency use treatment. So let's say that 20% of the kids under 12, and that's 1 in 5, so seems pretty reasonable. 1 in 5 children potentially could catch COVID. So 1 in 5, that would be about 9,472. We could make that easy and say 10,000 students. So if 1 in 5 of our children, and I'm not doing hard math here, 1 in 5 of our children under the age of 12 were to acquire COVID, that would be 10,000 students. And just to say that conservatively, only 1% of those students would require hospitalization. So that's just 1% of kids under the age of 12 had to go to the hospital. That would be 100 students. So 100 students, potentially seeking hospitalization is very conservative, and there are 250 beds at All Children's Hospital. But I guess then I think of the 0.01% of children that they say might die, right? And that's almost negligible, right? It's one child. But I wouldn't want it to be my child. And I wouldn't want my child or your children to be in the hospital. And 100 kids who don't have the option of additional protections or treatment at this time potentially would be hospitalized. So it stuck with me that someone's comment was children for other children. You know, we wouldn't sacrifice children for other children. And it's true, we wouldn't. We wouldn't want to sacrifice, right, of children for anyone else's children. But I also think one of the things that we talk about with character education is taking care of one another and doing whatever we can to support and take care of one another. And even if a mask only offers 10% protection, you know, that's 10 fewer children out of 100, so 90 fewer children would be hospitalized. So I guess I wonder, why would we not do everything we can to mitigate potential hospitalization or mitigate, and with the hospitalization, 1/3 of children who are hospitalized require severe intervention and treatment. And that's just from our doctors in our local hospitals right now, what they're experiencing, right? 1/3 of the kids are requiring some sort of extra help. So I do understand, I don't want to violate the law. However, I do think it's important for us to fully examine if there is a compelling reason to take action, reasonable or necessary. So I do think it's worthwhile for us to examine current conditions further to determine if there is a compelling reason. And that's the leeway that's in the Bill of Rights, I believe, that if there is a compelling reason. And I think that's worthwhile in taking the time to examine if there's a compelling reason. I appreciate the folks having time and being present here to speak today, but I also believe there are many other community members who may wish to have an opportunity to speak on this item, and we don't want to surprise individuals and say we're passing something today or doing something today that wasn't vetted in the community and folks didn't have time to hear. In our prior workshop on this topic, I did express that I think it's important that everyone have their full 3 minutes, everyone be able to speak, and that we not limit folks' opportunity to speak and share their perspective. So I think it's important for us to listen to our community and give folks time to attend a meeting where we can further explore the current conditions. We did not hear directly from our medical folks, our medical advisory team, prior to the start of this school year, and I recognize that they don't want to be put on the spot. And perhaps it is important for us to hear a wider variety of individuals, so there doesn't seem to be bias, but it does seem important to hear. And we heard from a couple of folks today who are, the head of the emergency room hospitalist. I mean, that's like your person who coordinates all of the intake, all of the, I don't know what else I need to hear. If she's telling me that hospital's full, then that hospital's full. So I can't imagine knowing her to not knowing her. I don't know her personally, but I just as a professional, board certified physician, she has an oath and obligation. And I can't imagine someone getting up and saying, now the hospital's full when it really wasn't, because she wouldn't want to. So I think it's important for us to to determine the current conditions and determine if there's a compelling and decide as a board if there's a compelling reason. I don't think we have enough adequate information to rule it out. I certainly wouldn't rule it out at this point that we need to do something differently. While I really appreciate the dashboard, it has been a number of days. It's disappointing that, we did rely on the Department of Health to do our contact tracing, and it is our understanding that they are overwhelmed and unable to do the contact tracing, so we've had to really step in and assign additional folks to do the contact tracing. And I'm not sure, speaking to them, haven't spoken to them directly or heard from them directly. Is there a reason for that? Are we not doing contact tracing simply because we're overwhelmed, or is this so contagious that squelching it with contact tracing isn't necessary? I mean, those are the kinds of things we would want to know. I appreciate us making the extra effort to keep families informed. I appreciate us working really hard to get more testing. But we do have a very real struggle being 30 drivers short, and it is, again, frustrating that we're going to hire a private transport company because we can't have small buses. I know you, or small vehicles, vans and stuff. Mrs. Kane, you had asked that before many moons ago. But we can allow someone else to, which is, makes no sense. But the fact is that currently we have sometimes 2 routes riding on 1 bus. And that can be, very close quarters, right? Or multiple students riding in close conditions and quick turnover. So, even if we're examining some settings that we have to have additional mitigation factors. But anyway, I see you're ready to go, Ms. Cook, but but I'm not done. And it's important for us to still consider those things because, as we heard, it is life-altering. And I feel like it's my duty and responsibility and ethically and morally to do everything I can to keep children safe, and that's my fundamental belief. And if we need to add additional mitigation factors to keep all children safe, I think that's my responsibility as a human and as a board member.
Okay, good, thank you. Let's make sure everybody has a chance first. Ms. Kane, did you want to say anything, or are you okay? Okay, Ms. Hine?
I was just going to mention for the idea of...
Turn your microphone on.
Oh,
there we go. They got it.
I was just going to mention for the idea of the meeting on Friday, or when if we were to schedule it, it's been really good to hear from a lot of people, and this would allow a lot more people to be able to come and speak with us. We could coordinate who we also talk to during the meeting. I know that they are long, and I think we're all happy to take as much time as we need to hear from people. We could consider, instead of 3 minutes, we make it 1 minute so that as many people as possible can say what they support or don't support or things like that.
That we can't do because our policy says
No.
3 minutes.
Oh, okay. So you can't make a special meeting with certain special rules?
No.
No? Okay. It's just a thought. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Dudley?
Madam Chair, I call the question.
There you go.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
He called the question, which means the first vote that we have a motion and a second to call the question. So the first vote we will take is whether or not we basically stop all conversation and go straight to the next vote. So the first one is to call the question for all in, what?
So I just wanted to make a,
Question I'm calling is,
If you call the question, first of all, we have to vote on whether the board agrees on calling the question. You call the question, the majority has to agree with you to end discussion. And then the next vote will be immediately
just want to make sure
the
we're
vote.
voting on the right.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to do too. So the first thing is, are we going to end discussion? That's what calling the question is, okay? So we have a motion and a second to call question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Okay, so that one passes unanimously. Now we immediately go to, well, no. Just calm down. So now we go immediately to the motion that is on the floor. To have a special meeting, and if you'll allow me just to reword it a little bit, and if you don't like it, tell me. To call a special meeting to implement a mask mandate for 90 days and readdressing it every 30 days with a medical opt-out, and to challenge the Department of Health. Is that okay? So on Friday, by Friday, okay. Okay, by Friday. All right? So, that is the motion on the floor. The question has been called. There is no more discussion. So all in favor of having the special meeting, say aye. Aye. And opposed, say no? No. Okay. Let's raise hands just to make sure. I believe the motion failed, but all in favor of calling the special meeting, say aye. Aye. All righty. And those that are saying no? All right, the motion fails. I'm gonna give you that one because you all behaved very well, and I do have to say thank you very much. It was time consuming. Yeah, no, it was time consuming. Yeah, I think it needed to, the conversation needed to happen, and I appreciate you honoring our decorum and the rules that we have set forward. So now we are back to and we will get to public comment or public participation in a little bit, but we have to finish up our meeting. So now we're back to, I'm going to go back to Mrs. Edmond and see if there are any other things that you wanted to bring forward with your board report.
I have a question.
All right.
So we just saw that the majority of the board did not want a special meeting regarding a 90-day policy reassessing every 30 days with a medical opt-out. What I've heard from colleagues on the board is that they would like to have a discussion, an intentional discussion about what we can do to stronger mitigate or set forth policies to support the students in our schools with more mitigation efforts. So my question now is, how do we schedule a meeting so that we can have this discussion to talk about additional things that we can put in place, such as the efforts mentioned by Mrs. Hines and Dr. Carr?
Mr. Kapersky.
Oh, thank you for sending that one my way,
Yes.
Madam Chair. So a majority of the board needs to be in favor of calling a special meeting. In other words, a meeting that is not on the calendar as a regular meeting or a workshop. So the motion failed to call a special meeting with those parameters. As I said several hours ago, we do not need a motion in order to determine. It can simply be a discussion of the board led by the chair, whether or not there is a majority of the board that would like to call a special meeting for another purpose.
Okay, that's the answer to your question.
Through the chair, do you mind having a discussion to see if we have a majority of the board that would like to have a meeting to talk about what we can do to provide additional support as it relates to the guidelines?
I will ask the board, see if we have a majority that would like to do that. Okay, those that would like to do it, raise your hand. No. Okay, and those that would not, same for.
Yeah, and
Okay.
Madam Chair, that was not a vote. You're just
That was just
you're determining the will of the
showing
board, whether
who.
a majority
Yes.
exists. Right, thank you.
So there is not a majority that wants a specially called meeting. Now, that does not mean that we can't have discussion at a workshop or something like that. It can be brought forward at that point to look at what else could be done, or what else is being done can also be discussed. Okay? Anything else?
Yes. So you just mentioned at a workshop we can have further discussion, but we had a workshop and we cannot implement a policy change at a workshop or take an official vote.
Well, it's
So
sounding.
how does that work?
Well, it's sounding like the majority doesn't want to have a policy change. If you want to talk about what else can we implement, what other kinds of things, do we want to bring back plexiglass? Do we want to bring those types of things back in? That would be a conversation that we could have with the superintendent, because it's his decision as to, for those types of things, because that's how things are going to be implemented. So we can have conversation, and out of that, we would, if the board there decided we wanted a policy, then it could go on a board meeting.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that everyone is clear and everyone is understanding what the majority of the board is asking for or supporting at this time, so that it's clear, you know, what the majority of the board is going with, and that there's not really an opportunity for one person or a few board members to deviate from what the majority of the board wants.
Correct.
Because we operate as a whole.
Correct.
So that's why I'm asking these intentional questions regarding what we can do to help mitigate when we hear that hospitals are filled.
Okay, we're not talking
And all
about
of
this
that thing.
conversation again.
So, again, I'm just making sure I'm clear on what we're doing. Thank
Okay.
you.
Good, thank you. All right. Mrs. Hyde.
Just a point of reference here. I want to make sure I'm correct on my calendar. So I see that, today is August 24th. Our next scheduled workshop is not until Tuesday, August 21st, and our next scheduled board meeting is September 28th. Is that correct?
No, 14th.
Workshop is September 21st. I said August. So we have the evening. So the evening of September 14th. So 3 weeks from now.
Correct.
Is that correct? Is our next school board meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Board report? Or are you done? Okay. Dr. Carr.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I just want to go back to a comment made by Ms. Edmond regarding once the full board. So that the community is clear, because oftentimes thanks for pointing to your ear when I'm not there. Once the board has made a decision, we respect one another's decision being made. Even if, I'll state personally, even if I disagreed with the decision being made going forward, it is the will of this board, and as a member of this board, we adhere to the will of the board, and that's defined in our policy, so that others are understanding of that as we go forward with, if there's not compelling advocacy, or, if there hasn't been some other reason, we as a board do not, or as an individual, do not function as an individual. We're part of the board.
Correct.
So I appreciate the input from all my colleagues, and will respect our decision as a board going forward.
Thank you.
So, but the other piece I did want to talk about was I want to just say thank you in my board report to folks for a great kickoff. I went with Mr. Vigu to a number of different schools on the first day, and subsequently have visited a number of schools, and how grateful I am for our folks getting things up and rolling. I look forward to more of the best standards training rolling out. I think that's very exciting because we have a lot to focus on. At our last workshop, there was mention of our school performance, and I hope we'll continue to hear more about pieces that are going into place at the future workshop to see the success of Lakewood Elementary expanded into some of our other struggling schools, and the exact things that may be taking place. I think it would be beneficial for us to know exactly what interventions are happening with those L300s that may have been identified and the supports that are in place. I also think it'd be prudent for us to understand how we're addressing the bus driver shortage in future updates. And I think that it would also benefit us to continue our discussion on the ESSER funds at our future workshop, and I'm looking forward to us moving on to these important initiatives that are in place, and I hope we won't lose sight of them under our current situation. And that's it.
All right, fine, thank you. Mrs. Edmond, do you have a?
Yes.
I know, okay.
Yeah. So a part of my board report was some of the visits that I made on the first day of school. And one of them was to Lakewood Elementary, who many of you have heard received an A.
Yeah.
Having the opportunity to work under the leadership of Dr. Burt, Ms. Reed, and Dr. Webley, I think it's important to uplift and recognize that the school earned an A. I also think that it's important that we look at what happened at Lakewood Elementary and, as Dr. Carr mentioned, see how we can duplicate those efforts throughout the county in all of our transformation zone schools, whether it's additional support, additional funding, small groups, like really getting down to the nitty-gritty and finding out how was Lakewood so successful. I also like to just point out that during my visits at many schools, the students are excited to be there, the teachers are happy, and everyone is just navigating as best as possible during these times. Many of the comments I was going to make about what we can do better have already been addressed or are in progress of being addressed, and that's such as quarantining, lack of contact tracing or notification, the bus and transportation situation. And again, we have just started school. We're navigating things as best as possible, and I encourage the people that are emailing, calling, to keep emailing and calling. On the website, they have the Let's Talk app where you can click it and report or address a concern, provide a suggestion, or provide a thank you to staff, as well as look at how you can address issues at your schools. I received an email from a parent just stating how great her principal was with addressing the lunch concern that she had. So some things can be handled by just contacting the principal, and then other things might need to be escalated to a board or Dr. Grego or area superintendent issue. Again, I just want to say that it was great to see the smiling faces, and I strongly encourage everyone wears a mask. So I'll end my comments with that. Thank you.
There you go. There you go. All right, Mrs. Hine.
Thank you. I wanted to first echo what Dr. Carr said about we act as a board, and I respect my colleagues, and thank you for the discussion today. And I know I emailed all of you individually. I also wanted to publicly apologize. I was not pleased with that quote that was in the newspaper last week. Okay, well then I brought it to your attention. So lesson learned, I will stick with I statements.
You can say can hurt me.
So
Speak for yourself.
I respect each of you, and thank you. So I just wanted to echo those comments. Also, it was great visiting schools. But yes, we had to talk about all of these things, but also just our administrators, principals, teachers, students, parents, incredible. I mean, just incredible the amount of work it goes into getting our schools open, and I really appreciate it. And it's just it's a great joy for me to be able to visit schools, and thank you for all of the time that those people gave to me. And I also, to the public and even the media who has been so engaged in schools in recent, weeks and months, I would say welcome and thank you. Public schools educate more than 90% of our population for about 12 years of our lives, and they have strong impact and importance, civic, social, economic, national success. So I'm a big believer in strong public schools, and thank you for being involved, and let's all keep supporting, promoting, and participating in our schools.
Some was a little longer than 12. But that's
Thank you.
All righty,
That's all I
good,
have.
thank you. Mrs. Kane.
Thank you all so much. Thank you for all of the comments today. I am very grateful that our legislative platform has passed, and I'm really looking forward to bringing forth some of these opportunities for our students. I'm a firm believer health has 4 parts to it. It's physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual. And over the last year and a half, we've asked our children to sacrifice so much emotional, mental, and spiritual health in regards to their physical health. It's taken a year and a half of their life away when it comes to socialization, when it comes to activities. How many things have been canceled, or they were excited and look forward to them, and then they were canceled? It's been a roller coaster for every parent who's had to mitigate that disappointment. When birthday parties are canceled, when they can't see their friends, when they can't go out and play. While I understand the statistics being set forth, I'm also a realist. We walk around Publix, we walk around the grocery store with our children, we go to the gas station, we go places with our children. Yes, masks are helpful to mitigate, but are they being used with fidelity? Because that's the next question. And if they are going to be used with fidelity, that would mean we'd have to sacrifice our children's emotional and mental socialization with every other child in order to protect them from an airborne virus. That's really the only way to do it. And in hospitals and in medical places, they do quarantine people. They lock the doors, they put on hazmat suits, and they cover the door with yellow tape that says, "Do not enter." And are we going to do that? No. And I don't think any parent would recommend that a child were to do that. And that would be exercising some of those protocols with absolute fidelity. And so I understand the statistics. I understand many people have many different viewpoints on this. I believe our children have 4 parts to their health, and I think we need to pay close attention to the other 3 that have been sadly ignored for the last year and a half, in that they need opportunities, they need a good education, and what we're putting forth in this legislative platform is a workforce development opportunities for their future, to help them to build their future, to help them become better educated, to help them to become better citizens in our society, and I'm 100% for that. They need to socialize, and they need to be out, and they need to have those opportunities, and I am very grateful, I'm very happy that we've got the start of this year. Over time, COVID is not going to go away. There's not going to be an end to the scare of it. It's not going to be an end to the fact that it exists in our society. It's going to continue to mutate. And I do have to agree with, there have been people who said we have to learn how to make common sense practices part of our daily life and part of their daily life so that they can keep themselves and their friends and their classrooms safe with teachers and with adults as well. And so with that being said, I want to thank you all for the legislative platform. I'm really looking forward to working on some of these and working towards providing the students of Pinellas County educational and workforce development opportunities. I'm looking forward to getting back on track to think about their education. Thank you.
Do you want to talk about the legislative gathering?
That's
Do you want to
allowed.
talk about, only if it's me. Do you want to talk about the legislative gathering?
Sure. The legislative gathering, we had a proposed date of September 13th. We were not 100% on the proposed time, somewhere from 2 to 4, or I heard 2:30 to 4:30, possibly 3 to 5. Those were the, I think we said we were going to say 2:30 to 4:30 or 3 to 5.
Mm-hmm.
And we wanted to see what would work best on that day for a delegation gathering. We wanted to do an in-person gathering at PTEC was the proposal.
PTEC Clearwater.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, we were going to look at the availability of the legislative delegation as well.
Right.
But also, we may be asking you all to do some things prior to, maybe a recording or whatever, but we wanted to make sure that everybody knew, and I'm taking your thunder, I'm sorry. Go
That's
ahead.
all right. No,
Okay.
that's fine.
Make sure that everybody knew September 13th was the next one, because we're not meeting together between now and then. So I'm not sure yet whether it's 2:30 to 4:30 or 3 to 5. Do you know, Mrs. Dahl? Ms. Dahl?
I believe the delegation, the leadership has said that either the afternoon they are holding. We have PTC Clearwater reserved, so I think it's what is most convenient for the board at this point, for whether
okay.
2:30 to 4:30 or 3 to 5.
Okay, well, this, I hope, will be easy. Do you want 2:30 to 4:30? Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
All right.
2:30, 4:30 when?
2:30 to
September
4:30.
13th, which is Monday the
September 13th.
Yeah.
And I would just like to make sure that the board knows the reason for having it in the month of September is legislative session starts in January this year, and committee meetings actually start at the end of September. So
September.
that's why the quick turnaround for the actual delegation gathering.
So, but we may call and ask you to do some voiceover stuff or let you know that there's an assignment. Each one of us is going to be involved in one way or the other in the presentation. So we're going to do a lot of emailing back and forth to let everybody know what's happening and what the expectations are. Okay?
All right.
All righty. Any other board members before I do mine? Okay. Mrs. Edmond and I attended the Greater Florida Consortium of School Boards, and we came up with a proposed platform, which we've talked about. We will probably have the finalized proposal, draft proposal, within a week. So I'm going to make sure that that is sent to you, and hopefully that will be able to be on our next school board agenda to adopt that, or not, adopt the items that are on it or whatever. So we'll talk about, how that all works, but when you get this another proposal, no, it's not the school districts, it's the Greater Consortium, and so we'll read it and be prepared to vote on each of the items. Okay? I think that's everything I wanted to say. I can't remember. I know it isn't. I really, really do want to thank you all. We've watched some school board meetings across the state, and I have to commend you on your decorum, your behavior, your ability to listen and to allow us to speak, as well as to allow people that have differing opinions to speak. And I really thank you for that. We had a couple times that I had to remind you, but you also kind of monitored yourselves. I heard some of you going, shh, shh, when things were going on. So I do appreciate it. Pinellas County is a great place to live. We have wonderful people, and you have proven that. So thank you very much. So I'm going to now ask Dr. Corbett, what are the requests from the school board?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I had for further discussions at the next workshop or the one after that, we would talk about successful strategies used in the transformation zone, specifically at Lakewood. Successful strategies in the L300 schools. We'll address the bus driver shortage and provide an update on ESSER.
I look forward to this
discussion. I'm going to assume y'all heard it and it was all okay. Okay, here's the dilemma that we're up against right now. We have 103 forms that have been filled out for people to speak. I am assuming that most of those people spoke and shared their thoughts as we allowed a little bit of extra room with the mask. And there are 19 people in the room. So we can either go through all of the 103 names, call them all off and see if anybody's here. We can also ask you to raise your hand if you are still wanting to speak and you're one of the 19 in the room. And I'm going to ask that we take a short recess so that those of you that do want to speak, can they come up to you since you have the forms? So if you do still want to speak, come up to Mrs. Houck and let her know, and she'll try to do it in the best order, as close to how you signed up as possible. And when that is finished, we'll come back. And do not talk about masks. All right. I'm going to reconvene the board meeting. I think everyone who wants to speak has had the opportunity to talk with Mrs. Hauk and move forward. As we go into this, if you have already given your speech about masks while we were talking about this, don't go again, please. And so, because you're only allowed to speak once to that item. Don't be compelled to use the full 3 minutes. We've all been here for many, many hours, 6 hours already, but I'm not going to cut you off if you're behaving yourselves. So if you can hang in there for about another hour, we're all good. All right? Yeah, I am going to adjourn the meeting, and then we're now, as soon as I do, then we will go into public participation, okay? So the meeting is now adjourned. I'll hit my hand. There you go. It's been gavelled. All right, so who's our first speaker, and then who will follow them?
Okay, board members and Dr. Grego, we have 18 speakers. Our first 2 speakers are Anne Marie Weather and Kristen Strecker.
Okay. Welcome back.
Hi, thanks. Third time's a charm? I don't know. Okay, so good afternoon, and you can hear me, right? I don't have to move it. I just want to say that what I had written to now are obviously very different. You know, ladies, you three that are the minority right now are, you know, you're well-spoken, you have good facts, and but I have to thank the majority. We have been fighting for over 18 months now just for our choice. And I get what you're saying, and I didn't have a chance to speak on any of the masks because I just came up here and said, you know, please don't do the meeting. The one thing that keeps ringing over and over and over in my head are people that are coming up here with masks, for masks, vaccinated, and they say this: I am vaccinated and I wear a mask, and I still got COVID. To me, that's saying what they're doing is not going to stop this. And so to put this pressure on our children of, you must wear a mask to save the life of another human, it's a little much. So I just want to say thank you. I will continue to support this board. I also want to say, like, if I could drive a bus, I'd help, but and nobody wants to drive in a bus. I cannot park my new minivan. But as far as having people call, I know that that's medical information, but, you know, if you can elicit help from the community. I do think there was an issue with the quarantining. I know there was a meeting Friday. And part of that, if you haven't realized it, is I have a friend, they're not like, no one called them, okay? So no one told them, you must keep these siblings home for such and such day. And then they were afraid to keep their kid home or tell somebody because they heard 20 days out, 10 days out. So we need a very strict, here's your quarantine guideline, or just really keep your kids home for 4 days, like period, and then come back and we won't question you. I don't know, you guys will have to figure that out. But I do know that kids are coming around out of fear. They're coming back to school. So let's see if there's anything else. I don't want to take the time. Thank you, bye.
Good, thank you. And following the speaker?
The next speaker to follow will be Jeremy Kench.
Okay.
Hello again.
Hello.
I followed the rules earlier and just said my piece on the meeting, so now I'm going to come to say what I came to say. I actually I know, like we've said, there's science on both sides, there's data on both sides. Anybody can pull a study that says what they wanted to say. I just want to put people's minds at ease because there is like a lot of fear, like we talked about. And Ms. Hines spoke about, you know, the drownings and the suicide and all of these other factors. I think it's time we realize, like, people are saying this, that this is going to be more of an endemic. We have to learn to coexist with COVID. I think the constant quarantining, missing school, like we all spoke about, the constant question of, are we going to mask? Are we not going to mask? Are we going to do this? Are we going to do that? We have to sort of figure out what works, what mitigates things, what it keeps sanity also. We have to kind of factor in everything. It can't only be about COVID, as we've seen, you know, the suicide and everything like we spoke about. So I have a couple of numbers I think are important that most people probably aren't aware of. Everyone was talking about 335 deaths of kids in the U.S. So just in Pinellas County, we've had 11, according to the numbers. I don't know how
if that's delayed or whatever, but the most recent numbers I could find was 11 total. I cannot find deaths of 2021 of COVID for children, only the whole entire pandemic, which is 11. So there's a lot more numbers that are way more than 11 that we should be discussing and being concerned with, like kids getting hit on their bicycles or in car accidents or pedestrians, while they're walking. 844 kids versus 11. The drowning, like she spoke about, you could go on and on. Just so far in 2021, there's 1,252 kids that have gone missing. And the masks make that 10 times worse, because how can you identify your missing child if everyone is wearing a mask? That to me is a gazillion times more scary. So if you as a parent are fearful of COVID for your child, for whatever reason that may be, then maybe your number one priority is COVID. But for another parent, that might not be their number one priority. That doesn't make them a bad parent. That just means their priorities are different. So we need to kind of take everything into consideration, come up with a plan that actually works for the long term. Like, I don't think quarantining every kid that's exposed is going to actually make sense in the long term, because they're going to be missing a lot of school. I think kids staying home when they're sick is the biggest thing, which should be the case for everything and not just COVID. But I think we should focus on mitigation efforts that work, that we can substantiate long term. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Brad Rosenheim.
Actually held off last because I wanted to go last. But,
Hello.
it's been a hell of a year. I mean, I'm sorry. I want to hate all you guys, you know what I mean? But I wish I could love you and think you're doing the best for my children. That's been the argument, the biggest thing for everybody. I mean, they want to wear their mask, let them wear their mask. If that works, let it work. Leave it where it is, people. I'm not going to be here Friday. I got to leave. I got to work for another 2 months. I won't be here. I got so many battles with it about you guys. It drives me nuts to worry about my children. And just when somebody does something wrong, they should have to own it, and they should be punished. Everybody, eat the nut. It sucks. When you're wrong, but eat it. Shit's killing me and my family, and I can't keep doing this. You guys have destroyed my son's senior year. I got to bring him to New York to go back to school because this shit has destroyed him, and now they didn't tell me he didn't have the credits. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Yeah.
You guys don't help kids. New York, unfortunately, as crappy as it is with the mask, they don't leave a kid behind, and he can go back there and do another 2 years to get his education. You guys are taking from him because of all of this chaos and the stress you put my family through, and we didn't get to talk to the schools. We didn't get the information we needed. You guys have torn us up. And I don't know if I'm supposed to share shit, just say stuff.
Mr. Kempster,
I'm in such
one
a
more
awkward
time, and then
spot.
we're gonna
Yes,
terminate your
sir.
speaking.
Yes,
Thank you.
sir. I'm sorry. I'm just the person.
You are
somebody
aware.
that does that is an honest person, and it slips my tongue.
Mm-hmm. You are aware that we're not doing the special meeting.
Yes and no, you're having something, you're having a fight. I don't care. I'm just saying I'm not here. And
Okay,
I hope to
okay.
God you guys continue
ahead,
with what you're
go
doing.
ahead.
I'm saying in general, I'm still dealing with, there's a whole court case, people. I mean, my child being assaulted here and everything. This has killed my family. It's not about just the mask and everything else. The way the treatment, the way everything's been handled with this, and trapping women out there and taking my child to the floor because she wants to defend her mother who was dragged after being pushed out the door, dragged. And your video, the audio shows it. God forbid, we got to wait and carry this to court. And I can't do anything because you guys pressed charges on my wife because she resisted arrest. For what? What was she being arrested for? For being loud and stepping up like a lioness and standing up for her son? Because he wants to point out his finger and be in his face? When somebody's wrong, they're wrong. I really got to take this to court and deal with all this chaos and keep coming back here and begging these people to help me and my kids. Now I got to take my boy, like I said, to New York, and pray to God that it still works well for my daughter and I don't have to pull her out of the school here, the vet program, and she's loving it. Moved here for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all making it real hard. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Bruce Poppy.
Welcome.
Hello, board members. My name is Brad Rosenheim, and I just wanted to sum up today's events with a few words. First, I wanted to address Mr. Dudley. The study you cited was called Mask Use Ventilation Improvements to Reduce COVID-19 Incidents in Elementary Schools in Georgia. You completely misrepresented it. It reported a 39% decrease in COVID cases where staff and faculty were mandated to use masks, 37% reduction where ventilation was increased, and a 21% decrease in COVID cases where students were asked to wear masks. That level of intellectual curiosity should not entitle you to a seat on the board. And I was very dismayed to see your misinformation up there. Now, to get to my point, we are a community. A community cannot have one single ideology. That's not community. Right now, we're split along ideological lines, right? And everybody here, like the man before me, we really care about our children. And I was happy to see the amount of engagement from both sides today. However, we as a community look up and see 7 board members who have the power to make a change. This is on you. 2 variables have changed. One is the Delta variant. The other variable is that we're no longer implementing the very successful measures that we did last year. So as we, a community, are split, we've vested in you the power to make these changes. And you have today decided to do nothing. That is on you. You now own it. And I'm very happy to have heard every one of your points of view on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Barbara Dumonche. There you are. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you again. I'm Bruce Poppy from Dunedin. I want to step back. I mean, I'm not an unreasonable person, though some may accuse me of that. But step back and take a 30,000-foot view at all of the division and stuff that's going on. What I believe is really is there is a innate distrust of government that is overtaking our society. We feel that we have been lied to, you know, for over so many things. Just go back to the early part of the year when the vaccine came out. It was 90 to 95% effective against the infection. And they told us, get the vaccine, you can go back to a normal life. Well, that's turned out to be bunk. It's now like 39-ish, 40% effective, and we're going to end up having perpetual boosters. So that was a lie. The CDC, all the people that we're relying upon for this health information, they change positions more than I change underwear. So, I mean, there's constantly changing, moving goalposts. There is an innate distrust. There is, like Mr. Dudley said, there is science. For every study you give me that says masks work, I can give you 1 or 2 that says they don't. You know, either the vaccines work or the masks work. Everything is convoluted, and there is no oracle or not, there is no consensus. There is so much divergence on everything that is causing all the emotion, all the fear, and I applaud you for the work you do, and you have a thankless job during this time of that we're living in, but I mean, there has to be some type of information that is trustable. The government we cannot trust. You know, unless you completely just shut off the internet completely altogether and we're only fed just one line, which seems that's what's wanting to happen on the mainstream media type stuff, there is no divergence. The people who have a divergent opinion are memory hold, censored, canceled, whatever you want to call it. And that is why you're seeing so much angst over the situation that we're currently living in. This stuff isn't going to go away. The vaccine, for decades, we've been trying to get rid of respiratory viruses, the flu and the common cold with vaccines, and it doesn't work. You know, how are we going to expect this to be different? And we still don't know. We can't even, that's the other issue, is we can't even call this a vaccine. It's a new technology. This mRNA stuff is not a normal vaccine. It's not the measles, mumps, rubella that I had to get when I was going to school. When people had chicken pox, my mom found out, you know, a kid down the road had chicken pox. Go down and play with Johnny so you can get chicken pox and get over it. We're in a different world now, and so we need to understand each other and have some reasonable respect for what is happening. And I would also like to call for a resignation.
I think the word respect was the one that we all need to have resonating.
The speaker to follow will be Tara Holman.
Barbara Dumo.
Welcome.
Hi. The main thing to remember about this whole issue, it's about the immune system. And if you build your immune system, you won't get COVID. You won't get disease, period. And God provided nature to do that for us. I wanted to just say, vaccinations. This is what a vaccination, this vax is. A spike protein is the disease, not the virus. Gain of function to literally replicate a virus to produce uncontrolled inflammation. And a mixture of animal and human DNA, it causes autoimmune response, your autoimmune system response. So that's what that's about, and that's why it doesn't work. The cure, early ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, vitamin C, D, zinc. A humidifier helps. This is being censored. So that's a clue. When something is censored, pay attention. And also, these vaccines are causing the spike protein that they're spiking to shed through the skin and actually cause COVID. So it's really terrible. And the reason why we're so excited is because it's Americanism versus globalism or communism. So it's really, I'm so happy with all of you that stood for freedom and against all these mandates that are being developed by a whole false narrative. So, and I appreciate all the talk about the 4 components of your health. So important. Don't have a selective hearing. We need to pay attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Nicole Deniston.
Welcome.
Hi. So I did not share my position on masking, as out of respect for you guys. Thank you for what you do for the school system. Unfortunately, we all have a choice. And so when I was up north with my son and I heard that this was coming to light, that there was a controversy over whether or not Pinellas County was going to start trying to mandate the mask, I made a very difficult choice because my son was in Pinellas County schools last year. He was registered in Tyrone Middle School magnet program for this school year. And the masks were so complicated. He was in all year. He did the whole year. They became a problem because it became a health problem for him. The first 2 weeks he got sick, and I, running 105 temperature, didn't know what to do with him, and so tried to get him in to see a medical health professional. He had to test negative for COVID before I could take him in. So I had to wait 3 days for that test. We're already 5 days now by the time I get the results. And because I'm able to research online and figure out how to keep my son's temperature down, make sure he stays hydrated, and make sure he doesn't die, because that was my fear, he recovered, tested negative for COVID. They didn't know what had happened. It occurred again later in the school year, the exact same thing. And this time I was able to get him in to see a medical professional because they could do the rapid testing at this point. Tested negative for COVID, tested negative for flu, tested negative for low blood count. They had no idea why he had 105-degree temperature for 5 days. No idea. Not a clue. And the only conclusion I could come to is that my son is wearing a mask on his face and he's breathing bacteria that is making him sick. And so when I heard that the school boards were talking about mandating the masks, I decided to let my son stay in Pennsylvania, where they are not mandating the mask. They are not enforcing him to get sick wearing a mask. So I had to make a choice to pull my son out of a school, out of a program that he really wanted, because I'm getting wind that you guys are trying to mandate a mask. And I feel sad for him, because middle school is hard enough on kids. To make them go through something as severe as that, as having to wear a mask, not being able to interact with their friends, not being able to know what they want out of life, and not being able to be a kid,
is hard. It's hard enough. So I am totally opposed to it, and I will stand here as a mom and a future grandma because my oldest son is planning on having kids, and I'm going to stand here and continue to fight for my kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
The following speaker will be Angela Dubach.
Welcome.
Okay. Is this good? All right. I may speak on masks a little bit because I did not come up earlier because I thought that's not when I was supposed to come up.
There you go.
So,
Thank you.
good afternoon. My name is Nicole Deniston, and my family and I just moved to Palm Harbor on Sunday. The pod was being delivered in my driveway when I left to come to this meeting today because I knew it was that important to do so. Where did we move from? Illinois, where my children's school district did not even give an option for in-person learning from March 2020 through the end of January 2021. And when they finally opened, it was for only 2 days a week and masked. We saw that Florida schools kept the doors open for in-person learning, which we thought was amazing and how it should be. Then we heard that Florida schools will have a normal school year. No masks, no canceled sports or activities. Again, something we longed to have for our kids last year. I was extremely happy to see this board vote when you guys a couple weeks ago for parents' choice on masks, also as it should be. I pray you continue with that decision, as I'm starting to see. I pulled my daughter from our school district in Illinois in November after seeing how horrible remote learning was for her. These kids weren't learning anything at all. My son stayed in the district with hopes of some normalcy at some time because it was his senior year. It was really, really hard to see so much taken away from these kids. We knew it was time to move here. I ask that you continue to put the choice in parents' hands, then all have the choice to do what they think is best for their child. Other parents and the school board should not have a say in having a mask on my daughter's face for 6 to 8 hours a day. I will continue to homeschool my daughter until I am sure that the Pinellas County schools have education as their #1 focus and priority, and not politics and making medical decisions for my child. I don't want my freedoms taken away here also, because if it doesn't stop at parents' choice in regards to masks, what's next? Thank you for your time, and I hope to have my daughter walking the halls of your schools very soon.
Good. Thank you. And welcome to Pinellas.
The speaker to follow will be Elizabeth Fox.
I'm not very tall.
Welcome.
Hello. Thank you to the 4 of you who are going to follow the law and support parental rights. Do appreciate that. We all know this virus is here to stay, and it's going to mutate again and again and again and again. But what's not here to stay is Caprice, Laura, and Nicole, okay? Because you guys are going to continue to try and force these masks. We know this isn't the end of it. And parents, listen. Those of you listening on radio, at home, at work, or whatever, pay close attention because they'll try it again. And when is it going to end? Okay, so say they end up forcing this mandate. And then what's it going to be next? The vaccine? And then is it going to be critical race theory or what they call equity? And our freedoms are gone, just like that. So please, please pay attention, parents, and don't let them win this battle. Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Douglas Fox.
Hello again.
Welcome back.
I really just want at this point to thank those board members who support parental choice. It's very important that parents have the options of the choice to make the right medical decisions for their children. I also appreciate the other board, the 3 board members that have their concerns. I understand you feel a deep responsibility, but your responsibility is to teach these children, educate these children, make sure that the schools are set up for them to be educated, not to make medical decisions for them. So I would, and please, stop talking about positivity rates. Every time I hear that, it just makes me want to cringe because it really is only a function of how many people that are tested and how many people test positive. If only the people that are sick are tested, your positivity rates are going to be high. That really is no indicator of how much disease you have or how much illness you have in your community. So please find another statistic other than positivity rate because it's really just a statistic and it's meaningless out of context. But once again, I just really want to thank those of you that stood up for the parents today, because we needed that. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Susan Bucci.
Welcome back.
Good afternoon. I just like to thank the board for how things turned out. And I came here last year to try and get rid of the mask, here this year to try and keep it optional. And so I don't come here to pick on anybody individual. Caprice, I'm not sure what kept you from flying over the I don't know what you'd call that there. But I'm not into that kind of thing. And Mr. Dudley's same thing. And I was just glad to hear a lot of things that were said. Not everything, but that's the way it is. Mm-hmm. So, thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Katrina Davis.
Hi, it's Susan Bucci. So now I get to thank you for just maintaining the opt-out option for the parents. And to you, Ms. Edmonds and Dr. Carr and Ms. Hines, I know you want what's best for the children. I know you do. You have to really start looking at other sources of information so you can put your minds at ease. I mean, you're going by conventional medicine and you're going by those, the CDC, and there are just other sources of information. I've been here before and I've talked about the high wire, and that has nothing to do with pharmaceutical advertising dollars. He interviews immunologists, epidemiologists, from all around the world, and they are very credentialed and have a lot of information to give, and when you're making these choices about the mask, you're going on what's probably a false premise. So you're thinking it's safe and you're going by that. But I sent you all a letter yesterday, and it was a magazine article, New York Magazine, by David Zweig, I think his name, and he's a science journalist, and he's been looking at this for a year and a half. And he's been writing for different magazines. He's an award-winning journalist, and he could not get any information from the CDC or the AAP. He couldn't get anything substantial, no studies to support that these masks were safe. So maybe to put your minds at ease, you can try to get these studies for yourself that say once and for all that the masks are safe. My girlfriend, and I've said this before too, she's a scientist. She's a professor, and she's had her whole entire class trying to find information on these masks. And for the whole entire class, couldn't find anything one way or the other. So, I'm just saying this so that you could research it a little bit more and you could feel more comfortable with the decision that was made here today. All right, and I thank you all again for enduring all of this. I know it's not been easy. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Melissa King.
Hello.
Hello.
I just want to say thank you for giving it the parents' choice. They're our kids, our decision. We know their medical history. We know everything about them. I appreciate you giving us that choice back. I also want to say thank you for bringing up the different studies that you found. A lot of people don't want to listen to the other side of the story, and you should. I've got a ton of doctors that would disagree with your doctors. That doesn't mean my doctors are wrong. That doesn't mean your doctors are wrong. You're never going to, there's different doctors believe different things. If you get diagnosed with something, go get a second opinion. That's what a lot of people do. It doesn't mean one's wrong and one's right. Maybe they're both right, but they see it differently. I also don't understand this case study stuff. You guys constantly talk about the cases. They've already determined the PCR is invalid. They've recalled it. So how do we know those numbers are accurate? If they've been recalled for being inaccurate, why are we going off case numbers? Doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Renee Chia.
Hi again. Thank you so much. I appreciate that you listen to everyone, and we also listen to the opposite side than what we may agree with. And I appreciate everyone giving resources of other sources of information. I also read a variety of sources, and I'm sharing today from my own personal family's experiences, which did include the death of a dearly loved member of our family, which also includes the hospitalization of my sister while she was pregnant. She's a teacher in Georgia. She got very ill from wearing a mask. And I'm just sharing now what I'm very grateful to know after my dearest loved and significant other was also had COVID, and I cared for him, and I never got it because I was taking ivermectin prophylactically. I continue to take ivermectin prophylactically, and I'm someone who hasn't had a pharmaceutical drug in my body since I birthed my last child 20 years ago. I don't believe in it. But because I am a person who cares about others and I can use my mind and apply it scientifically thanks to a good education, which I know your heart is to give to all the kids in this county, and I appreciate that. I hope that others can find out about therapeutics. I appreciate that the governor recognizes that all doctors are not telling their patients or giving them the opportunity to get pharmaceutical drugs that will help them prevent and also help them when they get it. And I know that happened in this county because I could not get the medicine that was needed in this county by the doctor that was my boyfriend's doctor. Wouldn't get it. Said there was none in the pharmacy. I go the next day because my doctor prescribed it to me to help me prevent from getting it. And of course they had it. And it was very inexpensive. Hospitals also are a business. We have a dear friend who is also an emergency room doctor at Meeks Countryside, and she said when we ask her, is this true what we hear on the news about hospitals being full, she says that what happened at the beginning at shutdown, many hospitals let go of many nurses in this county, and in order to make up money, they didn't hire the nurses back. So therefore, when they're telling you it's full, what she said is it's full for the amount of staff that they've actually hired. And they're not even bringing back more because they need to make money too. So thank you for listening to all sides. Thank you for continuing to do the research because it isn't going to end, but I do hope if you decide to send information home to parents, you will also tell them about therapeutics and supplements like zinc, C, D, that can help them to be strong. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Nancy Velarde.
Hello.
Hello again. Thank you for your vote today. I really appreciate the board's discussion, and I appreciate the fact that the majority of you decided to follow the law and respect parents' rights. Thank you, is it Lisa Kane, for being a wonderful example of prudence today. And thank you, Mr. Dudley, for the information that you brought forward and for pointing out the fact that all these statistics and numbers that everyone talks about, everyone can have their own sides, make up their own story, and it's really not helpful. And so then I think we need to lean on prudence and common sense, which you were both great examples of today. So thank you. That is not why I initially came here. This whole thing, being here all day, wasn't my plan. I actually came to speak to you about the issue of CRT in the schools. And last time I was before the board, I was calling it Marxist rabble so that we do not get caught up on the verbiage of necessarily CRT. It's a broader scope of an issue, in my opinion. A syllabus was sent home with my son from his school this year. Just a week ago. And the main text used for the classroom curriculum is based entirely on the 1619 project theories. The section showing the units to be covered provides a brief description of the major focus areas of the class. And one of the titles is America Becomes a Global Power with a System of White Supremacy. When I brought this issue up with the principal of the school, he called me to discuss my concerns. When I pointed out the unit title, he said the syllabus he had for the class that was turned in by the teacher had a different unit title than the one that was sent home to the parents. The teacher is simply changing the language he submits to the principal to obfuscate the issue so he can continue to teach MR. As I'm sure you're aware, this curriculum content is specifically banned content in the Sunshine State standards, and I can provide you those code sections if you need them. I strongly recommend the board consider a task force to physically assess the content of the educational materials being used throughout the county. I would gladly volunteer to be a parent member of that task force. I strongly encourage parents to physically review the materials being used and taught to your children right now and throughout the year and report inappropriate content when you see it to your principal. Additionally, I would like to recommend cameras in the classrooms. At the last board meeting, there were many parents addressing MR and many others expressing concern over the discipline standards being voted on. As I listened to the concerns, it dawned on me that cameras in the classroom could help to alleviate many concerns. For the teachers who got up and swore they weren't teaching CRT, this would benefit you as well. The parents you said are misunderstanding what you're teaching, then we could just watch and see what's actually being taught to our children. And
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Kevin Smith.
Dr. Grego?
The last speaker, if you could please talk with Dr. Gonzalez, who's coming up to your right there, now left.
Welcome.
Hey there. All right, despite our greatest hopes for normalcy for this school year, we do find ourselves facing a public health emergency. I mean, that is just true. The decision for optional masks, I was all for it. At the end of last year and in the beginning of this year, I thought it was a great way to go. And then the numbers started to climb, and I thought, well, maybe we do need the opt-out. Maybe we need to try to get the number of masks a little higher in the buildings, but not take away anybody's rights. And an opt-out would provide that, would let people make choices while we try to get the numbers up in the building. That didn't exactly occur. The opt-out, for some reason, people think that that is a violation of what the governor has asked for. It is not. He allows the opt-out. So I was very confused as to where everybody's getting their information, a little confused. And the positivity rates in context, last year when we began school, it was 6%, and everybody was worried. It's 25% now in the community. The numbers as of yesterday in our system, the case numbers in our system, positive cases, is over 1,100, where at that time last year it was 62. I mean, that's an enormous difference. Those are numbers they may not mean anything in itself, but when you compare them from year to year, they absolutely have meaning. What's concerning to me now is that teachers are still being asked to congregate in large groups for trainings, meetings, and photographs with no thought to physical distancing and, of course, no mandated masks. Many are uncomfortable with this. You're making people get into a group when it's not necessary. We totally agree that teaching and learning face-to-face is the best way to do it. But there is no reason that you have to have a faculty meeting or a training face-to-face when we have all of this technology available to us. Why wouldn't you mitigate for the educators in that way? We shouldn't be requiring push-ins and making people go in and out of elementary classes. Shouldn't be mixing classes if we can avoid that. These things are unnecessary risks. And I'm disappointed that you didn't want to have a meeting just to discuss those things, even if you didn't want to talk about the masks. There are a lot of dangerous things going on in the buildings for both the children there and your educators that have absolutely nothing to do with masks. I think you should be getting together and talking about those things.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Mark Clutho.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I didn't want to
sign and talk earlier during the opposing or non-opposing of the meeting earlier. Most of my comments are about the masks. I'll briefly state that I'm opposed to anything CRT, MR, Marxist rabble, that's very good. Critical race applied theories, crap. You know, figure it out. I'm opposed to it, especially teaching any kids about who should be an oppressor or who is oppressed. They're kids. Leave them alone, you know. My other information is against masks, so thank you guys that proposed to not go down this whole route again. For people that were concerned about maybe teachers' meetings and being forced to be in large gatherings and groups of people, might have wanted to phone this one in or send an email instead of coming physically. Let's see. Again, almost 80% of the people that have died with COVID were morbidly obese. Almost 80% were vitamin D deficient. So go outside, get some sunlight, go run around a little bit if you're concerned. Go to, if you want a fun grouping of all of them, Life Site News, LIFESITE, news.com, and search for 47. 47 studies confirm ineffectiveness of masks for COVID, and 32 more confirm their negative health effects. The very first one is the US CDC performed a study that showed 85% of those who contracted COVID-19 during July 2020 were mask wearers. Just 3.9% of the study participants never wore a mask. One of you brought up the current DOH Florida health numbers. Published August 20th, 2021. Go to Google, just type in Pinellas County COVID numbers, scroll down past the charts, and it's the first link. It's a 9-page PDF. I literally did this sitting in the back of the room and went through it. Ages 0 to 29, so anything under 30, in the past, since all this started, 218 deaths out of 42,252. That's 0.5% for anyone under 30. Now here's the fun part. We've had over 3 million cases in Florida, dangerous, evil cases. 0 to 30 makes up over 1 million of those cases. Yet I just told you only 218 of those people died. So if you guys are again, using wrong KPIs to further a narrative, you keep looking at positive cases, you got to look at actual deaths. Now, only less than 400,000 positive cases of senior citizens 65 plus, 33,000 of them dead. But over 1 million positive cases and 218 for the kids, or even under 30. Let's see.
Thank you.
The speaker to follow will be Josh Dale.
Mark Clutho, Largo.
Good afternoon.
It's a shame 4 of you were spineless and wouldn't vote for that mandate. Yeah. And I hear from a school board member up there talking about common sense. That's a joke. Common sense. Yeah. You know, what are you going to do? You're going to listen to Governor you-know-who and the Republicans? Wrong thing to do. Headline, adults are failing us on climate. Climate scientists warn us. When will we listen? Earth's carbon dioxide levels at highest level in 4 million years. Oh yeah, and if the masks aren't working, how do we just go through a flu season and hardly anybody had a flu? Just some anecdotal evidence that the masks work. Get ready for the climate disasters. Only big steps will save Earth. A hotter future is now inevitable, a UN report says. Scientists find rapid shift from fossil fuels could avert greater perils. Stark warnings for the warming planet. UN report spells out dire consequences of climate change. Not a pretty scenario. And I think I had this here before about the plan in New York City. Developers are devising ways to retrofit New York's oldest structures to reduce their carbon footprints. The Casa Passiva, where they're retrofitting these buildings, and they're cutting the utility bills by 80%. Now, new buildings, it would be an easier proposition, and you could cut the utility bill even more. But you aren't doing it. You're ignoring science. A crime.
Thank you.
The last two speakers to follow will be Isaiah Neal and Anna Neal.
Hey, good afternoon. I'll try to be fast as I can.
Welcome.
I recently enrolled my daughter in the VBK program to help her with her autism therapy. My wife is currently at home undergoing chemotherapy treatment to treat her breast cancer. I was hoping that the staff around my daughter would at least be wearing masks because the doctors at Moffitt are continuously reminding us that COVID is a serious death sentence for my wife. I've had multiple conversations with the principal, and I totally understand she wants to help, but she is restrained in her options due to your guidance. Evidently, we're subscribing to the rationale that parents have a choice. This, of course, gives no support to the argument regarding staff wearing masks in any way. I haven't really heard that get touched on too much today. My question for the board is, like, what exactly are my choices? My daughter can't wear a mask. I suspect that has something to do with the fact that she's 3 years old, and probably also combined with the fact that she has autism. She won't keep it on her face, and if anybody that's worked in this ESC field is familiar, it's a sensitivity issue, and she just won't keep it on. We try, I promise. We use masks to keep us safe. Similarly, we enlist the law enforcement in our schools to keep our children safe. We develop procedures in the event of emergency. We employ school nurses to aid our children if an accident should arise. We don't tolerate certain behaviors such as running in hallways. We have a high level of security around there. We have fences, all exterior doors are locked. You have the right to smoke cigarettes, but not in school. This is all with the intent of keeping our children safe. Not requiring their use of a mask is logically inconsistent with everything else we do to keep our children safe. I am certain there are similar cases within your jurisdiction that are similar to my family's. I see people coming in and out of infusion centers all day long, every day of the week. I'm not asking for any sort of preferential treatment over anybody else. But if your position is that I have a choice, why can't my choice be to have my daughter work with a therapist that at least has a mask on? I would like my choice, because what you're subscribing to, it limits my ability to make any sort of reasonable choice at all. Do I send my kid to therapy and run this very dangerous risk, or do I just not send her to school at all? If your policies don't account for your most at-risk students, then what's the point of all this? Are we really that willing and that motivated to leave these vulnerable students behind just because the law allows it? According to MLK, any law that uplifts human personality is just. Any law that degrades human personality is unjust. I'm asking you to evaluate the law made by a majority that has the potential to fatally impact a minority. MLK also further, in his letter from Birmingham jail, also highlighted the importance of Socrates disobeying law, and probably by doing so, we don't have the academic freedom we have today. I'll be in this district for the next 14 years. I have nothing better to do than to promulgate safety for my daughter. I ask that you just exercise wisdom and caution.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd ask that maybe an area superintendent can meet this gentleman and get some details of that. We have students with peanut allergies and many other things that we could certainly When people know the situation, they certainly would adhere to it. So I'd ask if he...
Is he still in the building?
Yes, he is. So thank you.
Oh,
Ms.
there he is.
Ms.
Okay, I
Woodford.
couldn't see him. I
Thank you.
thought he walked out. Okay, good. Thank you. Welcome.
Can we reset
You
the
go
clock?
ahead. Yep. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Dudley, appreciate it. Mrs. Kane, thank you. Vice Chair Long, Chairwoman Cook, thank you for your support of honoring medical choice, parental choice. I appreciate that. For those few board members and parents who are still clamoring for medical devices to be force strapped to the mouth of every child and who would want nothing more than to reverse mask optional environment we have, those discussions or decisions don't fall in your jurisdiction. Last I checked, your name wasn't on my kid's birth certificate, mine is. I don't get to make decisions for you on how to care for your pet, what to do if you get a headache, or even who to date or marry. That's your choice. Stay in your lane. You can have all the opinions, feelings, fears, press conferences you want, but at the end of the day, my child's physical, mental, and spiritual health decisions are for me to decide and me alone. It's my God-given right to decide what goes on their body or in their body. To think that you can scheme a way to require anything otherwise exposes the true intent and agenda of your heart. Stop projecting your fear and perceived solutions on others. We have enough in life to worry about without carrying your burdens. I alone will stand before God and give an account to how I fathered my children and the health decisions I make or didn't make. Your accounting will be for how you did or didn't protect my right to do that with the authority you've been given. Stay in your lane and keep your masks off my kids. My last message is for those on the board, parents who might be listening, anyone within the sound of my voice who loves our country and our kids. We are living in unprecedented times when history is being written day by day and the protections and freedoms are being erased day by day. We're at a critical juncture where inactivity and silence is inexcusable. To be silent and on the sidelines is complicit. We need a mass return to activism, starting with prayer. Jesus Christ is the same yesterday, today, and forever, and he's still in the healing, life-changing, and hope-filling business. Turn off the news, the video games, Netflix, and other mind-numbing medications, and start sharpening your spirit and soul. Turn on thehighwire.com. The facts are there if you search, but it's go time. If the last year and a half hasn't stirred your soul, then this is your wake-up call. We were born for such a time as this. Man up, dad up, mom up, pray up. Our kids need us. Because this isn't even about a mask or no mask, shot or no shot, even though that's coming. It's about standing up to an ideology that says my God-given sovereignty is not enough, that my children's sovereign bodies are no longer theirs, that somehow I need the government, county commissioner, school board to step into that role because they know better. We will not comply. If we're not allowed to make an autonomous decision for ourselves and our family, then we're not free. To those who've been in the arena for a while, keep at it and don't give up. Thank you. If you're new and looking to get involved, welcome. Join a group, start a group. We, the people, must link arms and stand together. Find your people, your tribe, they're out there. Don't give up and don't ever comply. We will not comply. Again, thank you, Mr. Dudley, Mrs. Kane, Vice Chair Long, Chairwoman Cook.
Thank you. Whichever one works for her. That one? Okay.
Hi, my name is Anna, and so at my school today, I saw 2 kids wearing the mask because their parents told them that they have to wear the masks, and I feel bad for them because the parents don't know how bad these masks are. Thank you.
Thank you. All righty. Is that it?
We have no more speakers.
Then that is the end of this public participation. Thank you all for hanging in there. That's staff included. We appreciate it.